Chapter 101. I'll resist for a while, you go first. Lu Man said softly to the person behind him. Without waiting for Wenjeline to answer, Lu Man kicked Wenjeline in the butt. The two separated, and an attack hit the spot where they were just standing. Walk. Seeing Wenjeline standing still and looking hesitant, Lu Man yelled. Wenjeline was yelled at, and her whole body trembled. She took a deep look at Lu Man, turned around, and ran towards the other side of the alley. Sun Pingnan stopped attacking and confronted Lu Man with a knife. As for Wenjeline, who escaped, he didn't care much. As long as he caught Lu Man, everything would be worth it. But he didn't care, and the younger brother below couldn't help but care. Luo Ming glanced at Wenjeline, who was escaping from the other side, and led his younger brother to catch up from the other side of the street. At this time, only Sun Pingnan and Lu Man were left in the alleyway. Sun Pingnan didn't want to talk too much, so he raised his hand and threw out the flaming sword in his hand, creating a trail of flames and falling behind Lu Man. Lu Man looked at the torch stuck behind her with a wary expression. She didn't know what the other party wanted, but her intuition told her that this thing was very dangerous. Sun Pingnan summoned 5 more long knives one after another and inserted them into the surrounding ground. 6 torches surrounded the two people. Lu Man didn't dare to wait any longer. He threw out the long knife, and it shattered again. Hundreds of blades were shot towards Sun Pingnan. Just when the blade reached the position 2 meters in front of Sun Pingnan, the 2 torches shined brightly, and a gust of flames gathered in the middle, accurately sweeping 1 meter in front of Sun Pingnan. All the blades were knocked away, and none could break through. The blade was knocked away, the flame retracted, and the light of the 2 torches was slightly dimmer compared to the others. Lu Man looked at the torches all around in surprise and quickly braked. She was about to repeat her old tricks, but she didn't expect Sun Pingnan to resist in this way. It's getting late. The Superpower Bureau should have discovered something unusual by now. Sun Pingnan raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and said to himself. Lu Man stepped back and wanted to leave the encirclement. But when it approached the middle position of the 2 torches, the 2 torches shot out flames in advance and surrounded her, blocking her in front of her. Lu Man had no choice but to retreat. Before Lu Man could stand still, the remaining 4 torches shot out flames at the same time, completely blocking all Lu Man's routes of action, and Lu Man instantly entered a desperate situation. Facing 4 attacks with dead ends on both sides, Lu Man could only dodge upwards. With his knees slightly bent, he soared into the sky and flew 5 meters high. People with mental abilities can fly in the 3rd grade, but the height is limited. The higher you fly, the more difficult it is, and the faster you use your spiritual energy. The best flying height is less than 10 meters, and the maximum flying height can reach 50 meters. Just go to the highest height and never come back. But what was unexpected was that after the 2 torches blocking the retreat retracted their flames, they shot out flames again without stopping, towards Lu Man in midair. Unexpectedly, the torch struck in all directions. Lu Man couldn't dodge, and his calf was hit by 2 blasts of flames. Due to the impact, he was thrown away in the shape of a big windmill. A strong sense of dizziness came over me, and I could no longer control my powers. I lost my floating effect and fell to the ground. Lu Man lay on the ground in a panic. His legs were severely burned, and his self-healing ability was activated, and the wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the speed was still a bit slow, Lu Man gritted his teeth and did not use wood energy to speed up the treatment. Lu Man got up from the ground with trembling legs and looked at Sun Pingnan stubbornly. Sun Pingnan waved his hand, and the torch closest to Lu Man shot out flames, knocking Lu Man to the ground again. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, the 6 torches emitted flames one after another and hit Lu Man continuously. When the attack subsided, Lu Man was already in disgrace, with multiple burns all over his body, his hair burned, and his face disfigured, with no intact area visible. Lying on the ground dying, but there is still 1 breath left, no death. Sun Pingnan strolled up to Lu Man and looked at her carefully. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the flesh and blood in the burned area began to squirm and repair the body. As expected of a high-level vampire, even with such a serious injury, he could be resurrected with full health in 10 minutes at most based on his recovery ability. Sun Pingnan nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to take back the 6 torches around him. He kicked Lu Man on the side of his neck, knocking him unconscious. No need to chase. Come back and transport the people back. He took out his cell phone and dialed Luo Ming's number. 5 minutes later, Luo Ming and his younger brother appeared at the entrance of the alley. Looking at the mess inside, he took a breath. He could imagine how fierce the battle had just been. Looking at Lu Man lying naked on the ground, Luo Ming couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Don't get me wrong. This is not because Luo Ming is lustful, but because Lu Man is really miserable. More than half of his body was burned, and the parts that were intact were considered piecemeal. It looked very miserable. Luo Ming took off his coat and covered Lu Man. Under Sun Pingnan's impatient gaze, he and Chao Xuanji moved her to the car prepared in advance. The car started and headed towards the destination. As for the ruined scene, no one would care. The Superpower Bureau couldn't find anything. Hoo-ho-ho. When Jilin ran in panic on the street, turning her head to look behind her from time to time. Just 3 minutes ago, Luo Ming and the others were still chasing her. She relied on her spiritual powers to avoid being caught by them. But 3 minutes have passed, and the two people haven't been seen catching up. Without the pursuers, when Jilin panicked, knowing that the worst might happen. When Jilin shook her head, not daring to think anymore, and ran straight in one direction, which was the direction of the Supernatural Bureau. If there is anyone who can help her now, it can only be her brother. Half an hour later, when Jilin gasped for air and pushed open the door of the Superpower Bureau. Sister Lin, why are you here so late at night? Fong Mo, who was left on duty, looked at Wen Jilin, who stumbled in surprise. Seeing that she was unsteady, she hurriedly stepped forward to help her. Here's Wen Lin. When Jilin was helped to sit on the sofa in the rest area, and when Jilin finally started to breathe, she ran over 30 minutes away. She didn't dare to take a taxi. If she got in the car and was overtaken by the enemy, then the initiative would not be in her hands but in the hands of the driver. She didn't dare to take a gamble at this time. Captain? The captain is on a mission. What do you want from him? Fong Mo couldn't help but look up and down at Wen Jilin, and found that her clothes had been cut open in many places, revealing large areas of white. She quietly turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Wen Jilin, for fear of seeing something she shouldn't see. Sister Lin, please cover yourself first. Fong Mo picked up the blanket on the sofa and handed it to Wen Jilin. Wen Jilin took the blanket and wrapped it around important places at will. She didn't care about the fact that she was almost exposed, but looked anxious. Where has he been and how long has he been out? Fong Mo hesitated for a moment and continued. 40 minutes ago, the sky, I sent a mission. There was a suspected supernatural battle situation in the east of the city. The captain has been out for half an hour. Chapter 102. Bang bang bang. When Jilin swallowed, she was still feeling uneasy and could not calm down for a long time. Give me your phone. When Jilin's cell phone had been destroyed or dropped somewhere during the battle. Fong Mo didn't ask any questions. He took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen lock, and handed it to Wen Jilin. When Jilin took the phone and directly entered a string of phone numbers. Hey, what's the matter with Xiaoma? Wen Lin's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaolin, it's me. When Jilin's tone was slightly trembling. Sister? Why is it you who called me? The other person paused before continuing. When Jilin ignored Wen Lin's question. Where are you now? Where am I? There is a battle with superpowers in the east of the city. The situation is very bad. I am at the scene now. When Lin looked at the 6 corpses being collected not far away and added an emphasis on bad. This is the most vicious incident that has occurred in Montreal for more than 10 years. 6 people died at one time, including some who were burned alive. Where is the east of the city? When Lin frowned slightly, not expecting Wen Jilin to continue asking. An alleyway next to Xinyuan Road in the east of the city. When Jilin pursed her lips. Xinyuan Road was where she escaped, and when Lin was indeed there. Have you met the murderer or other suspects? When Jilin continued to ask anxiously. When Lin frowned deeply, feeling something was wrong more and more. No, there was no one here when we arrived at the scene. What happened? No, it's nothing. When will you come back? I'll wait for you here. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. I'll be back soon. Just wait for me there and give the phone to Fong Mo. I have something to tell him. When Jilin handed the phone to Fong Mo and sat alone on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Yeah, okay, I understand. I'll pay attention. Fong Mo took the phone, exchanged a few words with Wen Lin, nodded repeatedly, and hung up the phone after a while. Sister Lin, drink some hot water. Looking at Wen Jilin in a daze, Fong Mo awkwardly poured a glass of water and placed it in front of her. After doing all this, Fong Mo did not leave. Instead, he sat on the sofa on the other side, operated the tablet computer, and started to deal with his own affairs. There was no other way. The captain had to keep an eye on Wen Jilin and not let her leave until he came back. He also said it was a mission. Just like that, one of the two was playing with the tablet, and the other was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Time passed by minute, and 20 minutes passed quickly. Squeak. The door hinge turned, and when Lin opened the door and walked in, he glanced at the entire hall, saw the 2 people in the rest area, and strode over. Seeing Wenjilin wrapped in a blanket and dressed in ragged clothes, Wenjilin's face turned cold and she looked unhappy. "Captain, you're back." When Wenlin came in, Fong Imo saw him immediately and stood up to greet him. "Well, you go ahead and do your work. Leave this to me." Fong Mo looked at Wenlin, who was staring intently, knowing something was wrong between the two of them, so he quietly stepped away, returned to his workstation, and poked his head curiously. Wenjilin lowered her head and looked at Wenlin, her eyes sparkling. "Follow me." Wenlin didn't say much and walked straight to the office, while Wenjilin followed silently. When Wenjilin entered the office, Wenlin locked the door directly and lowered the office baffle. "Tell me what's going on. Does the incident on Xinyuan Road have anything to do with you?" Wenlin poured her another cup of hot water. Wenjilin held the water glass, gathered her thoughts, and began to describe what happened in the past few days, but only hid part of the content. Star Club. Wenlin walked behind the computer, operated it, and came back with 2 copies of the information he had just printed, placing one in front of Wenjilin. The Star Club is the largest evil force in Yonghai County next door. The president, Luo Ming, has mid-3rd grade strength. He also has 5 masters who have early 3rd grade strength. I didn't expect that they would actually reach out to Mengsheng. Wenjilin looked through the information and found that except for Jiang Ming, who was not present, it was the other 4 plus Luo Ming who surrounded them. After looking back and forth twice, Wenjilin did not see Sun Pingnan's information. Are there people with 4th grade powers in the stars? Wenjilin reluctantly calmed down and looked up at Wenlin. 4th grade? Impossible. How long has it been since the nationwide anti-crime campaign? How can there be a 4th grade? Even the peak of the 3rd grade cannot exist. Wenlin's expression changed greatly. If 4th grade took action in this matter, the nature of the matter would have changed. It was not something that he, the municipal-level superpower bureau, could handle. He needed to report it in time and seek support. Wenlin asked for details again, and then he learned that a 4th grade fire-type superpower named Sun appeared in the end. It seemed that Luo Ming was very respectful to him. It seems that there should be someone behind the Star Club. You mean, your superior was caught by the other party? Wenlin has always known about Wenjilin becoming a vampire. She almost survived 3 years ago, but suddenly recovered. As a member of the Superpower Bureau and someone close to her, how could Wenlin not find out? Wenlin knew the existence of the person who transformed Wenjilin into a vampire, but he didn't know who he was. Out of respect for Wenjilin, he did not explore the other party's identity, but it was impossible not to be curious. So, can you tell me now who the other party is? Wenlin stared closely into Wenjilin's eyes. There was a trace of struggle in her eyes, but if something like this happened, who else could she turn to besides Wenlin? She was supposed to go find Lu Man's brother, but more than half a month ago, Lu Yin was sent to Cloud Mountain City on a business trip and she couldn't find him. Her name is Lu Man. Wenjilin pinched her fingers tightly. Who? Wenlin looked at Wenjilin in shock. That patient of yours. She was familiar with Lu Man's name, and he was also familiar with this person. Wenjilin had been hospitalized frequently for observation since 3036. At her request, she was always in the same ward as Lu Man every time she was hospitalized. Wenlin often visits his sister and sometimes stays overnight in the hospital. Naturally, he has seen this little girl alone. Yes. Wenjilin leaned on the sofa as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Wenlin returned to the computer again and began to search for information about Lu Man. But when the information appeared on the computer, looking at one of the columns, Wenlin fell into silence and looked up at Wenjilin in disbelief. She swallowed quietly and said, "The Lu Man you are talking about cannot be Lu Yan's sister." Under Wenlin's nervous gaze, Wenjilin nodded. "I only found out about it when Lu Yan went to Night Bar last time." Wenlin leaned on the back of his chair, biting his thumbnail and staring at the information on the computer. After a while, he finally asked with difficulty, "Lu Yan he?" Wenlin didn't ask completely before he got Wenjilin's affirmation. Wenlin felt that the whole world was in chaos. In his mind, he kept thinking back to those days when everyone was discussing whether Lu Yan was a vampire. They swore to confirm that Lu Yan was not a vampire, and he also invited Lu Yan to join the Supernatural Power Bureau. Oh, how ridiculous it is to think about it now. I never thought someone could hide so deeply. Chapter 103. After confirming with Wenjilin, Wenlin finally chose to report to his superiors, but withheld some information. No matter what he said, Lu Man was his sister's savior after all, and he would definitely save her if she could. After Wenlin reported the situation, a 4th grade realm commissioner was assigned to come to Mengsheng the next day. The Taipa agents have been investigating for 3 days in Mengsheng without any results. Not to mention the 4th grade experts. Even the Star Society has not found any information. The other party seemed to have disappeared from Mengqing. The pursuit was fruitless and all clues were broken. The special correspondent finally set his sights on the headquarters of the Star Society. Under normal circumstances, as long as they don't go too far and don't get caught by the tail, most of them will turn a blind eye to these evil forces. It will be cleaned up only during major operations every few years. But now that there is a strong 4th grade player, it's not okay to just leave them alone. After that, the special correspondent went to Yonghai County to find out the bad luck of the Xingqian Society. After leaving Mengqing, Wenlin could not intervene in the follow-up. At most, he would be notified after coming to a conclusion. After sorting out the existing information, Wenlin discovered that if Xingqian Yui really evacuated all of them from Mengqing, the other party's purpose was obvious. He was here for Lu Man. The cell activity of high-level vampires is much stronger than that of low-level vampires. Their cells divide much faster, and their muscle strength is stronger than those of the same level of superpowers. Lu Yin pulled the computer next to him and recorded the experimental report. Since meeting Professor Zhou Wen that day, Lu Yin will come to Professor Zhou Wen's laboratory to help after arranging Xiaoyan's training program in the past few days. In addition to completing the tasks assigned by the professor, he will also research his own topics with the professor's permission. There were many things that could not be verified before. After studying a large number of vampires of different classes, Lu Yin got satisfactory answers. Many things that I didn't understand before have been clarified in these days. It's a pity that there is no one alive. Xiaoyan, how are you? Zhou Wen walked into the laboratory, looked at Lu Yin who was taking notes carefully, and asked with a smile. He is very satisfied with this student, who is studious, serious, intelligent, and has many advantages. Many benefits, Professor. After writing down the last sentence, Lu Yin closed the notebook. After so many days, what do you think of the vampire race? Looking at the corpse on the operating table, Zhou Wen asked on a whim. Lu Yin thought for a few seconds before saying, "It's very strong. Whether it's physical recovery ability or physical strength, it's much stronger than humans, especially the high-level vampires. Compared with them, humans are like children." Zhou Wen nodded. "You are right. This is why we study the vampires. They are very strong, but we cannot just surrender. You may not know that according to the oldest records, the vampires can be traced back to 1,500 years ago. At that time, the vampires were not so strong. Although they could transform humans, they were generally suppressed by humans. Even 1,000 years ago, the vampires were almost wiped out by vampire hunters, but everything changed after the spiritual energy was revived. In game terms, it was as if the vampires had been strengthened at an epic level. You should have seen the situation on the battlefield. With the same strength, at least 2 superpowers can compete with a 6th-generation vampire. It takes 3 people to kill him. Every war loses a lot of people. The purpose of our experiment is to discover more weaknesses of the vampires in order to reduce losses." Lu Yin sat quietly and listened. Although what Zhou Wen said was useless, many of it were unknown secrets. However, Lu Yin's face was calm, but there was some murmuring in his heart. "You said in front of a vampire that you wanted to study the vampire's weaknesses in order to better kill the vampire. Are you serious?" "Ha ha ha. I'm getting older, so I talk a bit too much. That's it for today. You have to patrol later, so go get something to eat." Zhou Wen noticed the clock on the wall. It was already 6 o'clock, chuckled a few times, and waved his hand. "Okay, then I'll go back today." Lu Yin bowed slightly and left the laboratory with his laptop. There are many treasonous contents recorded in the notebook, but others cannot see it. A week has passed since the last war. It may be that the scale of that war was too large, and there were too many manpower losses. To Zhang Wen's surprise, the vampires did not launch another attack this week. 2 days ago, support from other legions arrived at the camp in time, and more than 1,200 people joined in, making Zhang Wenxian instantly confident. Counting the nearly 2,000 third graders in the camp, we can almost assemble an army of 3,000. The reinforcements have been recuperating for the past 2 days and are familiar with the environment and battlefield conditions. Looking at the 2 warships floating on the sea for nearly a month, Zhang Wen knew that it was time to end the months-long war. Decided. Xiao Qi came from behind Zhang Wen and also looked at the 2 warships. "Yes." Zhang Wen nodded affirmatively. "When does it begin?" "I have read the report from the Meteorological Bureau. It will be a sunny day tomorrow. As expected, we will attack at 12 noon. Everyone knows that vampires are afraid of the sun, and their combat ability decreases during the day. Low-level vampires will even die if they stay in the sun for too long. The other side won't accept the challenge." Regarding Zhang Wen's decision, Xiao Qi shook his head and didn't quite agree with it. The vampires are the attackers, and there are only 2 warships in the camp. It can be said that they are light and simple. If you don't want to fight, just turn around and leave. If the other party doesn't fight, then just drive the other party back. Seeing the determination in Zhang Wen's eyes, Xiaoqi knew that he could not be persuaded, so he said no more. He knew in his heart that it would not matter if he drove the vampires back. They would still be able to come back, and again, they would still be the ones who suffered. According to his idea, it is best to inflict pain and cripple the opponent at once, so that the opponent can no longer organize a manned attack for a short period of time. It's a pity that he is not the commander-in-chief on the battlefield. That's it. Since we are preparing to attack tomorrow, I will go back and prepare first. After watching the sea view with Zhang Wen for a while, Xiaoqi waved his hand and turned to leave. Well, have a good rest. I still have to rely on you and Xiaolin tomorrow. Xiaoqi paused, chuckled, and walked away again. When the last bit of sunset set over the coastline and the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Wen finally looked back. War is cruel, and dying is normal, but seeing living lives die in front of you is another thing. It took him 10 years to successfully form this army of superpowers, in which he spent countless efforts. If possible, he also hopes to reduce losses. He doesn't know the consequences of his arrangement, but he also knows that war is not that easy. If you drive the other party back and want to come out again, it will not be a matter of words. Of course, Zhang Wen had to admit that he now has a gambler's mentality. What if the other party really doesn't withdraw at noon tomorrow? He's not old yet, so why not fight with him when the time comes? Chapter 104. 2:50 in the morning. Lu Yin and the four of them sat on the wall pier boredly, looking at the dark sea and chatting away. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in 10 minutes, and they can go back to bed after get off work. This time can be said to be the most relaxing time for them. The four of them like to sit on the wall pillars and chat about people waiting to change shifts. Gao Lan yawned loudly and raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Huh. Gao Lan paused. What's wrong, Sister Lan? Fang Yingying noticed Gao Lan's movements and asked curiously. I really want to see light flashing on the sea. Gao Lan reached out and rubbed his eyes, saying with some uncertainty, bright. The other three people looked up at the sea at the same time, but all they saw was pitch black, not to mention that tonight was the crescent moon, so there was almost no moonlight. Maybe I saw it wrong. Gao Lan stared at the sea carefully for a long time, but there was nothing abnormal. He shook his head and told everyone not to pay attention. Sir, there is something going on. In the intelligence room of Cloud Mountain City, Luo Sun, who was always paying attention to the enemy's movements through satellites, stood up anxiously and shouted. Different from normal war, the intelligence department is the busiest department with the largest number of people on duty during the day, but it is the busiest department at night. What's the situation? As the head of the intelligence department, Chun Guisan is naturally in charge here. As he finished speaking, the picture on the large screen in front changed, and a real-time picture taken by a satellite appeared on the screen. On the satellite map, 2 red dots representing enemy warships began to move. One of the red dots moved slowly towards the military camp, and the other red dot moved further and further away from the route. It looked like the route was in the direction of Zhujiang City. The opponent is very fast, and it seems that the 2 warships will arrive at the offshore sea at the same time. Now, unlike Luo Sun, Chun Guisan also knows what is going on. Fortunately, they discovered it in time, or in other words, the other party didn't hide their intentions at all, and they still had time to arrange it. Chun Guisan directly called the commander-in-chief. Hey, what's the matter with Guisan? Zhang Wen sounded a little lazy. He should have been sleeping just now. Old Zhang, something big has happened. The vampires have made new moves. I have sent the information to your mobile phone. Get up and take a look. Chun Guisan explained the situation in a few words. What did you say? Okay, I'll take a look right now. You can inform the others directly to gather in 5 minutes. After hearing Chun Guisan's report, Zhang Wen was stunned for a second, then woke up instantly and replied while getting dressed. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly, opened the internal communication tool, and checked the message sent by Chun Guisan. The information is simple, a few satellite photos. But Zhang Wen understood the problem just at a glance. He did not expect that just as his side was preparing to counterattack, the vampires actually launched an attack first and prepared to divide their troops into 2 places. You must know that for tomorrow's attack, he has concentrated all the combat forces he can mobilize in the Cloud Mountain City military camp. The defense forces in other cities are currently seriously insufficient. Zhang Wen doubted whether there was an undercover agent of the other party in the military camp. 5 minutes later, all senior officials gathered in the general command room. At the same time, the entire military camp woke up. Everyone got dressed and gathered in the open space. The other party's destination has not been confirmed. Zhang Wen pushed open the conference room door, came in, and asked directly. The assistant quickly stepped forward and handed the latest compiled report to Zhang Wen. Looking at the landing point marked on the report, Zhang Wen was stunned for a moment. He looked at his assistant with some uncertainty. After receiving a positive reply, he looked at everyone in the room. Everything should be kept simple during the war. I will give the order directly without talking to everyone. After glancing at everyone, Zhang Wen continued. The opponent's troops are divided into two groups. The prediction results of the second attack location have been released, and you should all know it. However, the movements of the opponent's two fifth graders are still unknown, so the troops are temporarily divided into three groups. Shao Qi, take half of your troops to garrison the Cloud Mountain camp with me. Wang Lan, take 1,000 men to the intersection of Zhujiang City and Cloud Mountain City, which is the opponent's second attack point. Shige, you take 500 people to the Zhujiang camp to prevent the enemy from suddenly changing course and attacking Zhujiang City. Wang Lan, you should also pay attention. If the opponent changes course to Zhujiang City, you will immediately lead people to support. Zhang Wen arranged all three lines of troops and horses in one breath, and the three lines responded in pairs to achieve maximum protection. Of course, the people arranged by Zhang Wen are only third-grade superpowers. As for the second grade, it depends on the needs of each person in charge. Among them, Wang Lan, who is under the greatest pressure, is in the middle. She may need to coordinate the battlefields on both sides at any time. No one knows whether the opponent's troops are divided into two groups, whether this is a plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. If there are not many vampires on the other warship, and the opponent makes a false shot, Wang Lan needs to rush back in time to support the Cloud Mountain battlefield. Okay, let's do this for now, let's get moving. As soon as Zhang Wen clapped his hands, everyone took action. Wang Lan and Shige took the lead in leading a group of people out of the conference room to gather people. 8 minutes later, military personnel carriers drove out of the military camp and drove towards Zhujiang City. Gaolan stretched out. From a distance, she could already see the brother who was changing defense coming towards her, with relief on her face. Nothing happened for 10 minutes. It seemed that she had indeed seen it wrong just now. We will withdraw first, and then we will work hard on Team Tao. As the other party approached, Gaolan happily waved to the leader. Tao Yuan saw Gaolan and smiled slightly. Okay, leave the rest to us. You should go back and rest early. Gaolan jumped off the wall pier with a few people. Before she took a step, her and Tao Yuan's communicators rang at the same time. Gaolan and Tao Yuan frowned at the same time. The only one who could contact them at this point was the headquarters. They picked up the communicator at the same time and connected. Well, okay, I understand. I promise to complete the task. After hanging up the communication, Tao Yuan and Gaolan looked at each other with solemn expressions. Captain, what happened? Zhuang Fei knew something big had happened when he saw the expressions on their faces. Everyone remains vigilant. We have just received news that the vampire clan has divided its forces into two places and that a warship is approaching us. Tao Yuan was the first to speak out. Don't worry too much. The headquarters has sent reinforcements and can arrive before the opponent arrives. However, we still cannot relax to prevent the opponent from having an advance force. Gaolan continued. After hearing what the two said, the 6 people quickly extracted important information, and their expressions changed drastically. Especially Lu Yin and the others felt bad luck in their hearts. It's not because you and others broke up the vampires' plan a few days ago that the vampires set the nearby area as a second battlefield. Is this revenge? It's hard not to think too hard. But before their thoughts could disperse, Gaolan and Tao Yuan had already discussed and started distributing tasks. Our supporting troops can arrive in 10 minutes. They just need to ensure that no accidents occurred during these 10 minutes. In a 2-kilometer patrol area, one team is responsible for 1-kilometer patrol. Chapter 105. 10 minutes passed quickly. No accidents occurred during these 10 minutes. Although local warships could be seen appearing on the sea from a distance, the opponent had not yet launched an attack. Wang Lan arrived at the junction of the two cities with his army in time. More than 3,000 people arrived at the scene and immediately began to level the ground, set up camp, unload materials, build a command room, and other basic work. In another 10 minutes, a simple camp was transformed from scratch. 2,000 people were lying in ambush on the edge of the cliff, quietly waiting for the other party to attack first. Due to the shortage of manpower, Lu Yan's 6 men were also directly captured as strong men and joined the queue to ambush the enemy. When everything was ready, everyone could see that the enemy warship was docked directly 500 meters away from the shore. This is a dangerous distance. Looking at the gun barrels on the warship that are thicker than the mouth of a bowl, although they are not pointing in the direction of the shore, everyone is still a little frightened. Don't worry, the other party has thermal weapons, and we also have them. Wang Lan's voice sounded in the headset in time. At the same time, behind the new camp, missile vehicles of different models drove out, all of their gun barrels pointed at the enemy warships. Seeing this, everyone felt instantly relieved. It turns out that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. At the same time, a shadow rose from the warship and floated in midair. Everyone vaguely saw that the other party just waved his hand gently, and the sea suddenly became rough. A huge wave more than 10 meters high and 100 meters long rose from 200 meters away and hit the shore with overwhelming force. Although this vision was shocking, seeing that the waves were almost as high as the edge of the cliff, no one was very worried. At most, this wave hit the cliff and stirred up countless waves, but it was unable to cause any harm to them. Although he knew it wouldn't hurt him, Lu Yin couldn't help but quietly swallowed as he looked at the 10-meter-high wave. This is the power of the strong 5th-grade player. The starting point is such a grand display. But what happened next was completely unexpected, but it was also reasonable. When the wave was still 100 meters away from the edge of the cliff, lines of cold air appeared out of thin air on the sea surface, and the sea surface quickly froze and even spread to the wave. The huge wave traveled forward another 50 meters, and finally was overwhelmed, and the whole thing was frozen on the sea surface. A strange phenomenon appeared on the sea, a 30-degree slope. The figure on the horizon waved again, and a whole piece of 100 by 50 by 0.2 seawater floated from the sea, as if it had been cut off by someone. One section is connected to the wave, and the other section is connected to the cliff edge, and at the same time it quickly condenses into ice. In order to take care of mechanics, the other party even raised 30 icicles from the sea to hold up the ice. Wang Lan took the lead and stood on the shore, stunned in surprise and speechless for a while. In his heart, he scolded the other person for wasting so much spiritual energy. All firepower users, melt it for me. Wang Lan ordered directly. They have a field advantage. How could they be wiped out by the opponent so easily? Wang Lan took the lead in raising his hand and summoning monstrous flames, covering the 100-meter-long ice in front of him. Within a few seconds, the ice began to melt slowly. Drops of sea water dripped from the ice, and a small rainstorm began. At the same time, all the fire-type superpowers among the 2,000 people reacted, and hundreds of fire-type superpowers began to show their divine abilities to increase the intensity of the fire. The ice surface melts rapidly and becomes thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Yin is a spiritual power user. Seeing the firepower people around him busy with their business, he had nothing to do. Out of curiosity, he kept observing the 5th-grade vampires opposite him. However, he only took a few glances at the fire on the ice, and when he looked up, he found that the opponent was already 100 meters away. From a distance of 100 meters, Lu Yin could already clearly see the other party's appearance. The waterfall-like straight long hair, the slim-fitting Chong Sam, the standard oval face, and the charming pink and phoenix eyes highlight a steady and dignified temperament. Lu Yan's eyes could not help but light up. I saw the other party chuckle, and the sea water rose into the sky and fell with overwhelming force, extinguishing all the flames in the blink of an eye. When the seawater falls, the ice surface silently returns to the way it was before it melted. Hiss, under Lu Yan's gaze. In the spectacular scene just now, a naughty stream of water broke away from the large group, went around behind Julie, and froze into an ice crystal throne. Julie naturally bent her knees and sat on the throne, looking down at the people resisting on the edge of the cliff. Elegant, really elegant. At this moment, the yachts on the warships sprang out like swimming fish, passing through the 300 meters of sea and arriving near the ice. A figure jumped off the yacht, stood on the ice, and rushed directly towards the wave. A cursory scan revealed that at least 500 people had disembarked from the yacht. Within a few minutes, 500 vampires stood on the wave, facing the crowd. Seeing that the melting effect was not good, Wang Lan stopped insisting. After arranging the follow-up battle command, Wang Lan stepped forward step by step, stepping on the air steps to reach the same height as Julie. The two didn't talk too much, and Wang Lan took the lead in attacking Julie. Wang Lan's action was like turning on a switch. Both sides rushed out at the same time, and they were fighting on the ice in an instant. Lu Yin blended in with the crowd and was carried to the front line. The real battlefield of superpowers was a little different from what he thought. Ordinary people fight in groups, but people with special abilities fight more single versus single. Basically, 2 or 3 of their own comrades pull together a vampire to form a small battle circle. But sometimes there will be a lone sneak attack on the enemy in the battle circle, changing the situation of the battle. Lu Yin was participating for the first time and was not very familiar with the process. He didn't know when he separated from Zhuang Fei and the others, and there were no acquaintances around him. A vampire might think that he is easy to bully, so he runs directly in his direction. Lu Yan looked around to confirm that the other party's target was him, and shook his head. You are such a good person, why can't you think about it? Raise your hand and shoot out 10 flying swords, stopping the opponent before they get close. The opponent was not good at fighting either. He swung the long stick in his hand one after another and accurately knocked away the sneak attack flying sword. Lu Yan raised his sword to meet him and struck first with his backhand. In an instant, the two of them were fighting together, and they were evenly matched. After just a few rounds of fighting, Lu Yan was able to confirm that the opponent was only in the early stages of 3rd grade and was about the same strength as himself. The two of them went back and forth, and sometimes Lu Yan could even seize the opportunity to leave a few wounds on the other side. However, as the fight lasted longer, his opponent became more and more frightened. He did not expect that a randomly selected opponent could stop him and gain the upper hand. Everyone who noticed Lu Yan was surprised. Even his teammates didn't know when they had such a powerful person in their team. Chapter 106. The increase in combat ability of water-type superpowers at sea is really extraordinary. Julie just sat on the throne and waved her hand, and the sea water flew up to easily extinguish Wang Lan's attack. Wang Lan was also helpless. The opponent was at least a 5th grade late stage and a vampire. And since she was only at the mid-5th grade level, she never thought that she could defeat the opponent and just stop the opponent from finishing. After forcing Wang Lan back again, Julie yawned and looked at the battlefield below as if unintentionally. His eyes quickly swept around the battle circles, looking around at everyone present. However, there are at least 2,500 people on the battlefield. It is still difficult to find your target among so many people. Fortunately, she soon noticed something strange. There are at least 3 people in other battle circles, but there are only 2 here. Julie will inevitably take a second look, and she actually sees her target here. On the surface, Lu Yan and his opponent were equally matched, but Julie looked at the low-level fight from a high level and immediately discovered something was wrong. Although Lu Yan managed his expression very well, he couldn't hide the ease in his movements. Lu Yan was able to dodge several of his opponent's attacks with great difficulty. One might be called a coincidence, but what should be the explanation for the many attacks? According to the information Yang Long submitted before, this person's true strength should be at the peak of 3rd grade. Boom, where are you looking? Wang Lan stabbed her with a spear, but was blocked by an ice wall in front of Julie. Flames spattered, and a big hole exploded in the ice wall. Although Wang Lan never thought about being able to defeat Julie, being distracted at this time really did not take him seriously. How could Wang Lan not be angry? An ice gun condensed in Julie's hand, and she circled around with the gun and pressed down hard to suppress Wang Lan's attack. She raised her hand and twitched, forcing Wang Lan back again. With a flick of his hand, the ice spear flew out, chasing Wang Lan. After doing all this, Julie stopped paying attention to Wang Lan. It would take at least a minute for her to come back. He turned his attention to the battlefield below again and locked onto Lu Yan's figure again. Oh. With a chuckle, Julie didn't care much in her eyes. An invisible power quietly emanated from her body. Under her precise control, this power was like a tangible object, being gathered together and quietly crossing the space, landing from Lu Yan's head and being exerted on Lu Yan. Lu Yan's figure paused while he was fighting, and he used a little more force on his hand to slash his opponent away. Feeling something in his heart, like an angry lion, Lu Yan raised his head and looked up fiercely, meeting the eyes projected from the sky. After seeing the opponent clearly, Lu Yan's eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced lightly and continued to find his opponent. The moment she looked at Lu Yan, Julie's blood surged all over her body, and a mouthful of blood surged up, but she suppressed it forcefully. He looked down at the young man in disbelief, his eyes full of disbelief. His own power had no effect on him, and he even suffered backlash. Julie's whole head was buzzing. After a while, when she knew Wang Lan's new attack was coming, the alarm bells in her heart rang loudly, and she finally came back to her senses. Angry, he stood up to receive Wang Lan's attack and kicked him hundreds of meters away. Julie glanced in Lu Yan's direction in horror. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and then she was occupied by struggle. When she suffers backlash, there is only one possibility that the other person's bloodline is higher than hers. But Julie is already a generation of vampires, and there are only 8 people in the whole vampire family who have higher bloodlines than hers. No, it should be 9, and one more is their target this time. For 7 years, they searched for this master all over the world for 7 years, and finally settled on the Tianxian kingdom. They spent 5 years eroding and occupying the Lingjiang kingdom. When the domestic situation stabilized a little, they launched a war against the Tianxian kingdom because they could not wait another 5 years. All of this is done to find the one. After receiving the information reported by Yang Long, Julie made some guesses and felt that she had finally obtained clues about that person. She originally thought that Lu Yin was just a relative of that one, and she could follow the clues to find that one by catching him. But he didn't expect that Lu Yin was the person he was looking for, and that he actually came to the front line in person when he was weak. There was a struggle in Julie's eyes. On the one hand, it was the master's order to let her know the confirmed news. On the other hand, it was Lu Yan's strength. Lu Yan is just a peak third-grade player. Lu Yan only has the strength of a peak third-grade player. Now she can crush the opponent to death effortlessly. Although she fought off Wang Lan more than a dozen times and glanced at Lu Yan dozens of times, Julie still made no decision. She has lived for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, her master's orders are everything, and she must obey them. There may be dissatisfaction and resistance at the beginning, but every time she will endure inhuman torture, she knows that she has no way to resist her master. The master's orders only need to be fulfilled, and there is no need to do extraneous things. His eyes were red. He took a deep breath, and finally reason prevailed. Julie clenched her fists tightly, and the ice thrown behind her shattered into pieces and turned into ice needles all over the sky. Each needle is aimed at an enemy, and all the needles fall down in an instant. Retreat. Julie's cold voice sounded at the right time. Everyone looked up subconsciously and saw large ice needles shooting towards them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly dodged. Many who could not dodge tried their best to resist. But this is after all an attack by a strong 5th-grade person, and there are many 2nd-grade superpowers on the battlefield, so it is inevitable that some people will not be able to withstand the attack and get injured. Although the vampires were puzzled when they heard Julie's order, the military orders were overwhelming and they could only take this opportunity to retreat quickly. They came and left in a hurry. The vampires retreated just as quickly as if they came to play. After boarding the yacht, he turned around and headed towards the warship without hesitation. Everyone stood on the ice and stared blankly at the retreating vampires. They also had no idea where the other party was playing. Everyone come back. Wang Lan looked at Julie, who was blocking him in confusion, but she reacted first and shouted hurriedly. Just when she finished speaking, Julie opened her red lips lightly. Scattered. On the ice where everyone was standing, cracks spread rapidly. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated back to the cliff. Just when half of the people returned to the top of the cliff, the ice surface was completely overwhelmed and shattered. Half of the people did not retreat in time and fell into the sea along with the ice surface. Julie didn't even glance at her masterpiece. She took one last look at Lu Yin standing on the top of the cliff, turned around, and returned to the warship without hesitation. Wang Lan looked ugly, flew back to the top of the cliff, and immediately organized a rescue operation. The rescue operation lasted half an hour before everyone was pulled ashore. The weather in late October has begun to slowly cool down, not to mention that on the thawing sea surface, the people who were rescued were as cold as grandsons. Severe cold and fever on the spot. After finishing everything, he looked at the sea and found that the enemy warship had turned around and left. This attack made Wang Lan confused, and he didn't know what the opponent's purpose was. Knowing that the main battlefield was not over yet, Wang Lan originally planned to lead his men back after the rescue. But as soon as the soldiers boarded the personnel carrier, they were informed that the enemy had evacuated. Everyone is confused. The most outrageous thing is that subsequent photos taken by satellites came back and showed that the opponent retreated 50 kilometers before stopping. This mysterious operation is even more incomprehensible. However, after this battle, Zhang Wen's actions the next day could only be temporarily shelved. Chapter 107. It was still that dark bedroom, with thick curtains blocking the sunlight outside the window. Still the same coffin, still in the same position, Julie knelt quietly in front of the coffin. "Owner, what's the matter?" A crisp voice sounded in the room, and the tone was full of impatience, as if Julie would be killed on the spot if she didn't give a reason in the next second. "Master, the task you arranged has made progress." "Oh, tell me." Julie explained her arrangements and the process of discovering Lu Yin in detail, but she did not explicitly say that Lu Yin was the target. "What did you say?" The woman's voice was raised slightly, and she could not hide the excitement in her voice. Boom! The coffin board in front of Julie was kicked open, and after spinning in the air for several times, it landed with a bang. Two dry palms stretched out from the coffin and grasped the edge of the coffin. Even though there was such a big movement, Julie still knelt in front of the coffin with her head bowed and remained calm. Using a little force on the palm of his hand, he slowly sat up while supporting the edge of the coffin. Not only the palms of the hands, but the whole body of the person in the coffin was as dry as firewood. The sparse hair was floating on the top of the head, and the eye sockets were sunken, which was very scary. The whole person looked like a candle in the wind, falling over at the slightest touch. Blood. It's ready, just waiting for the master to enjoy. After receiving the instruction, Julie stood up, lowered her head, turned around, and opened the door. With a single move, the 10 iron buckets lined up on the wall flew up and entered the door. Each iron bucket has a capacity of 5 liters, and it is filled to the brim with dark red liquid, which you can tell is blood without having to guess. Before Julie's 10 iron barrels landed, the liquid in them flew up, integrated union together in midair. The dry lips of the person in the coffin were slightly opened, the airflow stirred, and the blood began to flow under the suction force, entering her mouth. In about a minute, 50 liters of blood were all absorbed by the people in the coffin. There wasn't even a trace of the residual smell of blood in the air. As the blood enters the body of the person inside the coffin begins to change, and the whole person begins to expand like a balloon inflating. In a few seconds, a Indian girl appeared vividly in front of her eyes. The dry hair on her head fell off one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 black hair covered her snow-white back until it reached her waist. Pulling off the gauze on her body, the girl stood up naked from the coffin. The burden in front of her body trembled slightly with her body movements, which was very lively. Julie held a robe in both hands and walked respectfully to the girl. The girl stroked the soft material of the robe, nodded with satisfaction, reached out to take it, and gently unfolded it and draped it on her body. Wow! The girl walked out of the coffin step by step, came to the bed, stretched out her hand, and opened the curtains to both sides. The entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows appeared in front of her, and the warm sunlight shone through the window and shone on the girl. The girl closed her eyes and carefully felt the warmth on her body, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Material. The girl stretched out her hand, and a soft chair in the corner slid behind her. The girl sat down, leaned gently on the back of the chair, and stretched out her right hand. It was then discovered that the girl's feet had never touched the ground since she stepped out of the coffin, and had been floating 5 centimeters above the ground. Julie respectfully handed over a tablet with both hands. His fingers slid and his eyes swept up and down, and finally a photo was enlarged and appeared on the tablet. The photo was a frontal photo of Lu Yan. Huh. Her fingers gently caressed Lu Yan's cheek, and the girl's eyes were full of tenderness. This is my brother. He is really handsome. Julie stood obediently behind the girl, looking down at the ground without saying a word. You did a good job. I'm very satisfied. This is what I should do. The girl nodded with satisfaction. Now that we have found the person, the people on the front line should withdraw first and develop the Lingjiang kingdom well. I understand. Julie lowered her head. What about the other 2? Just tell Su Yuan and Chu Shuangfeng that it was my order. After a slight pause, the girl continued. You don't need to worry about the rest. As commanded, you go down. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the girl waved her hand. Julie was relieved and respectfully exited the room. The girl tapped the armrest. Although she was disgusted in her heart, she was still enjoying the sunshine that she had not seen for several years, and there was still a smile on her lips. Got you. After Julie left the room, she left the manor directly. That afternoon, he returned to the warship docked in the waters of Tianxian Kingdom, and after waiting for the ship, he gave the order to retreat. Su Yuan objected on the spot and strongly protested against Julie's arbitrary actions. He would not bully Julie, and the two almost had S**X. But when Julie moved out of the backstage, Su Yuan could only suffer the loss of being dumb. However, Su Yuan was still angry. Instead of retreating with the army, he took the lead and left alone. Not only did Julie have a backing, he also had a backing. But when Su Yuan entered the territory of Lingjiang Kingdom, he was blocked by a voice. Looking at the person standing in front of him, Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. He quickly put away his emotions and lowered his body respectfully, not daring to stand at the same height as the other person. I've met my ancestor. Su Yuan looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Although the other party was very beautiful, Su Yuan did not dare to take another look at her. Where are you going? The girl's cold voice sounded, surrounding Su Yuan's ears. The sound was not loud, but when it fell on Su Yuan's ears, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue. Su Yuan stumbled and dropped some height again. Returning to my ancestors, the frontline retreats. I am preparing to go back and continue to suppress the domestic resistance forces. Drops of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead and dripped quietly along his jawline. "Ha, do you think I'm stupid?" The girl's tone was somewhat harsh. I don't dare to deceive my ancestor." Su Yuan's mind was shaking, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I mentally cursed myself for being impulsive and hasty. "Ha, you said you dare not deceive me? You are really capable." The girl's tone became colder and colder. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. He turned around and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. With a wave of the girl's hand, Su Yuan was hit hard, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, hitting the top of the barren mountain in the distance. The rocks collapsed suddenly, and Su Yuan created a deep pit. The rolling boulders buried the pit, and Su Yuan inside it. The girl took a stepped forward to the pit, raised her hand, and huge boulders rose up to reveal Su Yuan buried in it. There was blood left at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. He clutched his chest and collapsed in the pit. The boulder moved and spurted out another mouthful of blood. "Old ancestor." Noisy. Su Yuan wanted to say something else, but the girl raised her eyebrows and stared slightly. Su Yuan's eyes widened. He couldn't breathe, and he passed out. Just have a good sleep here." As the girl pressed her palm down, the rocks fell again, burying Su Yuan in the pit again. With a soft touch of the palm, the gravel spread out and covered with soil. In the blink of an eye, the deep pit disappeared without a trace, and the ground became flat again. After doing all this, the girl turned and looked in the direction of Tianxian Kingdom. With a smile on her lips again, her figure swayed, and she disappeared from the spot. Chapter 108. "What did you say?" Zhang Wen looked at the subordinate who reported the report in disbelief, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. "Lingjiang Kingdom has withdrawn its troops." The subordinate could only speak again. To be honest, he couldn't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Wen denied it immediately. It took several months for Lingjiang State to attack, and it was only less than a month on the coastline. During this period, there were only small battles, with only a few larger-scale battles. The number of casualties on both sides was still within the safety line, so the other side had no reason to withdraw. Why? What is the other party's purpose in launching this war? This question has been lingering among the senior officials of the Superpower Bureau. Unfortunately, seeing that the other party has withdrawn their troops, they have not received an answer. All their preparations for fighting were as painful as being punched on cotton. Meeting. Zhang Wen leaned back in his chair and said weakly. Afterwards, an emergency meeting was held at the Cloud Mountain Camp Theater, and no result was discussed for 2 hours regarding Lingjiang Kingdom's troop withdrawal. Instead, they received news that 2 warships from the Lingjiang Kingdom successfully returned to the border. Tianxian Kingdom issued a strong condemnation of Lingjiang Kingdom's behavior, but only received an accurate reply from the other party that the war had ceased. There is no other way. The other party has clearly informed them of the truce. What else can Tianxian Kingdom do? Could it also attack the other party at its doorstep? This is not realistic. Eventually, the meeting turned into a discussion about retreat. The next morning, the reinforcements were sent back to their original regiments. It took half a month to slowly dismantle the frontline camps and city wall defenses, and the coast returned to its original appearance. Ever since he learned that the war was over, Liu Yin wanted to apply to leave and return to Mengxing. But in a place like the military camp, it was easy for him to enter but difficult to get out. Even if he had Wanglan's connections, he would not be able to leave immediately. He could only leave when the Cloud Mountain military camp was completely disbanded. However, Liu Yin did not waste the past half-month. He found Professor Zhou Wen and was transferred to his laboratory through Zhou Wen's relationship. In the past half-month, he has been staying in the laboratory and has not gone out much. With sufficient experimental materials, he gained a lot. The high seas between Lingjiang Kingdom and Tianxian Kingdom. The girl suddenly appeared above the sea, looking in the direction of Tianxian Kingdom from a distance, as if her sight could span hundreds of kilometers. "Sister Xian, go back." The girl took a step up, and before she fell down, she glanced at the empty sea, and suddenly a sound sounded on the sea. The sound was not loud, but it was as if it was right next to my ears. The girl paused and slowly took her steps back. "It's Lao Chi, why are you here?" Gu Xian quietly looked at the air 10 meters away in front of her, her tone calm. The water on the sea surface surged, and the sea water rose upwards. A sofa made of water appeared behind Gu Xian. Gu Xian's body fell backward and fell into the sofa. On the sea surface 10 meters away in front of her, the sea water also rose, and a sofa of the same style was formed. The space seemed to be stuck, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the sofa. The clouds quietly moved away, and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the man's resolute face with wuxia characters. If Lu Yin were present, he would definitely scream in surprise. Just because the man who appeared on the vast sea was none other than his good neighbor Feng Shandong. Feng Shandong turned to look at the sofa behind him, shook his head slightly, and kicked the sofa lightly with his heels. The sofa began to deform again, and a taisher chair appeared behind him. Feng Shandong straightened his back and sat on the chair, looking seriously at Gu Xian sitting opposite. How long has it been since we last met? Gu Xian put one hand on her forehead and looked at Feng Shandong with soft eyes. 156 years. Feng Shandong spit out a string of numbers, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. 156 years. Time is really worthless. Unlike Feng Shandong, Gu Xian's eyes were blurred. How have you been living these years? Feng Shandong opened and closed his mouth several times and sighed softly. It's not bad. Well, back then, the eldest brother and the second sister were at odds. I chose the second sister. How about you choosing to wander freely? You have regretted it all these years. I've never regretted my decision. Gu Xian shook his head and recovered from the memories. His hands were covered with moss. The earth elements gathered together, and two exquisite teacups appeared in midair. The water vapor in the air condensed and fell into the teacups, and wisps of hot air emanated from them. With a wave of his hand, would attribute spiritual energy floated out from Gu Xian's body, condensed into two green leaves in midair, and slowly fell into the teacup. A refreshing, fresh, and elegant fragrance of tea floats around. The symbol of the 6th grade superpower transforms emptiness into reality, transforming emptiness into reality. 2 cups of tea floated in front of the two of them. Gu Xian was the first to take the tea cup, blowing away the tea leaves floating on the water, taking a sip, closing her eyes intoxicated, and savoring the taste. Feng Shandong also took the tea cup, took a sip of tea, and drank no more. I'm not here to reminisce. Go back, Sister Xian. Feng Shandong crossed his legs and brought the topic back to the topic. Do you know what I'm going to do? Gu Xian looked at Feng Shandong with interest. Feng Shandong nodded slightly. Huh. Gu Xian's eyes instantly became sharp, and she straightened up from the sofa. You know what I'm going to do, so tell me why you stopped me. I won't let you pass. Gu Xian's momentum was like a spring breeze blowing on his face, and it didn't seem to have any impact on Feng Shandong. My mother died 7 years ago, and Xiaojie was born. You and I both know this. Now the opportunity is in front of you and me. We all rely on our own abilities, but you want to stop me here? How does this make sense? Gu Xian's 6th grade momentum poured out in the midterm, all pressing towards Feng Shandong. But even though Gu Xian was like this, Feng Shandong's figure didn't even move. Xiaojie, I guarantee it. Feng Shandong tapped the teacup, and wood, earth, and water turned into the elements of heaven and earth again and dispersed in the air. You guarantee it? Why do you guarantee it? Gu Xian's voice became louder again, making people's ears buzz. You can't beat me. A light word, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting my heart. Feng Shandong let go of covering up his cultivation, and the 6th grade's peak momentum came back, pushing Gu Xian's momentum back to her side. Gu Xian looked at Feng Shandong blankly. Disbelief flashed in her eyes, and turned into dissatisfaction. I didn't expect you to come to the front. The force on his hand increased, and the teacup was overwhelmed and shattered. The fragments and tea fell, turning into 3-system energy and dissipating in midair. It seems that you found Xiaojie before anyone else. How about you? Have you found your mother's body? Seeing that she couldn't beat him, Gu Xian lay down on the sofa dejectedly and softened her tone. Feng Shandong didn't pay much attention to Gu Xian's temptation and didn't hide it. I did find Xiaojie. He is a good young man. His mother was not absorbed by Xiaojie, and the body is not with him. Gu Xian pursed her lips and said nothing, not sure whether she believed it or not. The two of them just sat on the sea, chatting wordlessly, from hundreds of years ago to now, from a trivial matter to the current status of the vampire clan. It was as if the unpleasantness just now had not happened. The two of them really seemed like old friends reminiscing about the past after not seeing each other for a long time. It wasn't until the white light gradually began to fall on the horizon and the moon jumped up onto the clouds with a happy pace that the two of them stood up to say goodbye. Feng Shandong watched Gu Xian disappear in the direction of Lingjiang Kingdom, then turned and walked towards Tianxian Kingdom. Chapter 109. The research time passed quickly, and Lu Yin was in the laboratory for half a month and a days. All the earthen walls built along the coast have been demolished and restored to their original appearance, and the beach will be open to the public again tomorrow. Officials deployed defenses along the coastline in the name of military exercises, and they only lasted for about a month. With the help of Sky Eye, all unfavorable information was also intercepted. Thanks to the efforts of many parties, The news of Lingjiang's attack was hidden from the general public. The disclosure of superpowers has been planned for a long time, and they cannot let things slip in advance. Standing at the gate of the camp, taking back the communication tool he had handed in before, and looking at the messages on Jujujia on his phone, Lu Yin didn't know where to start recovering. At a glance, it can be roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part was a greeting message sent by his colleagues from the Superpower Bureau after he learned that he had joined the front line. Unfortunately, when they sent it, he had already entered the military camp. The other part was sent by Lu Man. Most of it was daily routine. He sent a few irrelevant messages every day. But the strange thing is that more than half a month ago, Lu Man never sent another message. Maybe it was because he didn't reply for half a month. The message was angry. The last part of the information made Lu Yin a little happy. It was sent by Su Yanyang and Xia Hoqian half a month ago. The message told Su Yanyang that she woke up half a month ago and was now forced to recuperate at home. She was fine at the moment. A big stone weighed on Lu Yan's heart for more than a month and finally fell to the ground. "I'm out, and I'll go back in the afternoon. Call out." A voice message was sent, but Lu Yin didn't wait for Lu Man's message until he got on the bus back to where he was missing. Lu Yin frowned slightly, feeling uneasy for a moment, but he didn't take it too seriously, thinking that Lu Man was really angry this time. There are risks in going to the front line. He has not discussed it with anyone. He only sent a message to Lu Man a month ago and then lost contact. It is normal for Lu Man to be angry with himself. Returning to the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau, after handing over to Captain Xingshi, Lu Yin took a taxi back to Mengsheng without stopping. The fastest and cheapest way is actually to take the high-speed rail. Unfortunately, it's too troublesome to transport pets with Xiao Yan. Lu Yin can't bear Xiao Yan's suffering, so he can only work hard on his wallet. When I got home and opened the door, there was no one at home. The windows were closed, the air felt dull, and a thin layer of dust actually accumulated on the ground. Lu Yin has a slight mysophobia, so the house has always been kept clean. Under Lu Yan's influence, although Lu Man has no mysophobia, she is still a girl who likes to be clean. The accumulation of so much dust in your home can only be caused by it being unoccupied for a long time. The bathroom faucet was turned, and the water fell. Halfway down, it turned against gravity and flew upwards. Lu Yin controlled the water flow and began to clean the home in all aspects. Open all windows for ventilation, lean against the windows to breathe fresh air, and control the water flow to clean floors, furniture, etc. Lu Yin looked around and knew that Lu Man had not been back for a while. This is not a normal situation. Where would Lu Man live if he wasn't at home? Run away? Lu Man is not a child who plays tricks. Problem occurs? But she is a college student and a third-grade psychic. What will happen to her? Lu Yin thought about Lu Man's identity being exposed and discovered by the Superpower Bureau. But he soon denied this speculation. If Lu Man was found to be a vampire, then his brother would definitely be questioned. Then it would be impossible to stay in the military camp for such a long time without anyone paying attention. After thinking for a while and coming up with no result, Lu Yin took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Yan's number. After thinking about the call for a long time, there was a voice prompt that no one answered. Lu Yan's heart tightened, and he called a few more times. The result was that no one answered the message without exception. No one answered the phone, which is a red flag. Lu Yin anxiously walked back and forth in front of the window, waving his hand to flush all the dirty water into the sewer. What happened to Lu Man? Where will Lu Man go? Who knows about Lu Man? Questions kept popping up in Lu Yan's mind, but he couldn't calm down and think carefully for a long time. His fingers subconsciously dialed and hung up. After being agitated for a long time to no avail, Lu Yin finally calmed down a little and regained the high ground with his IQ. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door to Lu Man's room. Lu Yin first opened the closet. It was full of clothes, with no trace of missing items. The fact that she didn't take any clothes meant that Lu Man didn't go out on her own initiative, but that she didn't go home for a long time due to an unexpected accident. Opening the chat history with Lu Man's last message was sent 17 days ago. Excluding the possibility that Lu Man was angry, Lu Man's accident was probably 16 days ago. Half a month later, Lu Yin felt worried again, but he quickly suppressed it. Lu Yin closed his eyes and carefully recalled the appearance of the living room when he entered. He found no trace of the third person. No one had come in after Lu Man's accident. Just when Lu Yin was about to search the entire house for useful information, his phone rang and a strange call came in. Lu Yin looked at the unfamiliar phone number and felt a little worried. When he called at this point, he always felt that this call was not easy. He has limited friends, and he has only told a few people in the Superpower Bureau about his return today. Who could be calling? The call lasted for 20 seconds, But the other party still didn't hang up, so Lu Yin chose to answer the call. Hey, it's Lu Yin. A hoarse female voice came from the phone receiver. Lu Yin searched his brain carefully. He felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. It might be the reason for the hoarseness of the other person's voice. Who are you? The other party paused for a few seconds and said in a trembling voice, I am Wenjeline, the owner of Yi's Bar. We have met before. After being reminded, Lu Yin quickly remembered the identity of the other party. Wenjeline, Wenlin's sister. Lu Yin suddenly thought that it was Wenlin who told him about his return. The other party seemed to be Lu Man's good friend. Lu Yin guessed that Wenjeline should know Lu Man's whereabouts, and even the phone call was related to Lu Man. What do you want from me? Lu Yin did not mention Lu Man immediately, but asked instead, Well, I have something to discuss with you about Lu Man. I'll wait for you at the night bar at 4 o'clock. After speaking, Wenjeline hung up the call without waiting for Lu Yin to ask further questions. Lu Yin looked at the desktop of his mobile phone. It was already past 3 o'clock, and there were still 40 minutes until 4 o'clock. There was not enough time. Wenjeline is Wenlin's sister, so she shouldn't harm herself. The other party may just want to inform her of Lu Man's whereabouts. After confirming that this was not a trap, Lu Yin put down his luggage, settled down with Xiao Yin, went out directly, went downstairs, and took a taxi to night bar. Hurrying slowly, I stood at the door of the night bar before 4 o'clock. Chapter 110. Under the guidance of the waiter, Lu Yin knocked on the door of Wenjiline's office. After getting permission, opened the door and walked into the office. In the office, a woman with disheveled hair sat in the corner, empty wine bottles scattered around her body, and the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and the faint smell of blood. Lu Yin was a little dazed looking at Wenjeline like this, unable to compare the decadent woman in front of him with the urban beauty in his memory. Sit anywhere you like. Looking up and seeing Lu Yin entering the door, Wenjeline pointed to the boss's chair behind the desk. Lu Yin took one look at the messy desk and gave up the idea of sitting down. Are you looking for me? Although Lu Yin seemed calm, he was very worried about Lu Man's safety, so he got straight to the point. I lost Xiao Man. Wenjeline leaned against the wall and raised her head. A tear rolled in her eyes and fell from the corner of her eyes, leaving a tear trail. What did you say? After hearing her words, Lu Yan's face turned unhappy. His mood suddenly dropped to freezing point, and his power unconsciously emanated from his body. In the past half-month, Lu Yin has quietly studied this power. Currently, it is only useful for vampires. It is a means for high-level vampires to suppress low-level vampires. It is ineffective for ordinary people, and even people with superpowers cannot detect or feel it. However, it is not without its shortcomings. After using it on Yang Long, it seems that some switch has been turned on. This power will escape unconsciously as the owner's mood changes. He still needs more research before he can control it freely. Just like now, as Lu Yan's mood fluctuated, the power of the superior vampire unconsciously disappeared. Wenjeline, who was sitting on the ground, sank and made a sound unconsciously. The wine bottle in her hand rolled to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Lu Yin glanced over. His mood was interrupted, and he looked at Wenjeline doubtfully. He had some guesses in his mind, but he still needed to practice. Instead of immediately withdrawing his power, Lu Yin slowly increased his power output. Wenjiline's face became increasingly ugly. She had difficulty breathing, and her face became paler. It wasn't until he saw blood flowing from the corner of her mouth that Lu Yin took back the power of the superior. He kicked the wine bottle off the floor and leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Tell me what's going on. Cough, cough, cough. Wenjeline spit out the blood in her mouth casually, not caring where it would fly. Where to start? Wenjeline looked at the ceiling with her head against the wall, her eyes dazed. As you can see, I am also a vampire. I am the one who was assimilated by Xiao Man. I remember it was July of 3037. She and I went shopping together. During the trip, I had a heart attack, which was unprecedentedly severe. I had no time to get to the hospital, and my life was hanging by a thread. It was she who saved me. Grabbing the wine cabinet next to her, Wenjeline used her last strength to get up a little, reached out to grab a bottle of wine, and drank it. Although it was not what he wanted to hear, Lu Yin still had the patience to listen carefully. In the past 3 years, we have cooperated with each other and gradually made a name for ourselves in Mengqing. Since a year ago, the entire underground world has been decided by the two of us. It is very beautiful. Lu Yin couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. This was something he didn't know. Who would have thought that this little girl Lu Man would quietly become the emperor of Mengqing's underground world? This is still the Xiao Man he knows. Now when I think back on what happened to Lu Man in the past few years, I find a lot of suspicious things. Lu Man sometimes changes clothes very frequently, and some clothes disappear after being seen only a few times. Lu Man said she donated them when she got tired of wearing them, and Lu Yan believed them. But now that I think about it, it's possible that the clothes were damaged during the fight. Lu Yan often came home very late, but there were several times when Lu Man came back later than he did. All the abnormalities were highlighted at this time, and the reasons are now found. Lu Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, and he found another person in Wen Jilin's words, Wen Lin. He certainly plays an unexpected role in it, too. Just a month and a half ago. As Lu Yan listened silently, Wen Jilin quickly told what happened some time ago, the causes and consequences. After saying this, Wen Jilin felt relieved and drank the bottle of wine in one breath. The Star Club, 4th grade superpowers. Lu Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and for the first time in his life, he had murderous intentions towards someone. Some people may say that it was Yang Long the first time, but it was not the case. It was Xiao Yin who killed Yang Long, and Lu Yan was the assistant. Well, the one who killed Yang Long was the assistant of Chai. I want all the information on the Star Society. Lu Yan stood up and looked at Wen Jilin with stern eyes. Although she knew it was not directed at her, Wen Jilin couldn't help but shudder. With a wave of his hand, the desk drawer opened, and 2 well-preserved file bags flew out and fell into Lu Yan's hands. After opening the first file bag and taking out the information, Lu Yan frowned. The contents inside were not what he wanted. Continuing to look down, he found the contents inside, which made him even more shocked. The documents contained detailed information on blood clans, class divisions, abilities, strength, and some unknown secrets. Lu Yan didn't know most of the records in it. The secrets of the vampires he had researched were like small knowledge points, and this information was a complete subject. Where did this information come from? This information cannot be compiled without a large number of vampire references. What this requires is a race with a population of at least hundreds. Lu Yan gave Lu Man 3 orders and 5 orders not to assimilate humans. Lu Yan believed that Lu Man would listen to him, but there was no conflict between believing and being able to do it. Wen Jilin raised her head and glanced at the information in Lu Yan's hand. Knowing what the other party meant, she smiled sadly. We were actually in Cloud Mountain City that day. We intercepted the 5 vampires halfway and captured 2 of them. All this information was pried out from their mouths. After hearing Wen Jilin's explanation, Lu Yan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few words from Wen Jilin, Lu Yan's impression of Lu Man changed drastically, from a naughty little girl to a queen. He felt that Lu Man was so strange. Lu Yan was really afraid that Lu Man would completely lose his humanity secretly and become someone even he didn't recognize. At the same time, this also solved the doubt in Lu Yan's mind, why only 3 of the 5 people appeared on the beach in Cloud Mountain City. It turned out that the other 2 had been captured by Lu Man and the others. Lu Yan picked up the information and continued to read. It took Lu Yan 10 minutes to memorize both pieces of information in his mind. I also have a general understanding of the Star Club. Yonghai County. After getting what he wanted, Lu Yan was ready to leave. It's scary to have something happen, but it's scarier not to know what's going to happen. Before coming here, Lu Yan was like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. After getting this information, Lu Yan at least knew who to seek revenge from. Holding the door handle, Lu Yan turned to look at Wen Jilin, who picked up a bottle of wine and started drinking. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of unbearability. It's not your fault. You did a good job. You don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it. After saying that, Lu Yan opened the door and walked straight out of the bar. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Wen Jilin stopped drinking, smiled sadly, raised her head, and finished the bottle of wine in one gulp. With a flick of his hand, the wine bottle flew out, hit the wall, and shattered on the ground. Chapter 111. The Star Society, a second-rate force that had been entrenched in Yonghai County in the past few years, became a first-rate force in Yonghai County after the nationwide purge a year ago. The president, Luo Ming, is in the middle of 3rd grade, and the other 5 are in the early stages of 3rd grade. Now there are only 2 people left. Now it seems that these are just superficial strengths. There is someone behind them, a 4th grade fire attribute user, whose specific realm is unknown. However, the Stars Association was able to escape the purge and hide a 4th grade, and they still had some means. In addition, no one knows whether they only hid one 4th grade. After several months of training, Lu Yan was no longer a novice and still had some combat experience. He had estimated his true combat power. He could easily suppress people with powers of the same level. With full firepower, he should be able to fight the enemy across a large realm. Lu Yan was at the peak of 3rd grade, which meant that he estimated that he could compete with the peak of 4th grade, but only against him. If there is more than one 4th grade on the other side, then Lu Yan's rash break into the Star Club's headquarters will be the end of the road. When Jilin mentioned in the information that Luo Ming had guessed their identity as a vampire, and Lu Man was arrested because of her status as a high-level vampire. As a senior researcher, Lu Yan knew that living experimental subjects were more useful than dead ones, so Lu Man's life was not in danger for the time being. Lu Yan knew that the more critical the situation, the less likely he was to mess up his position. Lu Yan, who had been researching at home all night but failed to come up with an effective plan, was forced to decide to meet Wen Lin. He knew that when Jilin and Wen Lin had passed Qi, and Wen Lin also reported that there were fourth-grade superpowers in Xingqian. If he wanted to know the follow-up, he could only ask Wen Lin. In fact, after leaving the night bar yesterday, Lu Yan was a little afraid of going to the Superpower Bureau, especially meeting Wen Lin. He had hidden his vampire identity for nearly 7 years without revealing it, but now he had to meet Wen Lin as a vampire, which made him feel a little frightened. What he didn't know was that Wen Lin was also a little afraid of meeting him at this time. Ever since he learned about the identity of Lu Yan's blood clan, Wen Lin felt very complicated and didn't know how to face Lu Yan. At least logically speaking, as the captain of the Mengqing Superpower Bureau, he has the obligation to ensure the safety of Mengqing. As a vampire, Lu Yan is an unstable time bomb that may explode in Mengqing at any time. He has the obligation to eliminate this time bomb. What? You said when Jilin and Lu Man were also time bombs. Why didn't you rule them out? Please, she is his sister, and Lu Man is his sister's savior. In terms of responsibility, he and Lu Yan were opposites, but from the heart, he did not want to be Lu Yan's enemy. So when he saw Lu Yan taking the initiative to find him and sitting in front of him, Wen Lin had mixed feelings. Welcome back, how's it going? What did you gain this time? Since he couldn't make a choice, he didn't make a choice. Wen Lin just pretended that he didn't know anything. Thank you, Captain, for your concern. This trip has been fruitful. Lu Yan paused before continuing. Captain, regarding my sister. Before Lu Yan could finish speaking, Wen Lin interrupted him. I'm very sorry about your sister's matter. The other party retreated very decisively. Although I reported it in time, no trace of the Star Society was found in Mengqing. Now, the matter about the Star Society has been taken over by the Special Commissioner of the General Administration. I know. I just want to ask if you have any news here. Oh, Xiaoyan, there are some things I shouldn't have said. Wen Lin looked worried. I have contacted the captain of the Yonghai County Supernatural Powers Bureau. The Special Commissioner has been investigating in Yonghai County for half a month with no results. Now he has returned to resume his duties. The case about your sister is currently considered an unresolved case. As for whether there will be further investigations, it depends on how seriously the General Administration takes it. But don't put too much hope in it. After all, Lu Man is just an unregistered third-grade superpower. That is, this matter involves a fourth-grade superpower. At this point, when Lin stopped talking, what he wanted to express was already obvious. Your sister is not clean herself. She sent the special correspondent just because the other party sent out fourth-grade superpowers. Even if the General Administration still takes action after that, more emphasis will still be placed on the meeting to exterminate the stars. Lu Yan pursed his lips slightly, a little disappointed that he didn't get any useful information from Wen Lin. But he at least understood Wen Lin's attitude towards him. Wen Lin called Lu Man a registered superpower, instead of directly stating his identity as a vampire. He knew that Wen Lin was going to pretend to be deaf and dumb, so Lu Yan simply cooperated with his performance. Lu Yan was going to take a period of leave, but Wen Lin readily agreed and approved it for a month with a wave of his hand. He helped Lu Yan think of a reason for the leave, to repair post-war traumatic stress disorder. Lu Yan's lips twitched as he looked at the reasons on the leave note. After asking for leave, Lu Yan was walking home, constantly recalling what Wen Lin said in his mind. His intuition told him that there must be a deep meaning in it. He deciphered several layers, but felt that there was another layer of meaning, which was very important. When he got home and opened the door, Lu Yan didn't bother to change his shoes. He went straight to the dining table and picked up the information about the Star Society that was placed on it. He felt that the answer was right in front of him. Lu Yan flipped through the pages, from beginning to end. Although the information was provided by Wen Jilin, Lu Yan could guess that the actual provider was Wen Lin, and the information should have been retrieved from the intelligence network of the Superpower Bureau. Lu Yan didn't have enough authority and couldn't retrieve it. Therefore, the information about the Star Society is very comprehensive. There are several strongholds, who is responsible for each stronghold, how many people are in each stronghold, and how many properties are under the name of the Star Society. These are all recorded. Wait a moment. Lu Yan paused while flipping through the documents, as if he had caught something. This information was too detailed. He wondered if other evil forces in the country that had not been eradicated would also have such detailed information in the Superpower Bureau system. But with such detailed information, the Special Commissioner retreated from Yonghai County without finding anything. There is no gain, which in itself is the biggest problem. It can be seen from the information that Xingqian Club is not small in size. How can such a large stall be hidden so cleanly? If Xingqian would cut off his tail to survive, Lu Yan could still convince himself. But no, Xingqian would escape without any loss. There is a problem with the special correspondent, absolutely. What Wen Lin wanted to express was probably this signal. There is someone on the Star Club. Lu Yan's face instantly darkened. The fourth grade who ambushed Lu Man were not from the Xingqian Society, but were sent by people who supported the Xingqian Society. Lu Yan thought about the possibility that the fourth grade was supported by the Xingqian Society, but it was rejected by it. The opponent must be in a high position in the Supernatural Power Bureau, so it is impossible to put himself in danger. You must know that once this matter is exposed, the myriad tribulations will be gone. If the opponent can send a fourth grader, they may send a second one. No one can say for sure. Lu Yan punched the dining table. The table was filled with cracks, covering most of the table in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the table did not collapse. Withdrawing his hand, Lu Yan stared at the table in a daze, feeling a sense of powerlessness rising from the bottom of his heart. Once again he felt weak and longed for strength. But when he turned around, the desire in Lu Yan's eyes turned into struggle. Chapter 112. The Mother River of Tianxian Kingdom, the Minjiang River, as one of its tributaries passing through Mengcheng, and the winding river flows through the hills. Green grass, clear water, and blue skies are a perfect combination of beautiful things here, making this scenic spot on the outskirts of Montreal a sacred land for weekend fun for Montrealers. You can often see people camping here on weekends. There are not many high mountains in Mengcheng. Most of them are small hills with a height of tens of meters, so there are many places suitable for camping, so there is no crowding. 500 meters north of this tributary, there is a sparse and ordinary hill. The surrounding area is very desolate and inaccessible. There are no traces of development, and there is not even a road into the mountain. But just behind it, an old friend reunited after a long absence. In the lush woods, a strange sight magically appeared. Dozens of trees neatly circled an open space of dozens of square meters. The clearing was overgrown with weeds, and the flowers were gorgeous, but not a single tree grew. But a few meters away, the trees grew very lush. At this time, Lu Yan was kneeling on his knees in front of the open space, with his head lowered and silent. He was just a step away from the religious believer's devout and repentant look with his hands clasped together. The passing birds couldn't help but stop on the branches when they saw this scene, bending their heads to look at this strange human being. Lu Yan kept kneeling like this, from day to night, and by 10 o'clock in the evening, he had been kneeling here for 12 hours. Sorry. Maybe it was because kneeling was not good for him. Starting from the afternoon, he could hear a few words popping out of Lu Yan's mouth from time to time. The words that appeared most frequently were words of apology. Everyone has their own secrets, most of which are impossible to tell anyone. An unknown crush when you were young, a mistake made on impulse, a theft or peeping that no one knew about, or entering an unknown room. Many secrets are manifestations of one's own dark side, so one is unwilling or unable to reveal them to others, and does not want others to know one's dirty side. Lu Yan was no exception. He also had his own dirty laundry. The secret that should not be revealed was buried under this open space by his own hands 7 years ago. The reason Wen Lin gave him for leave was post-war traumatic stress disorder. Although it was a joke, only Lu Yan himself knew that he really had this kind of mental illness. He dare not kill anyone. As a vampire, he dare not kill anyone. As Lu Man said, he has killed 2 people since he became a vampire. After killing people, he suffered from traumatic stress disorder. The 2 people were buried by him in this clearing. Boom. Lu Yan knocked his head heavily on the ground. When he looked up, his forehead was already blood red. 3 consecutive blows caused Lu Yan's head to break and bleed, leaving a large amount of blood on the grass. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I didn't protect Xiaoman well. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his forehead. The injury had long since recovered. After kowtowing, Lu Yan staggered up from the ground. He had knelt for too long, and his legs were numb and he lost consciousness. As he moved, a numbness rushed straight to his forehead. Step by step, Lu Yan dragged his heavy steps to the center of the open space, looking at the land under his feet with even more sadness. Lu Yan took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and slapped them hard with a palm from the air. The soil flew up and piled up in all directions, and soon a pothole with a radius of 3 meters appeared in front of Lu Yan. There were 3 corpses placed neatly in the pit, 1 man and 2 women, on both sides of the pit. 2 of the corpses had rotted into white skeletons. They were placed together on one side of the pit. On the other side, an exquisite female corpse lay in the pit. With a delicate face, snow-white skin, long eyelashes, and a head full of silver hair, an unsuspecting person would think the other person was just sleeping. Lu Yin couldn't bear to look at the 2 bones leaning against each other. His emotions reached the peak in an instant, and his tears could no longer be controlled. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." With tears streaming down his face, Lu Yin jumped down the pit and stood in front of the 2 withered bones. He bent his knees and knelt down again, hitting the ground heavily and not lifting them up for a long time. Time passed minute by minute, and when Lu Yin raised his head again an hour later, all the emotions in his eyes converged, leaving only determination. "Don't worry, I will definitely rescue Xiaoman." Looking at the 2 withered bones again, Lu Yin waved his hand, and the soil rolled and covered the 2 withered bones again. Lu Yin then turned around and looked at the body of the girl behind him. The person in front of him had changed his life, and Lu Yin hated her in his heart. But the other party is already dead. Who can he hate now? The scenes 7 years ago are still fresh in his memory, and he dare not forget them. During the summer vacation 7 years ago, after Lu Yan's first year of high school and Lu Man graduated from elementary school, his parents couldn't stand Lu Man's repeated pleas, so they agreed to camp nearby for a few days. The family of 4 happily came to the river, pitched a tent, made a bonfire, enjoyed the beautiful scenery and delicious food, and had a great time. But all the good things came to an end in one night. Lu Yan got up at 12 o'clock, and when he was walking back, he met a young girl. Although the girl is beautiful, it is very scary to meet her in the middle of the night in the wilderness. Before Lu Yan could react too much, the girl stepped in front of him, hooked her neck, and bit him on the neck. Almost instantly, Lu Yan lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found that the world had changed, everything had changed, and his world had changed. The bodies of my parents were lying not far away. They were all shriveled and skinny. When you opened your eyes, you could see their fearful and ferocious faces. Lu Yan was so frightened that he retreated on the ground. His mouth was filled with fishy and sweet taste. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it. He reached out and touched the corner of his mouth, and then he realized that there was blood in his mouth. Looking at the holes in his parents' necks and reaching out to touch the 2 canines in his mouth, Lu Yan didn't want to believe what he had done. He had doubted whether the death of his parents was caused by the girl he met before, but when he turned around, he saw the girl lying on the other side with no trace of blood on her body or at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Lu Yan then remembered and reached out to touch his neck, but found no wounds. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Lu Yan tremblingly crawled in front of the girl and reached out to touch the girl's nose. Unwilling to believe it, Lu Yan got up from the ground and reached out to touch the girl's heart, feeling it carefully. He was disappointed to find that the girl had no heartbeat and her body was as cold as a dead person. The girl is dead, who sucked all the blood from her parents. Lu Yan lowered his head and looked at the scarlet shirt and pants. It was difficult for him to convince himself that it was not him. The moonlight shines down and illuminates the ground. 1 person is alive and 3 bodies are dead. Despair, pain, self-blame, helplessness, grief, anger, grief, and all kinds of negative emotions filled Lu Yan's mind. This scene was too difficult for a high school student. Chapter 113. Human nature is inherently evil. After making a mistake, people's first reaction is often not to take the initiative to take responsibility for the mistake, but to shirk, avoid, and deny it. In the end, you may admit your mistake when you have no choice but to avoid it and weigh the pros and cons. Of course, there are also a small number of people who will reverse things immediately after they happen and take the initiative to take responsibility for their mistakes. People can't be trapped in negative emotions forever. When Lu Yan came back to his senses, facing the death of his parents, Lu Yan's first reaction was to shirk, but unfortunately he could not convince himself. The second thought was the aftermath of the incident. In a society ruled by law, when all the evidence points to him, 3 lives, even if he committed the crime unconsciously, who can prove that this is enough to put him in jail? He didn't want to go to jail, not to mention he had a younger sister who had just graduated from elementary school. Her parents are dead, so she has only her brother to rely on. If he goes to jail, her sister will have to go to an orphanage. Yes, he can't go to jail, even for his sister. After a fierce ideological struggle, Lu Yan became firm in his thoughts. Looking at the shriveled corpses of his parents, Lu Yan could only see guilt in his eyes. It was still early, so Lu Yan looked around and found that the location was not far from the camp. There was no one else camping around except his family, so no one should have seen it. Taking off his bloody clothes, Lu Yin quietly walked back to the tent. Seeing Lu Man sleeping soundly in the tent, Lu Yin changed his clothes, found a few handy tools from the trunk of the car, and returned to the scene of the crime. During this short journey, he chose a location. Returning to the crime scene, Lu Yin found a rope and tied the 3 bodies together. He just discovered that he didn't know why his strength had increased a lot. He estimated that he should be able to easily lift the weight of 3 people. Lu Yin carried the 3 bodies on his back and climbed 500 meters through the wilderness, choosing a place with no roads before he found such an uninhabited land. The surrounding scenery was not like this at that time. It was overgrown with weeds and disorderly trees. Lu Yin found a relatively open place, and after spending most of the night, Lu Yin dug a big hole. If it weren't for his increased strength, he might not be able to complete such a large project alone. After burying the 3 corpses and everything that shouldn't be there, Lu Yin returned to the camp and spent the night as if nothing had happened, fearing. The next day, Lu Man called the police while crying. The mind was pulled back from the memories. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of him with complicated feelings. I was still young at the time and didn't understand many things. I only knew that I killed my parents, but I didn't know why I killed them. After several years of self-exploration, he still didn't know why. The vampires who have just been assimilated need to drink a lot of blood to supply the body's evolution needs. This kind of sucking is a physical instinct, so what happened that night is really likely that he caught his parents out and sucked them alive to death. The girl in front of him was the culprit who made him do such a heinous thing. He should hate her, but the other party is already dead. In addition, he can gain superpowers. He was able to save his sister 3 years ago, which was also thanks to the other party. So he didn't know how to treat the girl. With a soft sigh, Lu Yin walked up to the girl and looked at her carefully. It has to be said that it is very miraculous. There are only skeletons left of her parents' bones, but she has not changed at all. There is not even dust on her clothes. You must know that she was just dug out of the soil. Looking at the girl's beautiful face, Lu Yin quietly swallowed a sip of saliva. He had this urge 7 years ago, but he was in too much of a hurry and didn't feel it carefully. Now this impulse appeared again, and even he couldn't control himself. This is a desire that comes from deep within your genes. Stretching out his arms, he gently lifted the girl up, sat halfway on the ground, and put the girl on his knees. Lu Yin slowly leaned down and stuck out his head. Taking a greedy deep breath, he bit the side of the girl's neck, and his fangs popped out, piercing the girl's delicate skin. The arteries burst, and thick blood flowed out. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he kept swallowing. Lu Yin swallowed greedily one mouthful after another. Couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After sucking up the last mouthful of blood, Lu Yin stretched out his tongue to lick the wound clean, and let out a comfortable sigh. He lowered his head and looked at the girl again, a little surprised. Ordinary people would feel dry after being sucked all the blood from their body. But after the girl had all the blood sucked from her body, there was no change at all, and she was still plump. When Lu Yin wanted to carefully study the reason for this, the girl's body emitted a little fluorescence. The fluorescence is getting brighter and brighter, but it is not dazzling. When the brightness reaches the highest level, the light is flying. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to hold it, but the light slipped out from between his fingers, leaving no trace. Lu Yin stared blankly at this strange change and was stunned for a long time. It was not until the whole body of the girl in his arms turned into fluorescent light that she surrounded him that he suddenly realized it. At this time, he was already in a fluorescent ocean. Lu Yin reached out again to touch and grab, but still couldn't grab anything. Suddenly, all the fluorescence converged on his body, covering his whole body. Countless fluorescent lights poured into his body along his pores, entering every cell, every muscle, every drop of blood. When the last bit of fluorescence disappeared from the body surface, it was discovered that Lu Yin had fallen into a coma at some point. His whole body was emitting a faint light, and he lay down in the pit with his hands folded on his chest, looking very peaceful. What Lu Yin didn't know was that in the woods dozens of meters away, Feng Shandong was standing blankly on the top of a tree, watching everything from a distance. Lu Yin knelt for a whole day, and he stayed here for a whole day. I watched Lu Yin dig the hole with my own eyes, and also saw these 3 corpses. Especially when I saw the girl. Even though I was mentally prepared in advance, I almost couldn't control my body and fell from the tree. Although he only saw it a few hundred years ago, he could never forget it. It was a memory engraved deep in his mind. It was this woman who gave him new life, and whom they called Mother. Like Lu Yin, when he saw the girl's body, he also had an urge to suck his mother's blood. But after all, he was an old monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and he successfully suppressed his most primitive impulse. Seeing Lu Yen leaning over to take a sip, he didn't stop him, but let him do what he wanted. Watching my mother disappear between heaven and earth, my heart was also indescribably complicated. Goodbye, my mother. Feng Shandong sat cross-legged on the top of the tree, looking up at the bright moon, with mixed feelings in his heart. I don't know what will happen when Xiaojiu is over. Chapter 114. Most of the content is a definition of the vampires, a new race, and can be omitted. The first ray of sunlight in the sky illuminates the earth, and the sunlight falls through the gaps between the trees. Lu Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the blue sky surrounded by the tree crowns, feeling completely empty inside. Feeling the warmth of the sun, he felt an indescribable sense of relief, and for the first time in 7 years, there was no fluctuation in his heart. Lu Yan just stared at the sky quietly for a long time. His thoughts slowly began to return, and then he remembered what happened last night. Lu Yan stood up and looked around, and sure enough he didn't see the girl's body. It seemed that he was indeed not dreaming, and the girl had indeed turned into a piece of fluorescence and integrated into his body. Clenching his hands into fists, Lu Yan felt that his body was filled with energy. Closing his eyes and feeling carefully, Lu Yan opened his eyes in surprise when he saw the spiritual energy in his dantian expanding several times. He has been stuck at the peak of 3rd grade for more than 2 years without breaking through. Unexpectedly, he broke through to the early stage of 4th grade today, and he felt that this was not his current limit. But because of insufficient nutrition, he was halfway through the upgrade and was stuck at the early stage of 4th grade. As for what level he will reach in the end, Lu Yan can't feel it yet. Lu Yan flew up and walked to the top of the pit. With a wave of his hand, the pit was buried again, and 2 small earth bags appeared above the bones of his parents. With another wave of his hand, the grass spread. After a while, weeds grew again on the land that had been barren due to the turning. Having just used his supernatural powers, Lu Yan felt much more relaxed than before, and he was more comfortable controlling the elements. Standing in front of the 2 earth bags, Lu Yan closed his eyes again and carefully felt the changes inside his body. He felt that his changes were not just that, but also deeper changes. After feeling quietly for 10 minutes, Lu Yan opened his eyes in surprise, looking in the direction of Mengxing in disbelief, and then in the direction of Yonghai County to the west. This was an inexplicable feeling. He felt that there was something closely connected to him in these 2 directions. Based on the analysis of various clues, Lu Yan could think of Lu Man and Wen Jilin, who happened to be in these 2 directions. Lu Man was assimilated by himself, and Wen Jilin was assimilated by Lu Man. They are both his dependents. It seems that Lu Man really didn't lie to herself, and she didn't just assimilate to others. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. With this ability, he could easily find Lu Man's location. You must know that in his original plan, he had planned to turn Yonghai County upside down to find someone. But this was just an unexpected gain. The most important thing was that Lu Yan learned that he had become more complete, and he became the first true vampire in the world. The most important thing for a race is inheritance, and the most primitive impulse of living things, reproduction. Only when a race continues to reproduce and pass on from generation to generation can it be considered complete and have unlimited potential. As for the existing vampires, although their numbers are also exaggerated, they are like a loft in the sky and can be broken at the touch of a touch. Why do you say that? The vampire population relies on assimilation, which is to turn humans into the next generation of vampires. This means that the abilities of the vampires are not as good as the previous generation. This is tantamount to a decline for a race and is deformed. You must know that even blood ancestors like Lu Yan have a limit to their lifespan. They are already the pinnacle of the blood clan. The vampires assimilated by the blood ancestors are a generation of vampires, but when all the blood ancestors reach the end of their lifespan or are killed, no new generation of vampires will be born. By analogy, what awaits the vampires is nothing more than destruction. The reason for this situation is simply that the vampires are infertile and they are disabled. A true vampire should be fertile, and the talents of the children born should not be predetermined. As for why this was the case, Lu Yan didn't know before, but now Lu Yan knows. When they were created, they were not complete, or the girl deliberately made them incomplete, because in the girl's view, they only existed to fulfill a certain purpose of hers. Their genes are defective. Lu Yan has been looking for the reason why the vampires are afraid of the sun, but he has never been able to find it. That is because he was looking in the wrong direction. Genetic disease is the root of everything. They were her slaves, not her sons. What an irony. Lu Yan's face became a little weird. After absorbing the girl's blood, he inherited most of her abilities. Many of them have yet to be developed, but there is one that he can use now. He can give other vampires the ability to reproduce and make up for their genetic defects, but his talent will not change. The price that needs to be paid is to consume a drop of his blood. What is the ability of guanine to send children away? Lu Yin opened his palm, and a trace of blood seeped out from the capillaries, and a drop of blood condensed on the top of his palm. This is a drop of Lu Yan's blood essence, and it is also a newly acquired ability. Essence and blood are extremely difficult to condense, which is very important to Lu Yan. It can be a life-saving thing at critical moments. It can speed up wound healing, use it as a short-term burst of trump cards, and has endless uses. Lu Yan only condensed 5 drops and hid them in his heart. If you ask him to spend a drop of blood essence to help a vampire gain the ability to reproduce, even if the blood essence is a renewable resource, he will be heartbroken. With a squeeze of the palm, the essence and blood returned to the heart along the blood vessels. Lu Yan turned around and looked in the direction of Mengqing. It was time for verification. Following the feeling in his heart, Lu Yan walked towards Mengqing. When he stood at the door of the night bar, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Everything was ready, and it was time to pick Lu Man back. Even if there were 5th-grade superpowers blocking his way, he was confident that he could bring Lu Man back. Turning around and leaving the night bar without saying hello to anyone, Lu Yan got on the train to Yonghai County overnight. But he didn't know that the moment he stepped on the train, many people who were paying attention to his whereabouts received the news. Ding! When Lin opened his eyes, got up from the bed, picked up his phone, and looked at the messages on his phone with a look of helplessness on his face. As a member of the Superpower Bureau, he left Mengqing without registering and took the lead in violating the regulations. When Lin got the news immediately, fortunately, he had expected it. With a sigh, When Lin turned around and sent the message to Wenjulin. When Lin had seen her state in the past few days, but there was no good way to do it. In principle, When Lin should stop Lu Yan's trip, but he was going to save his sister, so what position did he have to dissuade him? On the other hand, if the accident happened to Wenjulin, he would also be unable to remain calm. I just hope that Lu Yin can gain something from his return. When Lin put the phone back on the bedside and closed his eyes, but when Lin couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Chapter 115. At 3:15 in the morning, Lu Yin arrived at the Haizong City Station in Yonghai County, followed the sparse flow of people out of the station, and got into a taxi waiting at the station entrance. Following the induction, Lu Yin took a taxi directly to an unknown town on the outskirts of Haizong City. After paying the fare, he got off the car and walking 2 kilometers south along the road, and came to the junction of 2 small towns. There was a village just a few hundred meters in front of him. The village is not big. It is estimated that there are only 100 households at most. There is almost no human habitation within 500 meters of the village. This is the only village that exists. However, Lu Yan's senses told him that Lu Man was in this village. Lu Yan did not act rashly. This small village did not exist in the Star Club's information. If Lu Man was here, then this village must not be simple. Take out rubber gloves, shower cap, and mask from your backpack and put them on in sequence. After putting on a good disguise, Lu Yin took out from his backpack various knives purchased at the station's 24-hour convenience store. His fingers flew around, and the various knives flew up. The hard metal was like plasticine, being gathered into a large knives group. After a simple twist, a crudely made long knife appeared in Lu Yan's hand. He lightly rubbed one end, the blade flashed with cold light, and the cutting was completed. After getting ready, Lu Yin left the road, hid his backpack in the grass on the roadside, shuttled through the grass and fields on the roadside, trying not to make any noise, and quietly approached the village. When Lu Yin got closer, he found something unusual. In the 2 private houses located at the entrance of the village, the lights on the 2nd floor were still on at 4 o'clock in the morning, the curtains were drawn, and from time to time, people could be seen moving inside. After careful observation for a long time, the figure behind the curtain appears very frequently, about once every 5 to 10 minutes. If you observe carefully, you will also find that the figure will stay at the window for about 2 seconds. Looking past the 2 people into the village, there is also a house with its lights on every few seconds, and there are also figures shaking behind several windows. In addition, with his excellent eyesight, Lu Yin discovered that even those with black lights had figures standing behind several windows. There are so many people at night. If you say they are not on guard, is this not insulting? Lu Yin sneaked around the village and found that there were people standing guard in all directions, and there were almost no loopholes. The defense was very tight, but Lu Yin was almost certain that the entire village was a stronghold of the Star Society, and no one in it was innocent. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The whole village was full of enemies. There was no human habitation within a radius of 500 meters. It was unreasonable not to open Wushuang in such an excellent place. Making up his mind, Lu Yin walked around half a circle again and found a loophole that was not considered a loophole. There are 5 private houses in a row on this side. The houses on both sides have lights on and people are standing guard. The 3 houses in the middle have dark lights. The one facing the outside of the village is the back of the house. There are only 2 upper and lower windows on the entire wall. Lu Yin took advantage of the gap between standing guard and quietly touched the wall, flew up against the wall, leaned against the window, and looked in. Behind the window was an empty room with no one. With a slight movement of thought, the window lock quietly fell, the window slid without making a sound, and Lu Yin quietly entered the house. After entering the house, Lu Yin floated 5 centimeters high in the air and began to search room by room, but no one was found. Lu Yin did not believe in evil, so he quietly walked out along the original road, following the law. Lu Yin first entered the building on the left, which was also empty. Then Lu Yin quietly moved to the right. According to his observation, there should be a hidden sentry here, but the other party was guarding the front room, and there should be no one in the back room. Most row houses have the same layout. Before entering the room, Lu Yin took a deep breath and entered a breath-holding state. After walking out of the room and looking at the closed door of the front room, Lu Yin pulled out the long knife that had been floating behind his back. His heartbeat began to accelerate. What followed was an exciting moment. The door handle turned silently, the door turned quietly, and in a flash, Lu Yin disappeared in front of the door. Poof! Lu Yin appeared again in the room, his brain quickly processing the information he saw. In the dim room, a dark figure stood in front of the window, leaning against the wall, fingers sliding rapidly on the phone. Standing behind the dark figure, Lu Yin could even hear the faint sound of music. Without hesitation, Lu Yin directly raised the knife and stabbed the black shadow from behind. At the same time, he raised his left hand, passed the other person's ear, and covered the black shadow's mouth. Whoa! The shadow wanted to struggle, but his whole body was locked in place by an invisible force and could not move. After half a minute, the intensity of the shadow's struggle began to weaken. After another half a minute, the shadow took his last breath. Lu Yin slowly put the other party's body down, stretched out his hand to pull open the mask, and a large amount of blood poured out from the wound on the body, and Lu Yin swallowed it after a few mouthfuls. After doing this, Lu Yin began to search the entire room, but found nothing except a mobile phone. Unlock with fingerprint and exit short video software. Looking at the chat software on 99+, Lu Yin clicked on it without even guessing. Good guy. The name of the chat group pinned to the top is Yunza Village Patrol Team 1. Looking at the chat group that was still very active at night, Lu Yin was holding something in his mouth and couldn't spit it out. There is also a group called Yunza Village Patrol Team Chief under this group. There is no new news in the group. It seems that the patrols here are also on duty in shifts, so the people in Group 1 should be on duty tonight. Clicking on the backstage, he found that there were a total of 40 people in Group 1. He was counting the heads. Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction and counted the heads so that he didn't have to worry about missing them. After exiting the house and following the example of the gourd, Lu Yin entered the 2 houses on the side in turn. They followed the same pattern and killed the 2 people standing guard inside one after another. The difference was that the lights in the houses of these 2 people were turned on. Lu Yin had to be careful not to let his shadow shine in the window when killing people, but it wasn't a big problem. Before leaving, Lu Yin also drained the blood of the 2 people and absorbed the blood of the 3 people. As the digestive system began to operate, Lu Yin's aura slowly began to increase. After solving these 3 people, a loophole appeared in the surveillance system. Lu Yin relied on ultrasonic wave detection to easily find the loophole in the guard station. Traveling quickly between houses, each life quietly disappears at night. When Lu Yin sucked the blood of the 7th person, his breath fluctuated slightly, and his realm quietly broke through, reaching the middle of 4th grade. When Lu Yin killed the 10th person, he checked the group chat and found that someone finally felt something was wrong. 2 people who had been active in the group suddenly fell silent, and someone in the group asked questions. Seeing this, Lu Yin unconsciously accelerated his pace of killing. However, it was not a big problem for the time being. He found that those responsible for standing guard were just ordinary people. They could not handle 2 moves in his hands and made almost no movement. Chapter 116. When Lu Yin killed the 17th person, the number of active people in the group dropped by 3, finally causing a sensation, and the group began to name these disappeared people. Lu Yin thought for a few minutes, then picked out 2 mobile phones that he kept in his pockets and kept an eye on the situation to reply messages, temporarily confusing the situation. When Lu Yin killed 21 people, the group completely started to explode, and all the remaining 19 people became active in the group. Lu Yin's cell phone started to vibrate in his pocket. He took it out to check and found that the person calling was the captain. He should be the captain of this patrol team. Lu Yin hung up without hesitation, threw the phone out of the window, picked up his newly acquired phone, and turned it to silent. When Lu Yin reached the 23rd person, his breath shook again, 4th grade late stage. Lu Yin opened his eyes and felt that this was not his limit. Unfortunately, the spiritual power and nutritional content in the blood of ordinary people are too low, so they need to drink a huge amount of blood to advance. Looking out the window, the windows of several buildings were lit up, the doors were opened, and figures walked out carrying axes, hoes, shovels, and other farm tools, and they all gathered towards the center of the village. Lu Yin knew that the other party had already reacted, and it would be impossible to ambush him later. Although Lu Yin became more proficient in killing people and became faster and faster after that, it still took a long time, and it was now close to 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky is getting brighter, and in half an hour, it is estimated that the darkness will be dispersed and the village will be illuminated. He quietly walked out of the house and tried to hide in the shadows. Lu Yin followed behind and quietly approached the center of the village. When he arrived nearby, he found 17 people gathered in an open space in the center of the village. Counting those he killed, there were exactly 40 people. The leader looked at the 16 people gathered with a dark face and was furious. He should be the captain of this patrol team. Just when Lu Yin was wondering why the other party just gathered here instead of looking for him, the intruder. The door of a nearby house that was supposed to be deserted opened, and 3 men walked out. Seeing the 3 of them, Lu Yin's pupils dilated, and he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He had seen photos of the 3 people who came out. They were the remaining 3 members of the Star Club headed by Luo Ming. He had seen their photos in the information. Luo Ming, Jiang Ming, and Chao Xuanji. After the 3 of them walked out, the man who seemed to be the captain of the patrol immediately changed his face and came forward to please them. After a few people exchanged a few words, they saw Luo Ming waving from a distance, and everyone in the square began to move. It seemed that they were about to start a village-wide search. Lu Yin chuckled. He didn't want this to happen. It took a lot of effort for everyone to gather together. Although it would be easier to kill if they spread out, it would be time-consuming. He had broken through to the 4th grade late stage and was now very swollen. He raised the long knife and tapped the blade with his fingers. The blade shattered into hundreds of pieces. Under Lu Yan's control, all the blades rose into the sky, flew above the square, and then fell heavily. Luo Ming and the others seemed to feel something and looked up and saw a rain of knives falling from the sky. Their expressions changed drastically. Chao Xuanji was the first to make a move. The soil flew up from under his feet and gathered into a wall above the 3 people's heads. Unfortunately, the reaction time given to them was too short, the wall was too thin, and the blade was punctured the moment it made contact. However, the speed of the blade was greatly reduced, and Jiang Ming's defensive measures came one after another. Dozens of water droplets flew out, and a dozen of them luckily hit the blade, knocking it away from its original trajectory. The blade slid past, and the 3 of them were barely injured. But the other dozen or so ordinary people were not so lucky. 17 people were all injured, 6 died on the spot, 7 were seriously injured and were lying on the ground dying, and only 2 suffered minor injuries. Lu Yin stepped out of the shadows, pointed his sword, and with a slight move, the blade stuck on the ground flew up and converged in his direction. On the way back, 9 lives were harvested. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the 3 men fiercely. The 3 of them looked in the direction of the return of the blade and saw Lu Yin, a masked man. "Who are you? Why are you here? And why do you want to kill so many people in our village?" Luo Ming shouted sternly, instantly occupying the moral high ground. "Huh?" Lu Yin chuckled, his eyes full of disdain, and walked forward slowly. Luo Ming, mid-3rd grade fire element, president of the Star Club. Jiang Ming, early 3rd grade water element, vice president of the Star Club. Chao Xuanji, 3rd grade early earth element, vice president of the Star Club. As Lu Yin finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. They immediately realized that the other party knew them, or that the other party was coming for them. What's even more frightening is that the other party can actually find this place. The more they thought about it, the expressions on their faces became uglier. However, Lu Yin didn't give them too much time to think, and rushed over quickly with the knife in hand. The 3 of them panicked, and Lu Yin was already approaching. Chao Xuanji waved his hands down, and the earth shield that had been accumulating in the sky for a long time fell rapidly, hitting Lu Yin in front of Lu Yin. Before the 3 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, The light of the sword flashed past, and Lu Yin directly cut the earth shield in 2 pieces with 1 strike. Lu Yin kicked the upper half, and half of the earth shield flew out and hit Jiang Ming, sending him flying several meters. Water. The knife was swung out, paused for a second, and the water flow gathered on the long knife. He raised the knife and slashed back, and the water wrapped around the blade swayed out, pouring on Luo Ming's body, extinguishing the flames on his hands. He took a step forward and stepped down hard. A pillar suddenly rose from the ground under Chao Xuanji's feet, and the powerful impact pushed Chao Xuanji several meters high. Lu Yin turned around, whirled his long knife around, and struck Luo Ming in the abdomen. When Lu Yin's eyes widened, he really didn't expect Luo Ming to be wearing armor. However, Lu Yin used all his strength to hit Luo Ming. The huge force knocked Luo Ming back several meters. After repelling Luo Ming, Lu Yin was stunned and slapped his forehead. He was now the 4th grade late stage. How could it be so difficult to deal with these little karami? He advanced, but his fighting skills remained at 3rd grade. This was his mistake. Shaking his head, he raised his hand, and the dirt fell from the pillar that was flying against Chao Xuanji. A sharp thorn settled under Chao Xuanji. Chao Xuanji was completely unaware and was trying to find balance in the air. Small. Luo Ming noticed this situation and wanted to give a warning, but before he could say anything, the ground thorn suddenly rose 1 meter high, directly stabbing Chao Xuanji to the core. Ahem! Chao Xuanji spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked at the thorn that pierced him in disbelief. He opened his mouth to say something, but the blood overflowed. He said nothing, then his legs stared, and his soul returned to the west. No! Luo Ming watched the death process of Chao Xuanji with his own eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed in grief, just shy of extending his hand. Don't worry, come one by one. Lu Yin lowered his head and pulled down his mask, taking a deep breath. The blood from the 18 corpses flew up and fell into Lu Yan's mouth. As the blood was digested, Lu Yan's aura rose rapidly. When the last drop of blood fell into his stomach, Lu Yan's aura settled down and stabilized at the peak of 4th grade, 91%. Chapter 117. Snap. The ground thorn fell back to the ground, and Chao Xuanji's shriveled body fell to the ground, stirring up dust on the ground. Lu Yin put on the mask again. Although there were no surveillance cameras inside the house, there were quite a few surveillance cameras on the street. I saw dozens of them along the way. Although I was blatant, I still had to cover up when I should. Lu Yin raised his hand and tapped it lightly in the air. A stream of water flowed out from his fingertips. In a short time, 200 kilograms of liquid gathered around Lu Yin. This absorbs the blood of 40 people, so light can't get in or get out, right? As he waved his hand, the cold air filled the air, and hundreds of ice picks split out and shot towards the 2 people who had recovered their consciousness. Luo Ming waved his hand and sparks flew out in front of him, covering the ice picks shot from the front. However, the gap between the 4th grade and the 3rd grade is not small. The ice pick only narrowed it by 2 circles, but its power remained unabated. More than a dozen ice needles shot straight into Luo Ming's body. The ice needle entered Luo Ming's body and melted quickly, absorbing heat. Luo Ming's hands and feet became stiff, and he couldn't help but shiver. As for Jiang Ming, it was even worse. The water shield condensed in front of him was protected in front of him, trying to rely on the flexibility of the water flow to weaken the potential energy of the ice cone. As a result, the water shield under his control was directly frozen, no longer under his control, and fell to the ground. The following ice picks hit Jiang Ming directly in the eye. Jiang Ming was unable to dodge and was blinded in his left eye. At this time, he was covering his eyes, squatting on the ground and howling miserably. While the 2 of them were injured, Lu Yin took a few steps quickly and came to Luo Ming before he could respond. A white light flashed, and Luo Ming's head was cut off with a knife without even a scream. Blood sprayed and rose into the sky, but it did not fall, but floated in the air. He took a step sideways and stood in front of Jiang Ming. He snorted coldly and stabbed his knife directly into his heart. He stirred it left and right a few times to worry about it. It wasn't until Jiang Ming took his last breath that Lu Yin pulled out the blade and brought out all the blood from Jiang Ming's body. Slowly walking towards the room where Luo Ming and the others walked out, Lu Yin lowered his head, pulled down his mask, and swallowed the blood of the 2 of them. 4th grade peak, 95%. After kicking open the door and entering the house, Lu Yin didn't see anything unusual. Closing his eyes and feeling carefully, he found that Lu Man's aura was nearby, but almost the entire village had been searched by Lu Yin, and the people he could find were all dead souls killed by his sword. Lu Yin looked at the ground beneath his feet. If there is no ground, then it can only be in the sky or underground. It is impossible in the sky. It can only be underground. After Lu Yin entered the house, he stepped on the tiles on the ground one by one, stepping on them from time to time and knocking on the wall from time to time. Q equals plus equals percent. After searching all the places, Lu Yin entered the bedroom on the first floor, looked at the slightly messy bed and fell into deep thought. I have searched the rest of the place, and there is nothing abnormal. There is no appearance of an underground tunnel. The only suspicious point is this bed. He actually used a bed without a bottom. The whole bed was one piece and looked very heavy. The bedding on the bed was very messy, as if someone had just slept on it. But he had also seen the beds in several other bedrooms. Although they were all the same style of bed, they had not been slept on. Only this bed showed signs of being slept on. You must know that Luo Ming and the other two people went out from here, so they wouldn't sleep in the same bed. Thinking of this, Lu Yin suppressed the nausea in his heart. Standing by the bed, Lu Yin lifted up the quilt and reached out to knock on the bedboard. There was nothing wrong with the sound, but Lu Yin just felt weird. Lu Yin kicked him directly on the bed. Good guy, I didn't kick him. You must know that Lu Yin's physical strength is not weak now. He can't even kick a bed? Sure enough, there is something weird. Lu Yin searched beside the bed for a long time, but still couldn't find any mechanism. Now his every word and deed is probably being monitored by the people below. Time is very precious and cannot be wasted. Lu Yin pulled out the long knife again, covered in flames, and inserted the knife into the bedboard. P*******K. In just a few clicks, the bedboard can be removed. Lifting the bedboard and taking a look, there was no surprise that there was a metal floor under the bed. The metal board was the same size as the bed. It was obvious at a glance that the two were connected together. Bah! Before Lu Yin could make a move, the floor beneath his feet moved first, and Lu Yin quickly jumped away. I saw that the entire bed in front of me was slowly turned up with one side as the center, and it only stopped when it reached 70 degrees, revealing the metal floor. At the same time, the metal floor moves downwards a few centimeters and slowly opens to reveal the stairs below. After carefully recalling it, Lu Yin was sure that he had not encountered any mechanism, so someone must have helped open it. Staring at the entrance closely, seeing no one coming up from here, I was torn in my heart, considering whether to go in or not. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be an ambush waiting for you down there. It's just that I don't know whether the other person is waiting for a dog or a wolf. Stabilize your mind and take a step into the passage. Go down the stairs for nearly 10 meters and enter a passage. The passage is not narrow, 3 meters wide and 3 meters high, which is quite open. There are 2 rows of lights on both sides of the passage, illuminating the entire passage. There is nothing in the passage, and you can see the head at a glance. Continue along the passage for 50 meters and come to a T-intersection. There is still a passage on the left, but there are doors on both sides of the passage. After looking around, I saw that the passage was about 200 meters long and there were at least 50 rooms. I didn't know what they were used for. On the right is an iron gate, blocking the way forward. His senses told him that Lu Man was on the right, but Lu Yin still walked to the left, looking at the rooms on both sides as he walked. There is a small window on the room that allows easy viewing of the interior. The interior decoration of the room near the exterior entrance is very simple. 4 bunk beds are placed in the room. The door is unlocked. It should be a lounge for the staff. Continuing to walk inside, Lu Yin discovered an anomaly. The level of the door began to gradually upgrade, and the locks on the door became more and more high level. The glass in the window has also been replaced with tempered glass with better material, and the layout of the room has changed from a quadruple room to a single room. Although there was no one inside, Lu Yin guessed that it was used to imprison people. Walking to the end of the passage, there is a separate room at the end. This is the only room without a window. The door lock is also high level, which is comparable to the bank vault door in the movie. Just when Lu Yin was considering whether to open it and take a look, there was movement behind him. Turning around and looking, the door on the right was opened by someone unknown. Looking back at the door behind him, Lu Yin had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't this a coincidence? Looking at the open door warily, Lu Yin put one hand behind his back and quietly touched the treasury door. Good guy, I checked with my eyes. It's a door that he can't open in a short time. Shaking his head, without too much entanglement, Lu Yin slowly returned to the intersection, stretched out his head, and looked behind the metal door, and found that there was still a passage behind the door. There are also 2 rows of rooms on both sides of the passage, but the length is only 50 meters, with about 20 rooms on both sides. There is also a corner at the end of the passage. Chapter 118. When Lu Yin crossed the threshold, he felt something in his heart and looked forward. I saw a middle-aged man walking out from around the corner and looking at him with stern eyes. Looking at the man 50 meters away, Lu Yan's heart trembled, and he felt a faint threat. I think the other party should be a fourth-grade psychic. But they have come, and it is impossible to retreat now. Lu Yan walked forward casually. The middle-aged man just watched Lu Yan approach without making a sound or stopping him. He didn't speak until Lu Yan was 10 meters in front of him. Originally, we weren't planning on looking for you, but we didn't expect you to actually come to our door. The middle-aged man had a look of pity on his face. Do you know me? Lu Yan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this at first. Lu Yan, his parents disappeared in the suburbs of Mengqing 7 years ago. The police searched the area for 3 days but did not come to any conclusion, and they were finally declared missing. For 7 years, he and his sister Lu Man have been dependent on each other and have no other relatives. The middle-aged man looked into Lu Yan's eyes and spoke eloquently, as if he were counting treasures from his family. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Yan, I don't know him. Of course, Lu Yan couldn't admit his identity. There were still so many cameras around him. If anything was leaked, he would be in constant trouble. Haha, it's okay if you don't admit it. I'll take you to see something. The middle-aged man chuckled and didn't care much. Instead, he turned around and led the way towards the corner. Lu Yan hesitated for a few seconds, gave up the idea of a sneak attack, and stepped to follow. Turning the corner, what appeared in front of me was a metal door that occupied the entire passage. The middle-aged man walked aside, pressed a button on the wall, and the door slowly opened. Behind the gate is no longer a long passage, but instead a large laboratory covering an area of more than 500 square meters. In the laboratory, more than 50 people stood on the other side, looking warily towards the door, with more than 20 people in white coats protecting them behind them. What caught Lu Yan's attention the most was a glass jar located in the center of the laboratory. However, after seeing the contents of the jar clearly, Lu Yan's face changed drastically and his eyes were about to burst. If he hadn't pressed his hat down, his eyes would be red and he would look fiercely at the 20 or so white coats. The jar was filled with green nutrient solution. Lu Man was now naked, with tubes inserted all over his body, and was soaked in the nutrient solution. Liquids of various colors can be seen flowing in the transparent tube. If you look carefully, you can see that Lu Man's face is pale and his facial features are twisted together, as if he is suffering from some pain. Clenching his fists, he reluctantly looked away and looked in other directions in the laboratory. Lu Yan saw that there were also 5 nutritional tanks placed in other places, each of which had a person soaked in it, either male or female. If it weren't for the people in the nutrition tank exhaling turbid air from time to time, Lu Yan would have suspected that these people were corpses. Another middle-aged man walked out from among the more than 50 people protecting the researchers. He stood side by side with the previous man and looked at Lu Yan at the same time. However, Lu Yan was covered very tightly and nothing could be seen. Are you her brother, Lu Yan? The man who came out later was none other than Sun Pingnan, who had captured Lu Man. As he spoke, Sun Pingnan pointed at Lu Man in the nutrition tank behind him, which was full of provocation. I didn't expect you to advance to the 4th grade without saying a word. But the young man is so brave that he dared to break in alone. But you don't think you can save people by yourself? Sun Pingnan shouted sharply, and the room temperature in the entire laboratory rose several degrees. I alone am enough. After scanning the entire laboratory again, the general layout became clear. Arrogant. Zhong Ningli couldn't help but speak out as the man standing aside ushered Lu Yan in. Ever since Lu Yan appeared in the square, they had been standing behind the surveillance camera and watching. Lu Yan's fighting techniques and use of spiritual power were too unfamiliar. Although they easily killed Luo Ming and the others, they knew at a glance that Lu Yan had just broken through the 4th grade and was not familiar with this new realm. Both of them are 4th grade late stage, and they think they are more than enough to deal with Lu Yan alone. Your sister, we have tested 5 series of abilities so far. She is a 2nd-generation vampire. I wonder how many generations of vampire you are. Sun Pingman glanced up and down at Lu Yan with interest. What we have seen so far are water, fire, metal, earth, and the spiritual system registered with the Superpower Bureau. There are also 5 systems. I wonder if you know the last wood system. Zhong Ningli continued after Sun Pingnan's words. I haven't noticed just now, but the 5 abilities you two have are actually the same. Isn't it such a coincidence? After listening to Zhong Ningli's words, Sun Pingnan was stunned for a moment, and his face was full of astonishment that turned into surprise. Codes. With a low curse, Lu Yan threw out the knife. The long knife instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces and shot toward the two of them. If you let them think about it further, who knows what they will think of? Sun Pingnan drew out his flaming sword. The fire increased greatly, and he swung it one after another, knocking away all the blades attacking him. Not to be outdone, Zhong Ningli raised his hand and sucked, and the metal experimental table beside him stood up in front of him. It's a pity that neither of them is Lu Yan's target. The remaining blades passed over the two people and attacked in two directions. Some of them rushed towards the more than 70 people gathered together, but among the 50 bodyguards, there were actually 3 third-grade and 22nd-grade supernatural beings hidden. Only 6 people were killed, and the rest of the blades were blocked by them, with only minor injuries. The other part of the blade was pointed directly at where Lu Man was. It was impossible for Lu Yan to control so many blades while distracted. There must be some strong and some weak among them. To ensure success, Lu Yan paid special attention to the blade that was shot at Lu Man. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of shattering glass was heard, and the nutrient tank where Lu Man was placed cracked under the attack of the blade. Then, under the strong internal water pressure, it shattered all over the place, and the nutrient solution spurted out. Sun Pingnan and Zhong Ningli had their backs to the nutrition tank, and were so close that they were the first to bear the brunt. They stumbled and were swept away by the strong current. When the water reached Lu Yan, it had lost its power. Ice. Seeing the two of them standing up from the pool wetly, Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He stepped on the nutrient solution and felt a chill rise. Taking his position as the starting point, the ice surface quickly condensed into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sun Pingnan and the others jumped to avoid the spread of ice. However, they were not 5th-grade superpowers after all, and could not fly yet. They fell back to the ground under the influence of gravity. Lu Yan's spiritual power was all over the ice. How could he let the two of them go like this? The moment the two of them landed, the cold air spread upwards along their trousers, and their bodies were instantly covered with frost. Sun Pingnan's face turned red, with an angry look on his face. Heat waves rolled over his body, and the surroundings heated up rapidly. After a while, the frost on his body melted, and even began to evaporate under the high temperature, and a large amount of water vapor filled the air. Zhong Ningli also hurriedly approached shakily, relying on Sun Pingnan's temperature to evaporate the ice on his body. A large amount of water vapor filled the air and soon enveloped the entire laboratory, reducing the visual distance to 1 meter. However, under Sun Pingnan's continuous output, the temperature in the laboratory continued to rise, and the water vapor quickly dissipated. Zhong Ningli was alert, and the water vapor dissipated in a short time. But when the two of them looked at where Lu Yan was standing, they could see him nowhere. Chapter 119. The two of them turned around, and saw that Lu Yan had passed the two of them at some point, and was squatting next to Lu Man Xiaoman. Green spiritual power poured into Lu Man's body along Lu Yan's palm to check her physical condition. It was found that Lu Man's body was fine except for some deficiencies. Wood type. Sun Pingnan looked at Lu Yan's hand with excitement in his eyes. A generation of vampires, is still such a weak generation of vampires. Zhong Ningli's eyes were also burning. The two looked at each other and knew this was their chance. Sun Pingnan raised his hands flat, condensed 2 long flaming knives, and threw them out with all his strength. He crossed over Lu Yan's head and landed behind him. Seeing that Lu Yan didn't make any movement, he condensed 4 more long flaming knives and threw them out. Surrounded in the middle, Zhong Ningli pulled out 2 daggers behind him and crossed them in front of him. He stared at Lu Yan and jumped out. Xiaoman, wake up. Because it is a closed space, coupled with the law of conservation of matter, the evaporated water does not disappear, but is dispersed in the air. The humidity in the laboratory rises linearly, and the air circulation system fails to work. Facing Zhong Ningli, who was rushing straight towards him, Lu Yan stretched out his left hand and held it in the empty space. The moisture in the air quickly condensed in front of him. A ball of water with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of Lu Yan. Zhong Ningli was too fast and had no time to break and turn, so he had to charge up his 2 swords and swing them out in advance. The light of the knife passed by, and the water mass was divided into 4. Because he wanted to help Lu Man, the long knife that had been put aside flew away and stabbed Zhong Ning straight into his heart when his old strength was gone and before new strength was born. Boom. The fire flashed, and at the critical moment, Sun Pingnan's arrangement was finally completed. A blast of flames struck the side of the blade and exploded in front of Zhong Ningli. Although he solved the life and death crisis for Zhong Ningli, the powerful impact still blew him away. Lu Yan didn't care much about the two of them. After successfully forcing him back, he lowered his head and looked at Lu Man, but Lu Man showed no signs of waking up. After just a moment of hesitation, Lu Yan reached out and opened Lu Man's tightly closed mouth. His mouth opened slightly, his face turned pale, and a drop of bright red blood floated out of Lu Yan's mouth and fell into Lu Man's mouth. Lu Yan's body trembled, and his face returned to rosy, but he could not hide the look of exhaustion on his face. His essence and blood can not only complement the vampire genes, but also make up for the opponent's shortcomings if he wants. However, it is my first time to use it, and I am inexperienced, so this ability has a bit of stamina. When the essence and blood entered his mouth, the unconscious Lu Man actually swallowed it on his own initiative. The essence and blood entered his abdomen and began to take effect. Lu Man's pale smile became rosy visibly to the naked eye. Heartbeat and breathing become stronger and more powerful. Lu Yan raised his left hand high, and the water mass cut by Zhong Ningli gathered together again and continued to condense and grow. The water ball floated above Lu Yan's head, turning into a bowl shape and falling upside down, protecting Lu Yan and Lu Man within it. The moment Lu Yan finished, 6 flaming swords around him sprayed flames towards Lu Yan. The result of the collision between water and fire is that the power of the flames is weakened, and the water shield is weakened. No one can do anything about the other. It's just a matter of who can last longer. Woo! With a cry, Lu Man's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Brother, yeah, I'm here. Seeing Lu Yan, Lu Man showed a smile, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep peacefully. Although the deficit has been made up and the injuries in the body have been fully recovered, the mental weakness cannot be made up for so easily. The best way to recover is to sleep. Okay, just take a nap and you'll be fine when you wake up. Lu Yan raised his hand and sucked. Amidst the screams of several people, a corpse flew up and passed through the flames and landed in front of Lu Yan. Under Lu Yan's control, the clothes automatically fell off and rolled up Lu Man, blocking the leaked spring sunshine. He picked up Lu Man with both hands and put his feet down. The slightly weaker water shield expanded rapidly, spreading out like a shock wave and ejecting the flames back. With one step down, Lu Yan appeared outside the encirclement. Sweeping everything off the experimental table, he gently placed Lu Man on the experimental table. When Lu Yan held his hands empty, and the experimental table disintegrated with one kick, turning into the most primitive metal molecules and flying up, gathering in Lu Yan's hands. Holding half a knife, Lu Yan blocked Zhong Ningli's sneak attack. Looking at Zhong Ningli, who was so close, Lu Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The long knife condensed into shape, the force on the tree increased, and the blade staggered, knocking Zhong Ningli away. He took out a branch from his trouser pocket with his left hand, released his palm, and the branch fell to the ground and grew rapidly. As Lu Yan left the experimental platform, the branches climbed upward. When Lu Yan blocked Zhong Ningli's attack for the 3rd time, the branches covered the entire experimental platform. Lu Yan is usually a person who likes to think blindly, simulating dangerous scenes and thinking of countermeasures. To put it mildly, he is prepared for danger in times of peace. He has also thought about similar scenes. There are too many TV dramas where the protagonist sometimes clearly has the upper hand, but in the end he is easily manipulated by the enemy because of the hostage problem. In order to prevent this situation from happening, Lu Yan decided to save the person first and then protect him as soon as he saw Lu Man. He didn't want to find out that he couldn't beat him in the middle of the fight, so he took Lu Man hostage and threatened him to surrender. The other party might even keep saying that Lu Man would be let go as long as he restrained himself. This is not just a disease. You have already held people hostage and threatened me, and you still want me to believe in your character? Lu Yan was not stupid. Raising his hand to fight off Sun Pingnan's flame attack, Lu Yan appeared in front of Zhong Ningli and slashed hard with his sword, but Zhong Ningli held him back with 2 swords. With a thought, the blade scattered behind Zhong Ningli flew up, and the tip was aimed at Zhong Ningli's back and fired out. The alarm bell rang in Zhong Ning's heart. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air behind him, the sense of crisis became stronger. Boom! The pocket exploded, light flashed, and several small swords flew out, waving randomly behind Zhong Ningli. As a person with metal powers, how could he only have 2 daggers on his body? Dang dang dang. Although the method was very stupid, it was indeed effective, and he actually successfully intercepted Lu Yan's sneak attack. When the attack failed, Lu Yan immediately retreated. A figure wrapped in flames rushed out from the side and ran past him. It was Sun Pingnan. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he took a deep look at the 2 of them. Lu Yan stepped back more than 10 steps in a row. Under Zhong Ningli's surprised gaze, Lu Yan turned around and rushed into the crowd. Seeing Lu Yan rushing towards them, the crowd hiding in the corner wanted to stay away, but dozens of people gathered together, and it was not that easy to move away. Lu Yan rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye, raised his knife and cut off one life after another. Although the superpowers who were guarding him reacted quickly and surrounded Lu Yan, most of them were second-grade cultivators, and only 3 of them were third-grade. Second-grade at this time, Lu Yan seemed to be no different from ordinary people. Without getting too entangled with the third grade, Lu Yan stared at the 20-odd second-grade superpowers and slashed them, one kid at a time, and it was a joy to do so. Chapter 120. How could the 3 third-grade superpowers keep up with Lu Yan's speed? They could only watch Lu Yan anxiously. In a short time, Lu Yan killed nearly 10 people. At this time, Sun Pingnan and Zhong Ningli rushed over anxiously and tried to stop Lu Yan. It's no big deal if these guards die, but nothing can happen to the researchers they protect. They are the core of the entire laboratory, and only they know many experimental details. But Sun Pingnan's rescue was really explosive. The knife struck the ground, and flames exploded in all directions, forcing everyone back. Perhaps it was the support of the 2 people that made everyone relax, and their vigilance was greatly reduced. Lu Yan took this opportunity to appear behind a third-grade superpower user and stabbed him with a knife, clearing the front and back. Pulling out the blade sideways, Zhong Ningli's attack followed closely, cutting the body in half from the waist, and blood splashed all over Zhong Ningli's body. After dodging the 2 attacks, Lu Yan ignored them and continued to attack the remaining second grade. Lu Yan was like a fluttering butterfly, fluttering under the attacks of the 2 men, dodging the attacks again and again, killing the enemy one after another. Under the angry looks of the 2 men, Lu Yan successfully killed 15 people, and the next dozen people did not continue because their positions were too spread out. Damn it, you're going too far. Sun Pingnan's eyes turned red. Although he didn't care no matter how many people died, Lu Yan killed people in front of them, which really made him lose face. With him as the center, the raging flames spread out in all directions, encompassing the entire area of nearly 20 meters, including Lu Yan. The heat wave swept through, and the first one to bear the brunt was Sun Pingnan's closest friend. Under the heat wave, the second-grade superpowers had no power to protect themselves. The flesh and blood burned, turning into a curled-up charred corpse in a few seconds. Seeing this, Lu Yan's expression changed slightly, and he thrust a knife in front of him. The flames on the long knife burst out, forming a flame barrier in front of him. The heat wave hit and collided with the barrier. The 2 flames fought against each other and exploded, causing several explosions. Under Lu Yan's continuous output, the barrier did not break and successfully prevented Sun Pingnan's attack. At this time, the 2 of them were fighting for their lives. However, Lu Yan used his points to block his opponent, and Sun Pingnan used his points to break his points. There was no great suspense about who would be unable to withstand it first. Just as the 2 were confronting each other, a scream echoed in the laboratory, attracting everyone's attention. Not far away, Zhong Ningli was seen standing in front of the branches, covering his face with a look of shame and anger. Lu Yan turned around to check and immediately understood what had happened. Seeing that he was not easy to deal with, the other party became angry and wanted to stab Lu Man, but Lu Yan had already been on guard against this attack. The wooden shield set up for Lu Man was more than just a decoration. Zhong Ningli must have wanted to throw away the wooden shield just now, but was slapped by a branch on his backhand. Not too hurtful, but extremely insulting. Zhong Ningli became angry from shame and raised his knife to chop. Lu Yan snorted, and the branches grew wildly again. Dozens of branches attacked at the same time. Zhong Ningli could only switch from offense to defense, and kept cutting off branches. However, the branches seemed to be endless, and another one grew after cutting one off. At the same time, Sun Pingnan spent a lot of spiritual power, but achieved nothing, and had no choice but to take back divine ability. The flames retracted, and Sun Pingnan stood there breathing heavily. Seeing this, Lu Yan also dispersed the flame barrier, drew out his long sword, stepped back, appeared behind Zhong Ningli, and swung the sword horizontally. Stab! Zhong Ningli tried his best to avoid Lu Yan's attack, but accidentally, the branch hit him, staggering, and headed towards Lu Yan's blade instead. The sharp blade slashed through him, tearing open his clothes, but he couldn't take another step forward. Under Zhong Ningli's clothes, he saw that there was actually a piece of soft gold armor. Zhong Ningli was not seriously injured, but he flew away under the heavy blow. Lu Yan was speechless and quickly controlled the branches to follow, and directly tied Zhong Ningli into a rice dumpling. Zhong Ningli, who was restrained, still wanted to break free, but was unable to do so. He wanted to control the soft armor on his body to reorganize the attack, but there was no room to move. Lu Yan flew up and dodged Sun Pingnan's attack, and appeared above Zhong Ningli's head. With an unobtrusive command, he directly killed Zhong Ningli in his stunned and regretful eyes. Sun Pingnan was shocked when he saw this and couldn't believe that Zhong Ningli was killed like this. After being beheaded, blood spurted out and gathered in one place. Lu Yin gently pulled the mask, took a deep breath, and the blood flowed in. Lu Yin couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. The blood of fourth-grade superpowers is different from the blood of ordinary people. It is rich in nutrients, has sufficient spiritual power, and is very delicious. As the blood digested, Lu Yan's cultivation level improved again, but it was not as strong as before. After Zhong Ningli's blood was completely digested, Lu Yan's cultivation finally stayed at the peak of 4th grade, 99%, and he could reach the 5th grade realm after further steps. However, Lu Yan finally felt the bottleneck of his cultivation and knew that this was the limit he could reach in a short time. If he wanted to go further, he still needed to settle down. Zhong Ningli's death shocked Sun Pingnan. Even when Lu Yan was stunned, he did not dare to make a sneak attack. Instead, he took this opportunity to turn around and rush towards the crowd. After rushing into the crowd, regardless of anything else, Sun Pingnan rushed directly into the middle of the researchers and grabbed a middle-aged woman in a white coat who was in the center of all the researchers. Speaking of women, Sun Pingnan made a sharp turn and rushed toward the exit. Lu Yan calmed down, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Sun Pingnan rushing towards the exit carrying a woman. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not rush to chase. Instead, he raised his hand, and all the blades he had thrown out flew into the air. Under Lu Yan's control, they rushed into the crowd, and the blades flew and harvested heads. When Sun Pingnan came to the entrance of the laboratory, most of the security personnel and researchers were already dead or injured. Just when Sun Pingnan was about to step out of the laboratory door, branches in the passage sprang up from the ground, completely covering the passage in the blink of an eye. There was not even a gap between the branches for people to pass through. Sun Pingnan looked ugly and raised his hand to burn the branches with a large flame. But when the branches in front of me were burned to ashes, I discovered that there were still branches behind them. Sun Pingnan did not believe in evil and continued to burn. However, when he burned 5 meters away and found branches in front of him, he knew there was no hope of escape. When he turned around and returned to the laboratory, the dozens of people he abandoned, including the remaining 2 third grades, had all become dead souls killed by Lu Yan's sword. "Why didn't you run away?" Lu Yan asked knowingly. "Let us leave. We admit failure this time. We underestimated you and a generation of vampires." Sun Pingnan looked at Lu Yan and said this with difficulty. Lu Yan didn't want to pay attention to Sun Pingnan, who was still arrogant until now, and turned to look at the woman he was protecting behind him. "In this case, you have to take the woman with you, who is either Sun Pingnan's wife or the person in charge of the laboratory. Lu Yan prefers the latter. Tell me what the purpose of your experiment is. I'll let you die quickly." Lu Yan looked at the woman intently. After hearing Lu Yan's words, the woman trembled all over, slowly raised her head, and looked at Lu Yan, her eyes full of fire. "It's great. It's really great. Vampires, a generation of vampires, 6 kinds of superpowers, and mutation superpowers. Perfect, really perfect." The woman murmured while looking up and down at Lu Yan with fiery eyes. Lu Yan looked a little flustered. Chapter 121. Noisy. Seeing that he was really flustered, Lu Yan threw out a ball of flame and exploded on the ground. The flying sparks scared the woman and took a few steps back unconsciously. The burning in her eyes cooled down a little. "You really want to kill the fish and defeat the net." Sun Pingnan ignored the crazy woman behind him. He was used to it and still looked at Lu Yan with burning eyes. "The fish is dead and the net is broken? You are not qualified. Besides, it seems that you are the one who provoked me in the first place." Lu Yan did not continue to attack. He had just faced off with Sun Pingnan and then killed Zhong Ningli, so that he could control the branches to block the passage. All of this requires a lot of spiritual energy, and today he went from the early stage to the peak in one breath. It was inevitable to waste spiritual energy when using it. He also needed to take a breath, but it didn't show on his face. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Sun Pingnan gritted his teeth and said, "I guess you also know that there are people above us. Even if you kill us all here, you won't get any benefits when you get out. So why bother?" Sun Pingnan tried to keep his tone as low as possible, saying that nothing was as important as his own life. "Besides, the entire Yunza village was killed by you, and even Zhong Ningli died at your hands. No matter how angry you are, it should be gone." Lu Yan almost laughed out loud when he heard Sun Pingnan's words. He understands that cutting the grass without eradicating the roots will lead to endless troubles. As for the people behind Sun Pingnan, they are indeed a hidden danger, but the soldiers will cover them up with water and earth. The handle has fallen into the hands of the other party. No matter what choice he makes, he cannot change it and will be controlled by others. If he lets him go today, the other party will also use this handle to restrain him next time. On the contrary, if he agrees today and pays the cost once, it will be difficult for him to refuse the next time the other party makes excessive demands. So Sun Pingnan is definitely going to die today. Are we really not able to negotiate? Seeing Lu Yan's face, Sun Pingnan knew that the negotiation had failed. He took a breath and waved his hand to summon a flaming sword. Give me the remote control. Sun Pingnan whispered to the woman behind him. Impossible, don't even think about it. All my efforts are here. You can't do this. Sun Pingnan didn't want to make any noise, but the woman obviously didn't understand what he meant. She understood his words and screamed. Before Lu Yan could say anything, he was interrupted. He looked at the woman in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. After being exposed by the woman, Sun Pingnan no longer tried to hide it, and looked at the woman fiercely. Give me the thing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't let you ruin this place. As she said that, the woman put her hands on her pockets and distanced herself from Sun Pingnan. She did not expect that Sun Pingnan would die together with the other party. Even if she died, she would not be able to let the other party have his wish. This place contains her hard work for more than 10 years. It would be more uncomfortable to destroy this place than to kill her. It is obvious that success is not far away. As long as she is given a few more years, the experiment will be successful. With such good experimental material in front of you, why would you destroy it? Madman. Sun Pingnan's expression became even uglier as he watched the woman gradually sinking into madness. He took a few steps forward to control the woman and grab the controller. However, it was obviously impossible for Lu Yan to give him what he wanted. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he could probably guess the situation when he heard someone say ruin this place. I didn't expect that this underground laboratory has a self-destruct function. The long sword was swung out, the flaming sword energy flew out, and it struck in front of Sun Pingnan, stopping him. Taking advantage of Sun Pingnan's pause, Lu Yan stepped forward and slashed with his sword, fighting with Sun Pingnan for a moment. Sun Pingnan's use of the flaming sword was only superficial and had no substance. Lu Yan was not clear about it at first and treated it as a normal sword. As a result, the two knives collided together, and his own knife passed through the middle. He couldn't hold back his strength and stumbled. He was hit head-on by the opponent's attack, causing several injuries. That is to say, he has a strong recovery ability. If it were anyone else who suffered such a loss, his fighting power would definitely be greatly reduced, and he would be defeated if he remained weak for a long time. Later, Lu Yan learned his lesson and did not confront Sun Pingnan head-on. The two of them kept going back and forth. You advance and I retreat. You retreat and I advance. Those who didn't know better thought the two were dancing. Sun Pingnan tried to rush in front of the woman several times, but was forced back by Lu Yan's brief outburst. The two of them fought like this for more than 10 minutes. Lu Yan relied on his powerful physical body to break out from time to time. The spiritual power in his body increased instead of decreasing, and he was not at a disadvantage for the time being. But Sun Pingnan was different. His flaming sword was consuming spiritual power all the time. His spiritual power was almost at the bottom, but after such a consumption, his body's memory was even more stretched. After Lu Yan burst out with flames again and forced Sun Pingnan back, Sun Pingnan stumbled and fell to the ground, and the flames of the flame sword slowly extinguished. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, Sun Pingnan kept looking for opportunities, but Lu Yan ran too fast. Instead, he was trapped and unable to escape, and now he is exhausted. Oh, let me go and I'll tell you everything. Holding his knees and struggling to get up from the ground, Sun Pingnan gritted his back molars and recognized his last trump card. Lu Yan paused in his pursuit. To be honest, he was moved. It's not scary to have enemies. What's scary is not knowing who the enemy is. But he only hesitated for a moment. No, I will check it myself. The sword flashed, and the long sword sank into Sun Pingnan's heart until the handle was submerged. Sun Pingnan looked down at his heart in shock, unwilling to believe the facts, and breathed his last in reluctance. The long knife flew up and fell back into Lu Yan's hand, followed by a large amount of blood floating in the air. The blood in the whole body was lost. No matter how powerful Sun Pingnan was, he would never die again. After solving the problem, Lu Yan turned around and looked at the woman huddled in the corner, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Are you the person in charge of this laboratory? Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and slowly approached the woman. Don't kill me, don't kill me. When Zhong Ningli died before, she was far away from her and didn't see it, so she didn't feel anything. After all, many people died in her hands. But Sun Pingnan died not far from her, and blood had splashed on her face just now. When she realized that she might be next, the woman finally panicked. "Are you the person in charge of this laboratory?" Lu Yan asked again patiently. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." But the woman seemed not to hear it and kept repeating the sentence. Lu Yan frowned slightly and swung out the long knife, nailing it directly half a meter in front of the woman. The woman looked at the blade that was so close, with its cold light flashing, and she was afraid and wanted to step back. But with the wall behind her, where could she go? I am the person in charge of this laboratory." Lu Yan felt helpless. He felt that the woman in front of him was a lunatic. She looked at him with a passionate face before, but now she was scared to death. The contrast between before and after was too great. But fortunately, madmen are also afraid of death. "What is your experimental project?" Chapter 122. Experimental project, experimental project. Liang Qin murmured, but did not say the key point. "Explain." Lu Yan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 6:40, so time was still tight. Liang Qin trembled all over and said hesitantly, "Research, study the bloodline inheritance of the blood clan." Bloodline inheritance. Lu Yan's mind turned several times before he understood what the other party was talking about. It should be the vampire's ability to assimilate humans. Lu Yan glanced at several nutrient tanks in other directions in the laboratory. "I didn't observe carefully before, but now I look closely and find that the teeth of several people in the nutrition tank are sharp, which is indeed consistent with the characteristics of the vampire family." But Lu Yan didn't feel their aura. Presumably they were not Lu Man's dependents, and he didn't know where the other party caught so many living vampires. A branch protruded from behind Lu Yan and directly bound Liang Qin's body, ensuring that she could not even move a finger. Branch reached into Liang Qin's pocket, took out a controller, and put it in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan put the controller away under Liang Qin's nervous gaze. The experimental platform was protected by a wooden shield made of branches and did not suffer any damage. Lu Yan walked to the experimental table. The branches loosened and slowly retracted, revealing Lu Man, who was sleeping on the experimental table. He stretched out his hand to feel Lu Man's pulse again and detected his spiritual power. After confirming that Lu Man's internal injuries were not serious, Lu Yan retracted his hand with satisfaction. Only then did Lu Yan have time to look at the layout of the laboratory carefully and found that the laboratory was already the deepest part of the basement. The laboratory equipment is very complete, many of which are the latest equipment. Some equipment Lu Yan has been coveting for a long time, but unfortunately it has not yet been circulated on the market. I didn't expect to see it here. The identity of the sponsor behind it is indeed not simple. After careful inspection of the electronic equipment in the laboratory that was still in good condition, Lu Yan was disappointed that he did not find any useful data in it. So clean. Even if the other party was afraid that he would be defeated and destroyed the evidence in advance, he should have a backup. However, Lu Yan searched around and couldn't find any backup tools. Lu Yan suspected that the other party had a special data storage room, and all experimental data and information should be stored there. Lu Yan recalled carefully that the laboratory had come to an end. On the way here, he had seen all the rooms, and there was no room that looked like a database. Wait a moment. Lu Yan was stunned. He thought of the locked room on the other side of the corridor. He had never entered that room before, and it still used a vault lock. At that time, he was ready to open it and take a look, but the door behind him opened first, so he gave up. Now that I think about it, there must be something hidden inside. Lu Yan did what he thought of and strode towards the door of the laboratory. Following his movements, Lu Man flew up and followed behind him. The branches that bound Liang Qin were all broken, and the whole Zongzi also flew up, following behind Lu Yan. After a while, one person and two people came to the other side of the corridor, in front of the vault door. "How do you open this door?" Lu Yan looked at Liang Qin. "Only the key can open it." The branches on her body were slightly strained, and Liang Qin felt pain and spoke hurriedly. "Where's the key?" "I don't know." Feeling the branches getting tighter, Liang Qin hurriedly spoke. "The keys were kept by Sun Pingnan, the man you just killed. I don't know where he put them." After killing Sun Pingnan and Zhong Ningli, Lu Yan searched their bodies for fear that they might have any dangerous items on them. But they were very clean and naturally did not have the key Liang Qin mentioned. It's definitely too late to find the key now. No one knows if anyone will come to the village to check in broad daylight. He did not forget that there were dozens of corpses lying in the square. Lu Yan stretched out his hand and touched the metal door, and all the spiritual power in his body was converted into metal-type superpowers and surged out, covering the entire door and penetrating into every molecule. The internal structure of the metal door will be clear to you. Find the lock tongue part of the door lock that acts as a fixed lock, and use all your strength to activate the collection of metal powers. Drink. With a loud shout, he used his spiritual power with all his strength, and the spiritual power inside the door vibrated rapidly. There was a click and the sound of metal breaking. Lu Yin held the door handle and pulled it outward, and the metal door was opened by him. Looking closely, the door lock tongue actually broke directly in the middle. Liang Qin's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. The door opened. A burst of cold air rushed out from behind the door, and the temperature in the air dropped several degrees. Lu Yin held the door and waited for a long time. There was nothing he could do. This method of relying solely on brute force really consumed too much spiritual energy. The originally small amount of spiritual energy immediately bottomed out, and there was no trace left. Feeling the temperature drop, Lu Yin looked inside the door and saw the strong visual impact of the scene behind the door, which made him take a breath of cold air. Behind the door is a 20-meter-long, higher and wider aisle, with 2 rows of freezers neatly placed on both sides of the aisle. The freezer is of the same style as the hospital morgue. There are 3 rows up and down, and at a glance there are no less than 150 freezer compartments. If this didn't scare Lu Yin, maybe for convenience, the door of the freezer was actually made of glass. At a glance, he could see that it was full of corpses. More than 100 corpses were neatly stacked here, which looked so spectacular. Lu Yin could also imagine the purpose of these corpses. Even cruelly, these people probably died under this. Human experiments. Closing his eyes and soothing his mind, Lu Yin stepped into the room, walked 20 meters without squinting, and came to the other end of the room. A large door stood in front of him, but fortunately, the door lock was not as high standard as the outside. Lu Yin opened the door lock easily. Behind the door is a dim room with flickering lights and chassis neatly placed in the room. This is the computer room Lu Yin is looking for, and the data he wants to back up is also stored here. After placing the 2 people at the door of the computer room, Lu Yin walked into the computer room alone. There were many memory cards in the computer room. Lu Yin picked a few memory cards to check, but the more he looked at them, the more frightened he became. The research in this laboratory is not as simple as Liang Qin said. Bloodline inheritance is just a small project, summarized based on the information Lu Yin found. The other party is studying a means to replace it. Take Lu Man, for example. If the other party's research is successful, then the bloodline owned by Lu Man can be passed on to others. All of Lu Man's abilities will also be inherited by the other party. The other party wants to directly become a vampire without relying on assimilation. This is because he is not satisfied with being someone else's dependent and wants to directly replace him. It is really greedy. But thinking about Lu Man's abilities, long lifespan, and 6 ever-changing powers is indeed tempting enough. Fortunately, the experiment is still in the theoretical stage and has no practical results. Instead, there are many research results on other aspects of the vampire race. Chapter 123. After briefly checking the information in the computer room and grabbing a few memory cards, Lu Yin found the monitoring equipment. Whether it's in Yunza village or the laboratory below, there are cameras everywhere. Although Lu Yin has always covered his appearance, Lu Man has not covered up and has been exposed to the camera. The surveillance data, whether physically or on the hard disk, needs to be destroyed. He found the surveillance storage hard drive and inserted it into the query device. Lu Yin formatted it with 1 click without even looking at it, after physically driving the hard drive into pieces. After ensuring that there were no other monitoring hard drives, Lu Yin returned to the door of the computer room, raised his hand to summon a ball of fire, and threw the fireball into the computer room without looking back. As a fierce explosion sounded, the machine room was filled with flames. Lu Yin leaned on the door frame. The inside and outside of the door were like 2 worlds. One was peaceful and the other was bustling. But the strange thing is that despite such an exaggerated explosion, not a trace of flames burned near the door, and even the temperature did not change at the door. The explosion lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and then slowly subsided. When he heard no more explosions, Lu Yin opened his eyes and turned around to look. I saw that the originally well-organized computer room was now in a mess, with machine limbs everywhere and not a complete machine in sight. With a wave of his hand, all the freezer doors opened, and the cold air came out and gathered together. Driven by a gust of breeze, they poured into the computer room along the door to cool down the hot environment. The whole process lasted for another 5 minutes before the temperature in the computer room dropped below 100 degrees. Any burning objects were slowly extinguished, leaving only residual heat. After a quick glance, Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction. After being burned like this, if anyone can take out anything useful from it, he can only say that it is a scam. Lu Man, who was floating in the air, moved his fingers slightly and hummed softly. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling, feeling as if he was in another world. Hearing the noise, Lu Yin no longer paid attention to the situation in the computer room. He came to Lu Man's side in 3 steps and placed her flat on the ground with concern. "Xiaoman, you're awake. Elder brother?" Lu Man reached out and rubbed his eyes. Lu Man looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. She seemed to have seen her brother in her dream just now. She suspected that she was still dreaming now. Feeling the touch on her hands, Lu Man was surprised to find that all of this was true. His brother really appeared in front of him. "Brother, why are you here? Were you caught by them too?" After reacting, Lu Man became a little excited and held Lu Yan's hand tightly. She has not been in a coma for the past half-month, and she has also learned about the situation in the experimental base. There are 2 4th graders at the base, and there are also 6 3rd graders for protection. As far as he knew, Sun Pingnan and Zhong Ningli had not just entered 4th grade. Based on her impression of Lu Yan's peak 3rd grade strength, it should be impossible to defeat the 2 of them. So Lu Man's first reaction was that Lu Yin was also captured by them. At the same time, Lu Man couldn't help but think of the torture he had suffered during this period. His eyes were distracted, his whole body was shaking, and he hugged his head with his hands and huddled together. Xiaoman, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Lu Man's sudden action, Lu Yin panicked, hugged Lu Man with concern, and spoke out words of comfort. "Xiaoman, it's okay, everything is over. I've solved it, it's okay." Under Lu Yan's constant comfort, Lu Man's eyes regained their brightness, and she slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Yin at a loss. Really? Only then did Lu Man realize that the location they were in was a corridor surrounded by freezers, not a room where they were detained. At the same time, Lu Man noticed Liang Qin, who was floating in midair and restrained all over. When he saw her for the first time, Lu Man couldn't help but have a flash of panic in his eyes. Then he reacted and looked at Liang Qin with red eyes and emotion. It was only after seeing Liang Qin looking so embarrassed that Lu Man believed what his brother said. Seeing Lu Man, who was emotionally unstable again, the distress in Lu Yan's eyes never faded. He had read the experimental report on the hard drive, and he could see the frenzy of the experimenter from the cold words. Relying on the vampire's strong recovery ability, as long as there is sufficient blood supply, even a broken limb can be regenerated in a short time. The experimenters did not regard them as human beings at all, and used all kinds of cruel experimental methods. Although the injury can be recovered, the pain suffered during the period is unavoidable. For such a long time, Lu Yin did not dare to dwell on the pain she endured. "I gave her to you." After saying that, Lu Yin put Lu Man down, got up and walked out the door. As Lu Yin left, the branches slowly spread out and retracted, eventually turning into a dead branch and falling to the ground. Liang Qin lost her support and fell to the ground. Lu Man looked at Liang Qin, who fell to the ground fiercely, with an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Although his body was still a little weak, he had mostly recovered. Lu Man slowly got up from the ground and approached Liang Qin step by step. Seeing Lu Man approaching step by step, Liang Qin's expression changed drastically. The fear in her heart continued to accumulate, and her body leaned back unconsciously. But there was an end. Leaning against the freezer, Liang Qin's face was full of despair. She knew exactly what she had done, and these experimental subjects hated her. She also knew what would happen if she fell into their hands. That's why she's so scared. Now she would rather Lu Yin killed her smoothly before. Screams came from the room behind him, but Lu Yin turned a deaf ear to them, as if he hadn't heard them. Seeing that the screams could not stop for a while, Lu Yin returned to the laboratory, destroyed all the electronic equipment, and killed the vampires in the nutrition tanks. Although they were very pitiful, Lu Yin was not allowed to raise them. No one knows whether they were still conscious when they were in the nutrition tank, whether they heard anything they shouldn't have heard, or seen anything they shouldn't have seen. Lu Yin didn't have time to study it, so it was better to send them to meet Satan directly. When Lu Yin returned to the door of the freezer room after finishing his work, Lu Man had already changed his outfit and was standing obediently at the door waiting for him. The clothes should be from Liang Qin. They are relatively large and not very fitting. Sniffing lightly with the tip of his nose, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Lu Yin followed the smell and looked towards the source. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and tense up all over. Cruel, too bloody. The whole room was splattered with blood, and various body parts were scattered everywhere, and no complete organ could be pieced together. It can be seen that Lu Man hates the other party very much. But seeing Lu Man's calm eyes, it wasn't unacceptable. "I don't know how to clean it up." Lu Yin didn't say much, knowing that now was not the time to preach. "Gather all the residue in one place. Raise your hand and send it into the machine room." The flames ignite and completely burn it into a ball of paste. Only a few relatively complete bones can let people know that this is a dead person. The water rolled over and the ground became clean again. Chapter 124. Let's go. After finishing everything, Lu Yin turned around and walked towards the exit. Lu Man's steps were a little brisk, and he quickly kept up with Lu Yan's footsteps. Brother, please slow down. You haven't told me what's going on yet. As they walked, Lu Yin briefly explained the events of the past few days to Lu Man, but he mentioned some things in one sentence without going into details. As the two walked up the stairs and walked out of the house, Lu Man looked at the corpses on the ground in the square at the door and looked at his brother in surprise. She didn't see the scene in the laboratory, but the sight of dozens of corpses lying in the square was enough to shock her. She knew that Lu Yin had killed 2 people, and he had broken the precept today. After retrieving the things left on the roadside, Lu Yin and Lu Man left Yunza village in the opposite direction from the alley. After returning to the city, they did not leave in a hurry, but found a hotel to stay at. Lu Yin did not use the self-destruction device in his pocket because he knew the matter was not over yet. He had to keep so many experimental supplies underground, but he couldn't damage them. This is big news. If it is exposed, the Superpower Bureau will have to take it seriously. Even if there are people behind Sun Pingnan and others, after this incident is exposed, they will keep their tail between their legs and try to eliminate traces of their existence. In this way, at least for a short period of time, the other party will not have spare time to target their brothers and sisters. As for when this period of limelight passes, it won't be easy for the other party to trouble them again, and Lu Yin already has a plan. It's a pity that Lu Yin didn't find any information about their backers. Otherwise, he would just find the other party and kill them. After resting for a long time, there was no big action in Haizong City until the afternoon, so Lu Yin decided to add fuel to their fire. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the front desk of a small self-media company in Haizong City received a package with no sender and no consignee. For this kind of unknown package, the front desk was originally going to throw it away directly, but unable to resist curiosity, the front desk opened the package and checked it. It turned out that there were just a few simple photos, a piece of paper with a specific address, and a small hard drive. But after just glancing at the contents on the paper, the front desk hurriedly found the company boss and handed over the package. After reading the content, the boss couldn't hide his excitement in his eyes. He immediately organized a manpower operation and rushed to Yunza village before 4 o'clock to find the basement written on the paper. That is to say, the boss was brave enough to resist the urge to call the police immediately when he saw the corpses lying on the square. It has to be said that Yunza village is really remote, almost isolated from the world, and no one usually comes and goes, so that even a whole day has passed, and no one has found any corpses here. The self-media boss ran up and down and took several photos before calling the police. He even arranged for someone to write the article while the police were on their way. By the time the police arrived at the scene, an article about human experimentation had already begun to circulate on the internet. After investigating the scene, clarify the situation, and make notes for the other party, the Haizong City Superpower Bureau also arrived at the scene as soon as possible. They were about to give the self-media boss a hush order, but they were told that the incident had been exposed. This made them angry, and their eyes were on fire when they looked at each other. In just a short period of time, the report went directly to the hot search list. After all, such a shocking incident has not been heard of for decades. Hundreds of people died in human experiments. Hundreds of people were massacred in the experimental base. Just these 2 headlines, no matter which one they are enough to make the headlines of social news. Let alone putting them together, the total number of lives is more than 200. The only consolation is that there is no mention of the existence of superpowers in the published content. Otherwise, this incident might cause panic among the whole people. After all, compared to the rare number of superpowers, ordinary people still account for the majority. If news of large-scale killings by people with superpowers breaks out at this time, it will cause panic among ordinary people, and then ordinary people will boycott the people with superpowers. Extremists may even propose radical ideas of annihilating people with special abilities, or imprisoning and controlling people with special abilities. You must know that the internet is the place where conformity is most likely to occur. When there are too many such remarks, it will also stimulate the emotions of people with special abilities. This situation would have been detrimental to unity. It is precisely because of this worry that the announcement of superpowers has been delayed again and again. The plan has been improved, and the preparations for emergency situations have been increased again and again. Under the pressure of public opinion, the General Administration of Supernatural Powers set up a special investigation team and rushed to Haitsong City overnight to conduct a comprehensive investigation and evidence collection on the scene. It even mobilized the computing power of Sky Eye to investigate surrounding surveillance and recover electronic device information. Unfortunately, all electronic equipment was burned so thoroughly that even a child could be crushed into crumbs, and it would be even harder to recover. As for peripheral video surveillance, it's even more nonsense. The other party set up the laboratory in Yunza village because it was remote. It was surrounded by rural dirt roads, and there was very little surveillance even in the town. The Sky Eye algorithm is indeed powerful. Even so, several suspects were still found, but there were specific offline investigations to eliminate them one by one. In the end, the clues were completely cut off. Unable to find the murderer, we can only investigate the laboratory with all our strength. Because only the computer room was destroyed and the rest of the facilities remained intact, it took professionals several days to figure out the general situation. But I don't know if I don't investigate. I'll be shocked if I investigate. More than 1/3 of the corpses in the freezer room were vampire corpses, and the remaining 2/3 were normal humans, but many unknown components were found in their bodies. Research on vampires is expressly prohibited in Tianxian Kingdom. Such a large-scale experiment caused quite a stir, and the intensity of the investigation and the level of attention were raised to a higher level. Under Liu Yan's deliberate guidance, the popularity of human experimentation continued on the internet for a week, and finally subsided after several big names in the entertainment industry were exposed. However, in the following month, this topic would be brought up from time to time to ensure that it was not drowned in the tide. Of course, these are all things for later. Liu Yan and Lu Man were just like ordinary tourists, visiting Haitsong City for 3 or 4 days in a row. On Liu Yan's side, Lu Man contacted Wen Jilin to pick them up. Lu Man was kidnapped and had no documents on him. Fortunately, Haitsong City is not far from Mengqing. There are only 2 cities separated in between. It only takes a few hours to drive there. After learning the news that Lu Man was safe, Wen Jilin was very excited. She hung up the phone and drove over. The first time they saw Lu Man, the two hugged each other excitedly. They didn't separate for a long time. Instead, they stood in front of each other. Lu Yan on the side was very embarrassed, like a superfluous person. Chapter 125. Brother Yan, where have you been these past few days, and why are you only back now? Not long after Lu Yan sat down in his seat, Shi Liangfeng came over. Isn't the other party showing mercy and giving me a few more days off? I went to the next county to play for a few days. Yawning, Lu Yan replied nonchalantly. Good guy, you feel comfortable. We are going to be very busy these days. Shi Liangfeng had the word envy written all over his face. But it was just envy. Everyone knew that Lu Yan had just come off the battlefield and heard that he had killed a 3rd grade vampire. He was very impressive. By the way, I heard that you advanced to 3rd grade? Shi Liangfeng expressed even more envy. He has also made some progress in the past few days, but he is only in the 2nd grade late stage. He doesn't know that he will have to wait until the year of the monkey to advance to the 3rd grade. Lu Yan followed the things on the table and nodded without saying anything more. Tell me, the textbook says that 3rd grade is a key node. Have you changed anything? Shi Liangfeng was so excited that he almost jumped up. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. But before he could jump up, he was hit hard on the back of the head. Ah, Sister Qian, it hurts a lot. Holding the back of his head, Shi Liangfeng looked resentfully at Xiahou Qian, who had just beaten him. No, Sister Qian, why did you hit me? Who told you to ask something you shouldn't ask? Come down and practice with me. He looked at Lu Yan apologetically, grabbed Shi Liangfeng's ear and walked towards the elevator. Xiahou Qian accompanied her throughout the whole process because she knew, don't mind, that's all Xiao Qian. Su Yangyang had been standing by and watching. When she saw Xiahou Qian pulling the light bulb away, she stepped forward. Welcome back. Su Yangyang smiled sweetly behind her hands. Lu Yan looked up when he heard the sound and saw a healing smile, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Shaking his head, he came back to his senses. Thank you. This is the dessert I made. Everyone has a share. Think of it as a welcome gift to you. Su Yangyang took out her hands from behind her back, held up a cardboard box, and placed it in front of Lu Yan. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lu Yan. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that there were indeed the same packages on other tables in the office. Okay, thank you. I will taste it carefully. Lu Yan happily took the carton, put it on his desk, and thanked Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang's cheeks turned red quickly as if she had been drunk. Then I'll get to work first. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yan's reply, he ran back to his workstation and clicked randomly while holding the mouse. But he still glanced at Lu Yan's location from the corner of his eye from time to time. Lu Yan smiled slightly. Being single for 10,000 years, he had perfect scores for theoretical knowledge and 0 marks for practical skills, so he didn't take it to heart. But apart from Lu Man, he had never received a gift from anyone since he was a child. Open the package carefully, and inside the box are neatly placed small biscuits coated one by one. If you read correctly, they should be cookies. Gently twist a round shape, put it in your mouth, and take a bite. The biscuit is very crisp, and crumbs fly out when you bite it. Chew it a few times and savor the aftertaste, slightly sweet. Lu Yin unconsciously closed his eyes and thought carefully, nodding with satisfaction. He likes to eat sweets very much, and he also knows that eating sweets can cause blood sugar to rise, so he has been controlling his sugar. But the slightly sweetness of this biscuit suited his taste, and he liked it very much. After eating one biscuit in one bite, Lu Yin couldn't help but reach out and pick up 4 or 5 pieces in a row, all for breakfast. Su Yangyang, who was secretly peeking, saw Lu Yan's behavior, hid behind the computer, and snickered quietly, very happy. At the front of the office, Feng Mo, whose hair was getting thinner and thinner, had already started working for the day and couldn't help but shudder. Why does this office have a weird atmosphere? It smells sour. Wen Lin, who was hiding behind the curtains in the office, was also peeking at Lu Yan. A news link was opened on his desk computer, which was a report on human experiments. As an internal member, he could find out more information. For example, he knew that this experimental base was related to the Star Society, and that 3 of the deceased were the principals of the Star Society. He also knew that the person who wiped out the experimental base was probably Lu Yan, who was eating cookies outside. There are more than 100 people, and 2 of them are 4th grade late stage. He thought that Lu Yan might be hiding his strength, but he didn't expect to hide so much. What kind of strength is it to be able to kill the 4th grade late stage, the peak of 4th grade? The highest combat power in the country is only 3 5th graders. Suddenly knowing that such a giant Buddha existed in his small temple, Wen Lin felt a little panicked. The key was that this giant Buddha was not of the same race as himself, which made him even more panicked. Wen Lin originally wanted to have a good talk with Lu Yan, but after thinking for a long time, he still didn't have the courage to open the office door and call Lu Yan in. After letting go of the blinds and sitting back on his seat, Wen Lin scratched his head and looked at the messages sent by Wangeline on his phone, and finally chose to give up the urge to talk to Lu Yan. He simply pretended to be dead until the very end, biting him to death for not knowing the fact that Lu Yan was a vampire. So what should he do? Wen Lin was very lucky now. Fortunately, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep after receiving the news that night, and finally processed the information about Lu Yan's departure from Mengsheng in the system. Moreover, when reporting on the affairs of the Star Council before, there was no mention of the vampire clan, only that there was a 3rd grade war. Lu Man's name was not mentioned, and when the special commissioner arrived, he did not focus on investigating the background of the missing persons. The focus was always on the star meeting. Maybe the higher-ups now thought that the missing persons reported by Mengsheng were among the more than 100 experimental materials. So now that Lu Man comes back, it won't have much impact. At most, the school needs to explain it. As long as they don't investigate carefully, they won't find the problem. By the way, there is one more thing to resolve. When Lin opened the office door, Lu Yan, come to my office. When Lu Yan heard the captain calling him, he looked up in confusion. His face changed slightly, thinking that Wen Lin was going to ask him about things in Haizong City. Captain, what do you want from me? After entering Wen Lin's office, Lu Yan gently closed the door and locked it. Have you found your sister after she ran away from home? Wen Lin asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, but then he realized what he was doing and a smile appeared on his face. It was comfortable to communicate with smart people. Well, I got it back. The child has reached the rebellious stage. He can't contact me for such a long time, and he is angry. Lu Yan consciously sat across from Wen Lin. The corner of Wen Lin's mouth twitched. Well, just come back. If I remember correctly, your sister should have awakened her powers too. In the middle of 2nd grade, find a time to bring people over to register the information. The necessary procedures still need to be completed. At this point, Lu Yan came back to his senses. Concealing strength and concealing abilities are 2 different things. Just like before, an unregistered 3rd grade superpower user is a dangerous person to the Superpower Bureau, and they won't take it seriously if something goes wrong. You must know that after the first burst of spiritual energy, being promoted to 2nd grade in 1 year, 2nd grade in 2 years, and 3rd grade in 3 years is considered a good talent. Why? If you become a person with superpowers for 4 or 5 years and don't register with the Superpower Bureau, you think everyone is a go-wong. 9 times out of 10, those who don't register are not good people. But if you register and hide your strength, the nature is different. At least your thinking is correct. Chapter 126. The person behind Sun Pingnan was like a sharp sword hanging over Lu Yan's head. No one knew when the sword would fall and how much harm it would cause him. Faced with this problem, Lu Yan had only two ways to respond: compromise or resist. Needless to say, compromise was impossible for Lu Yan, so he could only resist. Lu Yan likes a saying that money is everything. In Lu Yan's view, money here does not refer to material gold, silver, and banknotes, but to interests. There are many kinds of interests. Gold, silver, and banknotes are just one of them. Your own value can also be regarded as an interest. Therefore, Lu Yan planned to start from this point. As long as he was valuable enough and could provide enough benefits to Tianxian Kingdom, it would not matter if his identity as a vampire was exposed. Even if you have hundreds of people on your back, cross it out. How can you blame him for something that has no evidence? As long as his interests are great enough, he believes that the other party will choose him in the end. Of course, these are not what Lu Yan needs to consider now. What he needs to consider is how to improve his own value. He has done a lot of research over the years, but most of it is about vampires, and it is only a small amount of research. The content is not as complete as what he brought back from Yunza village. The only thing worthy of praise may be the results of neurological research. If virtual reality technology is successfully researched, it can indeed become a significant bargaining chip in his hand, but the technology is not mature enough and results cannot be achieved in a short time. However, Lu Yan's major breakthrough in neurology is not only applicable to this, it can also have other extended products. Lu Yan's first thought was prosthetic limbs. As long as the processor retains the translation function and deletes the feedback function, the brain can directly control the action of the prosthesis. To put it simply, the processor in the prosthetic limb only receives signals transmitted from the brain and does not need to feed back the limb's sensory signals. In this way, the amount of information is greatly reduced through one-way transmission, and it will not put too much burden on the brain and can also control. As for whether it will be uncoordinated, it can only be said that we underestimate the information processing ability of the brain. Of course, prosthetics are different from the body. There are a lot of data that need to be coordinated, and many problems will arise. All Lu Yan needs to do is solve them one by one. But when he was halfway through writing the experimental plan, Lu Yan suddenly realized the limitations of his vision. If you enlarge a set of prosthetic limbs several times, it becomes a human exoskeleton. If you enlarge it a dozen times, it becomes a mecha. This technology can be applied to the development of mechas, directly controlled by the brain. As long as the hardware can keep up, this will be a major breakthrough. Lu Yan could even be bolder and use spiritual materials on important joints, materials that mutate after being nourished by spiritual energy and have excellent spiritual power transmission. And when combined with metal-type superpowers, they might become a big killer against superpowers. If this series of technologies are realized, it will be enough to reflect his value and make people ignore the fact that he is a vampire. The more Lu Yan thought about it, the more excited he became. He wrote the plan overnight and went directly to the laboratory the next day to start his own experiment. As for the Superpower Bureau, although the second spiritual energy recovery has begun, the effect is not obvious yet. Most of the recent tasks in the city are about the guidance of newly awakened people. Fong Mo directly handed over this simple task to 5 interns. All young people are full of enthusiasm for work, full of energy and efficient in doing things. So they, the elderly, are free now and can temporarily restore their previous status. They don't have to clock into work if they have nothing to do, as long as the phone is open and they can find someone if they need anything. Lu Yan immediately contacted his mentor, Professor Zhou Wen. The experiment was very complex and required cooperation from many aspects. Things like a robotic arm were beyond Lu Yan's capabilities and required external assistance. After contacting the professor, Lu Yan expressed his thoughts and reported the experimental results that he had kept secret for a long time. After hearing this, Professor Zhou Wen was very excited. If he didn't have work on hand, he would have wanted to fly back and study with him, but unfortunately he couldn't leave. I didn't know that goddamn person had set up a laboratory to study vampires in the country and made it known to everyone that hundreds of people had been killed in human experiments. As one of the members who was invited to start studying the vampire clan nearly half a year ago, Zhou Wen was directly invited to study more than 100 corpses. The tasks are busy and cannot be completed in a short while. Therefore, Zhou Wen could only use his own connections to introduce Lu Yan to 2 manufacturing companies and research institutes specializing in prosthetics and exoskeleton armor. It may be for Zhou Wen's sake, or it may be that he is really interested in this project. Anyway, the other party is willing to spend energy, time, and money to try. Lu Yan provided the technology, and the other party debugged and tested the feasibility. In the days that followed, Lu Yin seemed to have lived in the laboratory, constantly doing experiments, living directly in the laboratory and rarely going home. It was only sometimes when the Superpower Bureau was overwhelmed and tasks were assigned to him that he would go out to take a breath. Just like this, half a month of peaceful and busy days passed. The popularity of human experiments in Haizong City has slowly dropped, and no useful information has been heard yet. What reassures Lu Yin is that no one has come to him for such a long time, not even anyone to ask questions, which means that he has not been exposed yet, and the people behind Sun Pingnan have also gone dormant for the time being. Regarding experiments, Lu Yin has also made substantial progress. The theoretical first version of the controller has been made. The next step is to practice, find problems, and solve problems. Take human walking as an example. The legs move mainly due to biological principles. When humans walk, muscles contract and relax to drive skeletal movement. This process requires the control and coordination of the nervous system. All the processor needs to do is translate something like neural information and calculate how the limbs should move and how far they should move. It sounds very simple, but it involves mechanical principles, so the coordination between various data is very important. If you are not careful, the center of gravity will be unstable. When Lu Yin sent the first version of the data to the prosthetic manufacturing company, the other party officially took it seriously and knew that it was serious this time. A special scientific research team was urgently established in Mengxing to facilitate subsequent cooperation with Lu Yin. Everything went as smoothly as cheating. After the scientific research team was established, the experimental project entered the fast lane and went through dozens of rounds of debugging, modifications, prosthetic modifications, and other issues. A month later, they produced the first generation of human prostheses, and the process was very smooth. Lu Yin never thought that results would appear so soon. I have to lament that only when there is pressure can there be motivation. If it weren't for the risk of his identity being revealed, he wouldn't be working so hard on his research. His brain is running at high load every day. Chapter 127. Index finger, middle finger, ring finger, little finger, thumb, hold, loose, 2, 1, 3, 5, rock, scissors. As Lu Yin spoke, he thought in his mind and made corresponding movements with his left hand at the same time. There was also a prosthetic limb on the table next to it. Several data cables extended from the shoulder of the prosthetic limb. The other end of the data cable was connected to a ring-shaped device, which was placed on Lu Yan's shoulder. Following Lu Yan's movements, the prosthetic limb made corresponding movements at the same time. Both the amplitude and strength were consistent. After measurement by professional instruments, the error was less than 1 millimeter. However, as the first generation of human prostheses, there are still shortcomings due to immature technology. When holding and grabbing things, problems are likely to occur. Here is a simple example. Normal people don't use much force when grabbing a grape. This is because the touch on the arm is transmitted back to the brain. The brain knows that the grape will break if you apply more force, so it subconsciously reduces the force. But the prosthesis doesn't work. It will only follow the instructions of the brain, but because there is no feedback, the brain will not know whether the force is appropriate. So in many cases, it will crush the grape. The action of the prosthesis is more closely related to vision. The size seen by the eyes is fed back to the brain, and the brain controls the prosthesis to reach the desired position. However, at this position, you may use too much force and damage the object. You may also use too little force and fail to pick it up, which is uncontrollable. If it is too heavy, the brain may not be able to respond in time. If it is too light, the brain will subconsciously issue commands, resulting in excessive force. There is no way to completely solve this problem yet, so they can only find another way to limit the upper limit of the strength of the prosthesis. In this way, you can grab most items with confidence, and there will be no major problems if you pay attention to it in daily life. This is better than being a disabled person. Okay, there's no big problem. How are you finding volunteers? Reach over to undo the retaining ring and remove it. When the ring is unfolded, you can clearly see that there are countless tiny needles densely arranged on its inner surface. These needles will penetrate the skin surface, connect to the nervous system on the arm, and copy nerve information, which is an indispensable and important component. The key is that, except for the slight pain when it pierces the skin, it does not affect normal activities. We found 10 volunteers. 5 are missing hands and 5 are missing feet. According to your request, they are all missing one limb. Shiyu, the personal secretary assigned to Lu Yin by Haixing Group, can be said to be the liaison between both parties. Haixing Group is the leading research and production company of prosthetic and orthotic equipment in Daxia. Yeah, Lu Yin nodded. Over the past month or so, he has realized the importance of a secretary. A secretary can help you do many things that are not important and do not need to be done personally. Just like these 10 disabled people, it is easy to find disabled people, but to find those who are willing to cooperate, you need to select only one of the best. After all, it is only theoretically feasible at the moment and has only been tested on Liu Yan, but Liu Yan himself knows that his experimental data cannot be treated as normal people and are useless. No one knows whether the machine will cause problems when used on normal people. There may be dangers during the process, and only a few people are willing to take risks. It's better to choose the right date than to hit it. If you want to test, it's better to test it early. If there are problems, we can make timely adjustments and try to confirm the final product in the next few days. Time waits for no one. The prosthesis is just a preliminary task. After success, there will be mechanical armor waiting for him. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come to the lab now. Shiyu did not object, but directly called 10 people to come to the laboratory. It is worth mentioning that the laboratory Liu Yan is currently using is not the school's laboratory, but a laboratory arranged by Haixing Group outside the school. The facilities here are much more comprehensive than the laboratories on campus. After just waiting quietly for an hour, 10 people, 7 men and 3 women, came to the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, everyone looked at Shiyu with excitement and expectation. Especially when I see the prosthetic limbs that have not been put away on the experimental table, my eyes light up. Secretary Shi, did you want to start the experiment when you came to us? One of the middle-aged men, whose left foot was amputated at the knee, walked out of the crowd and came to Shiyu trembling with excitement. Obviously, he is the representative of these 10 people. Shiyu also acted very cleanly and neatly, nodding directly in recognition without making any detours. After receiving a positive answer, the man became even more excited. Liu Yan, who was observing the conditions of the 10 people at the side, had a strange look on his face. He didn't know what Shiyu told them, that each of them was so confident about this experiment. Although I have told you before, I still want to tell you again. Shiyu walked up to the 10 people with a straight face, and his serious tone quickly cooled the atmosphere in the room. After a while, there was silence, and they all stood obediently, like primary school students who were listening carefully. The technology has been theoretically successful so far, and there are no problems in experiments, but it has not been tested on humans yet. After speaking, Shiyu paused and glanced at Liu Yan. When Liu Yan was experimenting, she was watching from the side. Although she didn't know why she told herself that he was not experimenting on humans, she was just a secretary and didn't ask any questions. So unexpected situations are likely to occur during the experiment. Theoretically, your lives will not be endangered, but everything has accidents, and we cannot be 100% sure. But don't worry, medical staff and ambulances are already waiting outside. If any accident occurs during the experiment, we will do our best to rescue and ensure safety. Having said this, Shiyu paused again for a few minutes to give everyone time to digest. If you want to give up, you can raise it now. If you have no problem, you can come to me and collect 2 contracts. One is a confidentiality agreement. Before the product is released, you cannot disclose any information. The other is a voluntary agreement. Shiyu took out the contract that had been prepared long ago from the drawer and placed it on the table, waiting for the 10 people to make the final choice. Ding ding ding. Just when a few people were still hesitating, there was a knock on the laboratory door. The door opened, and a little head poked out from behind the door. Seeing Liu Yan in the laboratory, the visitor's eyes lit up. He opened the door and walked into the laboratory. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing Su Yangyang walking in, Liu Yan smiled slightly. It's okay, we haven't started yet. You came at the perfect time. When Su Yangyang came to her side, the two exchanged a few words. Liu Yan spoke to the 10 people for the first time after they entered the door. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Yan. I am the operator of your experiment and the manufacturer of the latest human prostheses. The person next to me is the medical staff we arranged. His name is Su Yangyang. You can completely put your own life on the line. Leave safety to her. Su Yangyang stood next to Liu Yan and heard him introduce herself. She greeted the 10 people generously and looked at them curiously. It was not that she had never seen disabled people before, but it was rare for 10 of them to gather together at one time. Chapter 128. Su Yangyang was specially invited by Liu Yan, and he was not sure about the experiment process. There was a wood-type superpower who was watching over him to prevent accidents, which made him feel more at ease. After all, this experiment is related to the brain and nerves. No matter which problem occurs, it is a serious accident, and modern medical treatment may not be able to cure it. As for the magic of spiritual power, Su Yangyang had already experienced it once when he was able to recover from an injury. With a person with wood-type powers present, the possibility of an accident would be further reduced. Perhaps because the safety of the medical staff was guaranteed, 10 people quickly signed the voluntary agreement, and no one chose to withdraw. These people have more or less received care from the Foundation under the Shung group across the sea, and they still trust the Haishin group. Seeing that all 10 people had signed, Lu Yin didn't hesitate. After confirming the participants in the experiment, the dimensions of their missing limbs have been measured, and the standard prostheses have been prepared and placed in the laboratory. Lu Yin asked the middle-aged man who was the representative to sit on the bed next to him and picked up a suitcase from the laboratory. Under the gaze of more than a dozen pairs of eyes, Lu Yin slowly opened the suitcase, and a piece of his left calf was quietly placed inside. Lu Yin carefully took out the calf, placed it on the experimental table, and connected it to the experimental equipment. After starting the preset program, under the surprised gazes of a dozen people, the prosthetic leg placed on the experimental table began to move. The 5 toes and ankles are swinging regularly. After running for 2 minutes, Lu Yin stopped and took off the prosthesis from the instrument. Is this what you have been studying during this period? Is it so magical? Su Yangyang curiously reached out and poked the prosthetic leg and found that the simulated human skin felt really hard to the touch. Lu Yin frowned slightly and gently moved Su Yangyang's fingers away. Well, it is equipped with my latest research controller, which can be directly controlled by the brain. Although Lu Yin was talking to Su Yangyang, he was actually speaking for everyone to hear. Put the prosthesis on the cart and push the cart in front of the middle-aged man. Are you ready? It might hurt a little. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Lu Yin pulled up a chair and sat down. He gently lifted the empty trouser leg of the man's left leg and pulled it directly to the top of his thigh, revealing his incomplete thigh. Although he had been mentally prepared and had seen many broken limbs and broken arms, Lu Yin couldn't help but take a breath when he saw this hideous wound at close range. Although I don't want to look at the wound too much, I still need to do what needs to be done. Lu Yin picked up the prosthesis on the side, fixed the knees together, and moved a few times to confirm whether it could move freely and whether the fixation was stable. Although it is not a customized model but a standard product, it is still relatively consistent with men. Pick up the ring-shaped receiver connected to the prosthesis and fix it in the center of the man. The moment the receiver was fixed on the man's thigh, the man couldn't help but scream. What did you feel just now? Lu Yin asked as he tied up the connecting cable. Unfortunately, the technology is not yet in place. Logically speaking, the receiver should be designed at the point where the prosthetic limb is in contact with the human body. However, the current technology is not yet available, and a special team needs to be set up to study it. These are all minor problems that can be solved slowly. The main thing now is to confirm that the prosthetic limb can be used. It feels just like usual needle injections, except that this time the injections were a bit too much. It hurts a little, but it's acceptable, and I feel nothing after the pain. Lu Yin nodded after hearing this. It felt similar to what he used himself. I'm going to start the machine, get ready. The man's body tensed up instantly, constantly guessing what would happen to him. Lu Yin pressed a position on the inner side of the prosthetic leg. After pressing it, he looked up at the man's face, always paying attention to the man's expression. If there was anything wrong, he would turn off the prosthesis. The man closed his eyes tightly and waited for something to happen. He only felt his calf move, and then he felt nothing for 5 minutes. The man carefully opened his right eye and met Lu Yan's dull gaze. Dr. Lu, hasn't it started yet? Probably because this scene didn't look like conducting human research, but rather like treating a disease, the man unconsciously called him Dr. Lu Yan. It has ended. Oh. The man was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what he was doing and immediately looked at his left leg. The prosthetic leg was still firmly fixed on his leg, and he didn't see any changes. The man carefully tried to stand up. Put your feet on the ground. Slowly push your knees and thighs, and your whole body slowly get up from the bed. The man subconsciously wanted to reach for his crutch for support, but thinking that it would be a shame for Lu Yin, he reached for the table next to the bed. Under the breathless gaze of several people, the man stood up with one trembling leg. Feeling the support on his left thigh, the man slowly let go of his supporting hand and stood firmly on the ground, with an unconscious smile on his face. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yin, and after getting Lu Yan's consent, the man raised his heart and looked at death as he raised his right leg and took a step forward. The right foot lands on the ground. The left foot unconsciously lifts slightly, and the toes touch the ground. His knees weakened, and the man fell to one knee. Before anyone could express concern, the man was the first to speak out. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. The man holding the table on one side stood up again and continued. It's just that I'm not used to it all of a sudden, and I'm scared. The man couldn't hide the joy and surprise on his face, and he looked down at his left leg excitedly. Carefully raise your left leg, follow your eyes, stretch it forward, step hard on the front with one foot, take a step forward with your right leg, lift the toes of your left foot, bend your knees slightly, lift up, and step forward. A man is as excited as a child who just got his favorite toy. Under the eyes of several people who saw the miracle, the man stepped out step by step. He was still cautious at first, and his body was still a little staggering. But soon he started walking with a steady pace, and his walking speed was not slow. It's just that it may not be the reason for customization, or it may be a common problem with prosthetic limbs. When walking, the body shape looks a bit awkward, but it's not harmful. A volunteer in line behind the man couldn't control himself anymore when he saw the man like this. He came to Lu Yin with difficulty on crutches and begged Lu Yin to put on a prosthetic leg for him. Naturally, Lu Yin would not refuse. After giving the man a few words, he took out a longer suitcase. The second volunteer also had a broken leg, but the difference was that this person's entire leg was amputated and broken at the root, so it was more troublesome to fix it. Afterwards, Lu Yin helped 10 people put on prosthetic limbs one after another. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile. Similar to what he had tested before, the 5 people who installed the prosthetic legs had no problems yet. The 5 people with prosthetic hands cannot effectively control their strength and can grab hard objects without any problem. After all, the upper limit is set here. But when grabbing soft things like grapes and apples, the force will be out of control. After half an hour of testing, none of the 5 people could pick up a complete grape. Although Lu Yin was disappointed, the 5 of them were very satisfied with the result. After all, they could at least act like normal people now. The experimental process lasted 12 hours, and 10 people had to wear prosthetic limbs for half a day to try out various needs in daily life. Even during this period, Lu Yin arranged for 10 people to accompany them for a few rounds. After half a day, after 3 physical tests, the vital signs of the 10 people were all healthy, there were no abnormalities, and their spirits were stable. This means that the experiment was successful and the first generation of biological prostheses was successfully developed. Chapter 129. But even though he was in a hurry, Lu Yin was not so irresponsible. For half a month, 10 volunteers were allowed to use the prostheses normally, and only after confirming that there were no adverse reactions did they agree to mass production by Haishin Group. With less than a month before the new year, this epic-making product is launched. Due to the good publicity of Haishin Group, on the day of the press conference, the news about the new technology prosthetic body reached the top of the hot search, causing a sensation among people across the country. Prosthetic limbs controlled by the brain were something that was unimaginable before. This is an epic-making product. Prosthetic limbs that can imitate the movements of the human body are not impossible to make with existing technology, but they only need to be controlled by a remote control. There is no way to solve the coordination problem after being installed, and the body is unbalanced and cannot be used at all. Unexpectedly, this problem was first solved by Haishin Group. With the advent of bioprosthetics, Lu Yin also became popular as a developer, especially among those who purchased prosthetics. After the press conference was announced, many people came to inquire. After the first person to eat crabs appeared, the rest of the people came in droves. The cost of prosthetic technology is here, which means that its price will not be too low, and it will not be affordable for ordinary people. However, Lu Yin couldn't stand it and wanted to expand his influence, so he directly lowered the price of the prosthetic body on the condition of licensing the technology at a low price. So much so that most low-income families can afford the price of prosthetics. After the prosthetic body went on sale, apart from attending the press conference, he paid little attention to the rest of the matter and devoted himself entirely to the research of the robotic arm. Robotic arms are different from prostheses. Prostheses are for disabled people. After all, they have no arms and legs, so there is no barrier to control. There is a high probability that the robotic arm is for normal people. They already have hands and feet. Now that a third hand or foot is added, there is still a question mark as to whether the brain can accept it. But what Lu Yin didn't expect was that the first big order after the prosthetic limbs started to be sold would actually come to him. Looking at the 3 people sitting opposite him, Lu Yin swallowed quietly. There was no way, the formation was a bit big, and he was a little panicked. Xiao Qi, 5th grade late stage. Wang Lan, 5th grade mid stage. Zhang Wen, 4th grade peak. These 3 people suddenly came to the door today and stood in front of him. This frightened him so much that the moment he opened the door, he almost opened his car and forced his way out. Everyone had a straight face. Lu Yin thought that someone couldn't keep calm and shot him directly. His identity as a vampire was exposed. If Wang Lan hadn't spoken quickly, Lu Yan would have been ready to slap Zhang Wen. After all, he was standing in the middle of the gate, blocking the way out, and he was still the easiest to deal with among the three. Ahem. I was going to take a sip of water to relax, but ended up choking. Uffed. Lu Yan's behavior made Wang Lan laugh. When she smiled, the tense atmosphere in the room immediately eased a lot, and Xiao Qi and Zhang Wen also relaxed. Okay, don't be so nervous. We are here to do business with you, not to rob you. Come here to do business with me. What business do you want to do? Lu Yan had been confused since they entered the door. Before Wang Lan spoke, he had already thought about all the mistakes he had made since childhood. And what kind of business requires 2 deputy directors of the Superpower Bureau and the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command to negotiate? Don't you have a secretary? Ahem, let me do the talking. Zhang Wen once again took over with a straight face. When Lu Yan looked at him, he continued, You know about the war with the vampires a few months ago. I even heard that you were a witness and even killed a 3rd-grade vampire with your own hands. Lu Yan opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, but still didn't say anything and nodded in recognition. It is normal for war to have casualties. In this war, 173 of us were disabled and 131 of us lost arms and legs. At this point, the atmosphere in the room slowly became solemn. You must know that this is only the number of disabled people. There are many more deaths. Commander Zhang means that he wants Haishin Group to customize prosthetics for them. You shouldn't have to come to me specifically for this. Licking his lips, Lu Yan felt his mouth was dry, so he reached out and raised the teacup and took a sip. I know, but we want to customize some special prosthetics. A special prosthetic body. Lu Yan was stunned, his brain unable to react. Special prosthetic body. What kind of special method? We hope to customize a batch of prosthetics that can use superpowers. Zhang Wen said directly, without hesitation. After saying this, Lu Yan understood. Ordinary metal cannot conduct spiritual power and can only be enchanted. Explain the difference between spiritual power and spiritual energy. Reiki, the energy that exists in the air. Spiritual energy, the energy that is absorbed and stored in the body. Except for those with metal powers who can directly use their powers to control metals, other powers such as those with fire powers can only summon cold weapons wrapped in flames. Currently, the most commonly used psychic weapons on the market are spiritual stones. Weapons made using spiritual stones can transmit spiritual power. The difference lies in the fire system. Weapons made of raw spiritual stones will not have special flame effects after using fire spiritual power. Instead, the entire blade will reach high temperatures, and the flame damage will be stronger. The two are not on the same level at all. Lu Yan's first reaction was waste. What's the point of using so many raw spiritual stones to create a prosthetic body? But Lu Yan soon realized Zhang Wen's intention. The importance of limbs to a person with superpowers is unimaginable, because when people with superpowers use superpowers, most of their spiritual power outlets are on their limbs. Therefore, it is understandable that Zhang Wen wants to customize a batch of special prosthetics. Commander Zhang hopes that they can still go into battle to kill the enemy. Lu Yan used a fatal blow to torture his soul. Wang Lan, who had been playing with his mobile phone since he came in and said a few words, couldn't help but put down his mobile phone when he heard Lu Yan's question and looked at Zhang Wen playfully. Xiao Qi, who had not spoken since entering the door, also turned to look at Zhang Wen. Being stared at by 3 people, even Zhang Wen felt tremendous pressure, and a few drops of sweat could not help but flow from his forehead. This problem is indeed too deadly. After swallowing quietly, Zhang Wen forced himself to calm down and began to think about this issue seriously. To be honest, it is impossible to say that Zhang Wen does not have this idea in his mind. After all, superpowers are still a scarce resource, and superpowers with combat power are even rarer. There are only so many superpowers in the country, and several war zones still fight for them together. The competition is fierce every year. Of course, he hopes that these wounded soldiers can recover and continue to serve in the army. But this is unrealistic and he cannot do this, let alone answer like this. Of course, I hope they can continue working under me, but I know that's unrealistic. Chapter 130. They are all superpowers, and now they are unable to use their superpowers normally. I feel that I, as the commander-in-chief, am responsible. I don't expect them to be the same as before the accident, but I also hope to make up for them as much as possible. If we can make a plan that meets expectations, we will fully respect their own circumstances and wishes. After all, Zhang Wen was an elder to Lu Yan. If he wanted Zhang Wen to explain too much, Zhang Wen still couldn't help, but could only express his attitude reluctantly. But all Lu Yan needed was an attitude. No matter how well-made the prosthetic limbs are, they are not real. They will definitely be inconvenient. Letting such people go to the battlefield is irresponsible for their lives. If Lu Yan didn't take care of them and they died on the battlefield, Lu Yin felt that he was responsible, and he didn't want to bear this responsibility for nothing. Even cooperating with Zhang will make his plan a big step forward. It can be done, but it will take time and at least 100 kilograms of spiritual stones. Lu Yin calculated carefully for a long time. 100 kilograms of spiritual stone, the market price is 10 million. He can be regarded as a lion's mouth. But for this expensive price, Zhang agreed without blinking an eye. This refreshing energy should not go to a private account. As for the special prosthetic body, Lu Yin actually already had a plan in mind. He only needed to replace a few key parts with raw spiritual stones, and the manufacturing materials were mixed with entering spirit raw stone powder. It should be able to effectively transmit spiritual power. The two discussed the details of the prosthetic body in detail, and only gave up after both parties were informed. Just when Lu Yin thought the three of them were here for this, Xiaoqi spoke immediately. Mr. Lu, I heard that your next step in research is to develop exoskeleton robotic arms and mechanical legs. Lu Yin's movements of drinking tea were also without legal authority. There is nothing to hide. With the ability of the person in front of me, it is not difficult to find this. It is equivalent to concealing something that is not as refreshing as admitting it openly. I have only started researching in the past few days, and there is no result yet. Lu Yin emphasized the words these days, but the more Lu Yin talked about it, the less confident he became, and drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. When Lu Yin made the plan before, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. This would indeed increase his value step by step and make him more valued. But now he found that he had overlooked an important point, and that was whether this matter was legally allowed. Exoskeleton armor, strictly speaking, can be regarded as ordnance, but Lu Yin, as a private person, researches and manufactures ordnance. From the outside, what did Lu Yin want to do? Rebellion? If someone is reported by enthusiastic people, he will at least have to spend a few more years in prison. Well, how about I stop now? Glancing at Xiaoqi, Lu Yin shrank his head and spoke carefully. Seeing Lu Yin's scared look, Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile. Don't be afraid. The Xingyuan group you asked Professor Zhou Wen to help you contact is actually a state-owned enterprise. If you cooperate, in a sense, you are officially authorized. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoqi speechlessly. He understood that Xiaoqi was deliberately trying to scare him. I don't know if it's a bad taste or intentional. I wonder how far Mr. Lu thinks the exoskeleton armor you are researching can ultimately achieve. Xiaoqi continued to ask. There was no choice but to take the initiative. Lu Yin could only answer Xiaoqi's question obediently. The ideal thing would be to make a mecha like those in movies and TV shows. The three of them looked at Lu Yin with doubtful eyes at the same time, as if they were looking at some rare animal. Mecha? They wondered if they had heard wrongly, or if Lu Yin was still dreaming. Is this really possible? Mr. Lu, are you kidding? Xiaoqi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Xiaoqi thought that Lu Yin was just talking too fast, so he took the initiative to hold up a step in the hope that Lu Yin could come down. But Lu Yin didn't seem to appreciate it and nodded again to confirm. Under normal circumstances, if we want to develop creations like mechas, we are still several generations behind in terms of technology, but I think with the help of superpowers, we should be able to overcome these technical barriers. When it comes to professional fields, Lu Yin is much more serious. Originally, he only had the mentality of making mechas if he could succeed, but the special prosthetic body customized by Zhang Wen just now gave him inspiration. The mecha's entire body is made of metal, and metal-type superpowers are born to play with metal. With his nervous control system combined with the abilities of a gold-type superpower, it is indeed possible to create an alternative mecha. After listening to Lu Yin's idea, the three of them were also amazed by his idea. It sounds ridiculous at first, but after thinking about it carefully, I think it is possible. It is talking about their current state. Shaking his head, Xiaoqi put down the pie that was being fed to his mouth and returned to the present. These are all future research extensions and are not what we need to consider now. Let me talk about the purpose of my visit this time. After evaluation, we hope to reach an in-depth cooperation intention with you and provide information on exoskeleton armor as soon as possible. Development continues. Faced with Xiaoqi's invitation, Lu Yin decided to agree after careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons. However, as one of the conditions for cooperation, Lu Yin hopes to set up the laboratory in Mengqing. His request is actually a bit excessive. After all, the government must have its own experimental base, and the manpower, equipment, logistics, etc. are all ready. But to be honest, he was a little scared when Lu Yin was asked to leave Mengqing. Lu Yin was afraid that Lu Man would get into trouble again after he left Mengqing. So he made this request even though he knew it was excessive. Set up our own laboratory in Mengqing for independent research and development. hoping to remotely participate in the research of official personnel. These were confirmed by both parties after discussions. Originally, Shao-Chi wanted to take advantage of this and ask Liu Yin to share the technology to speed up the research progress. It's a pity that Liu Yin doesn't have enough oil and salt. This was the core of his entire plan. How could he just hand it over like this? The three of us communicated from the morning until I ended in the evening. Wang Lan, who was accompanying me throughout the whole process, ran out of battery and recharged her phone twice. However, after seeing the three people off, Liu Yin could not conceal his excitement. The harvest of today is unimaginable. First of all, in terms of prosthetics, as long as the new prosthetics are manufactured and achieve the desired results, Zhang Wan, as the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, will be equivalent to owing himself a favor. When something goes wrong, Zhang and Wen will at least not be on the opposite side of him, if not to protect him. The second is to accept Shao-Chi's invitation. Although he is still just a small researcher, at least he has entered the vision of the senior officials of the Supernatural Power Bureau and is no longer an unknown person. As long as he has some achievements, his weight in this circle will definitely become heavier and heavier until he slowly gains a foothold. Chapter 131. After sending the three people away, Liu Yin slumped back on the sofa and breathed a long sigh of relief. Only he knows how nervous he is. Although he was already at the peak of 4th grade and could theoretically fight against 5th grade late-stage superpowers, in the past few months, Liu Yin had been busy in the laboratory and had not yet taken the time to study himself. As a result, his combat experience has not increased much. If the two sides really faced off, he would probably only be able to bully Zhang Wan, and he might not even be able to defeat Wang Lan. It took more than a day or two for the two of them to enter the 5th grade realm, and they had both become superpowers for at least 10 years. Their experience, combat experience, and understanding of superpower control were beyond his comparison. However, this situation also made Liu Yin realize his negligence. All means used to achieve the goal are not as effective as one's own strength. If he could defeat 3 people today, he would not consciously put himself in an inferior position during the negotiation process and would be cautious in his words. If you have the strength, you don't need it, and if you don't have the strength, you can use it. There are two different concepts. The next day, Liu Yin temporarily put down the experimental project at hand, packed his simple luggage, and took a car to the camping ground on the outskirts of Mengqing. He planned to live in the suburbs for a few days to get familiar with his peak 4th grade strength. Not to mention how much combat power has been improved, at least you must know how much ability you have now. Meow. Walking on the path in the forest, Xiao Yin looked around curiously. Perhaps feeling the breath of nature, he couldn't help but jump off Liu Yan's shoulders and run around. Xiao Yin didn't go far, so Liu Yin just let him go. Finding a clearing near a stream as a campsite, he spent the rest of the morning setting up camp, setting up tents, collecting wood, and patrolling the area. After confirming that there were no signs of human activity around him and eating a simple meal, Liu Yin came to another open space a little further away from the camp. The spirit of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth has a total of 6 kinds of superpowers. Liu Yin took out the long knife he carried on his back and injected it with metal power. The blade shone with cold light and seemed to remain unchanged. Facing the big tree in front of the 2 people hugging each other, he raised his hand and waved it down. The sword flashed, and a straight crack appeared on the big tree at the height of Liu Yan's chest. Liu Yin raised his hand and touched the crack. The seemingly intact tree had actually been cut into 2 pieces. If left alone, it would lose its vitality and slowly wither in a few days. Ding! Gently tap the side of the blade with your left hand, making a crisp and pleasant sound. With the blessing of metal superpowers, the various properties of the metal used to make the long knife have been strengthened. The long knife itself is harder, and the toughness of the blade has also been improved. The sharpness of the blade itself has also been significantly improved. Liu Yin didn't use much force with the knife just now. It was probably equivalent to a full blow from a muscular man who had been exercising all year round. He could cut through trees with one knife, relying more on the sharpness of the blade. This cannot be done in the 3rd grade. He raised his hand and flicked it, and the long knife flew up into the air at a height of 30 meters at a wonderful speed. The tip of the knife turned and aimed at the tree trunk in front of him. Call out. The long knife flew out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When it was found again, it had been nailed to the trunk of the tree, right down to the handle. And with such a rapid impact, the tree trunk did not shake at all, as if the knife had been inserted into the tree trunk. The long knife retreated, leaving a shallow mark on the tree trunk. The next second, my heart moved with my thoughts, and the long knife continued to draw light in the air, scurrying around within a few hundred meters, floating in the sky for a while, stuck on the ground for a while, appearing in the east, and appearing for a while on the north side, jumping around like a child who can't take any time off. He raised his right hand flat with his palm upwards. The next second the light of the sword flashed across his face, and the handle of the long sword appeared in Lu Yan's hand. It's a pity that there are no rocks nearby, otherwise Lu Yan would really like to try to see if the long knife can open mountains and crack rocks. Putting the knife back into the scabbard on his back, this time he got 100 kilograms of spiritual raw stones and more than 100 people to make prosthetics. If he saves a little, he should be able to save some leftovers. Then we'll see if we can build a psychic weapon for ourselves. Arms. While thinking about his psychic weapon, Lu Yan reached out and touched the broken tree in front of him. The wood energy came out through the palm of his hand and entered the depths of the trees. Lu Yan also understood the situation of the trees. The edge of the knife is very smooth, and the tree has not moved at all. It is still the same as it was before it was cut, but the connection in the middle is cut off, and the life cannot be transported upwards. As Lu Yan increased his spiritual power output, traces of green juice wrapped around the dead cells and slowly flowed out along the cracks in the trees. As the last drop of sap drains out of the tree, something magical happens, and the cracks that originally ran across the tree miraculously disappear. I stretched out my hand to wipe off the sap on the surface. The surface of the tree was rough, but the cracks were indeed gone. Gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Yan took a few breaths. The tree the two of them hugged was not small, and it had consumed 2 layers of Lu Yan's spiritual power in one go. Stand in front of the tree, raise your hands, and dance your fingers in the air as if playing the piano. As Lu Yan's fingers danced, the crowns of the trees also swayed with the calm wind, and the two complemented each other and complemented each other. His right hand was raised high, and a slightly thicker branch of the tree was also raised high. As the last note of the music in Lu Yan's mind fell, Lu Yan waved his right hand heavily. The branch also moved the moment Lu Yan's right hand moved, and the thick branch hit the ground hard. With the original length of the branches, they should not be able to touch the ground, but from a certain moment on, the branches grew rapidly and reached their current length in the blink of an eye. As Lu Yan's body relaxed and he slowly lowered his right hand, the branches returned to their original shape as if an elastic cord had been stretched out and then quickly retracted. The ground it hit actually sank several centimeters deep, forming a shallow pit. Looking at the shallow pit, Lu Yan nodded with satisfaction. He had some knowledge of the wood element's abilities before in Yunza village. All it takes is a piece of plant that is still alive, and it can rely on its wood ability to forcibly continue its life and grow rapidly. This was the reason for the branches that blocked the passage at that time. But after losing Lu Yan's control, these plants that spawned would quickly wither and dissipate. However, the limitations of wood-type superpowers are too great, and plant seeds need to be prepared in advance. Among various plants, vines are generally recognized as the most useful ones. Of course, in addition to the enhanced attack power, the healing effect of the wood type has also been greatly enhanced. He estimated that it should be able to reattach severed limbs. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yan tried the other 4 powers one after another. Perhaps the biggest change was the geometric increase in spiritual power in his body. The rich spiritual power allows him to do many things that he could not do before. For example, like Sun Pinnan, he can directly condense a flaming sword and summon an earth shield as big as a wall. The control of elements has also become more refined, and with a little effort, ordinary attacks can be shaped into various shapes. Chapter 132. Even water flow, which is the easiest to shape, can only be shaped into simple drops, needles, and cones in the 3rd grade. But after 4th grade, the ability to control elements has been greatly improved and can be more refined. Even the most violent flames, Lu Yan could now shape them into the shape of a decent-looking bird or other animal. Although its lethality has not changed, it is still handsome. Whether you are strong or not is a temporary matter, and whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. If you are in a strong position, you will be promoted. Mental power may be the most mysterious of the 6 powers. It is invisible and intangible. 3rd grade mental power users can already float smoothly in midair under the control of mental energy. Lu Yan speculated that the 5th grade superpower's void walking may not be because the superpower can control space, but is similar to a mental superpower. With the improvement of strength, all aspects of the body of the superpowers are also improved. Since there is a mental superpower, will everyone have mental power, but the mental superpowers are stronger? As the strength increases, the mental power of the superpowers also naturally increases. When the superpowers reach 5th grade, their mental power reaches the level of 3rd grade mental superpowers. Only then can they float without the help of foreign objects. In midair. Of course, these are Lu Yan's guesses, and it is still unknown whether this is the case. After all, he is still one step away from 5th grade. After using all the powers, Lu Yan had a rough idea of what he could do so far. The next thing you need to do is to become familiar with the increased spiritual power and turn it into your own fighting power. But before that, Lu Yan still had one more thing to study. Mutated abilities. Ever since he developed ice-based powers, Lu Yan rarely used water-based powers. After all, hard ice is more lethal than soft water. This shows the power of mutation. It's no wonder that in the records of the Superpower Bureau, mutant superpowers are often stronger than ordinary superpowers. For ordinary people, whether they have mutant powers depends on their fate, but for Lu Yan, who has 6 series of basic powers, it is not impossible to have mutant powers. After all, mutated abilities are simply the result of the combination of 2 or more basic abilities, just like the abilities of the ice system, where the water system is the main one and the fire system is the auxiliary mutation. Theoretically, Lu Yan can imitate other mutant powers. During his time at the military camp in Cloud Mountain City, Lu Yan saw many people on the battlefield using mutant powers, including thunder, wind, ice, and fire. Lu Yan figured out the ice element on his own. The next thing Lu Yan wanted to study was the fire element. The attack method of the fire system is more inclined to spread magma, relying on the hot magma to attack the enemy. The 2 major characteristics of the yin system, solid and high temperature. Therefore, Lu Yan analyzed that the fire element was a mutation of the fire element and the earth element. Lu Yan wanted to see if he could recreate it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, while recovering the consumed spiritual energy, he raised his hand to ingest a fist-sized ball of soil floating above his palm. Lu Yan focused all his eyes on the soil, and a little red spiritual power floated in his palms. Spiritual power flew out from the palm of his hand, slowly attached to the surface of the mud mass, and slowly seeped into it under Lu Yan's control. As the fire spiritual power penetrated more and more, the mud ball began to slowly turn red, and after a while, it turned into a dazzling fireball with the blessing of the fire spiritual power. But Lu Yan frowned slightly. In his perception, the earth and the flames were not completely integrated union at all. The earth was still earth, it just became tighter and shriveled, and the flames were still flames, but they just adhered to the surface of the earth. If Lu Yan loses control, the flame will soon die out. The most intuitive feeling is that to control the fireball, Lu Yan used 2 forces, but to use the ice pick, Lu Yan used 1 force. When the first experiment failed, Lu Yan was not discouraged and continued the experiment. Although this was still seeping fire spiritual power into the soil, this time Lu Yan slowed down again, trying to let the flames in each small stage stay for a while and carefully observe the changes in the mud. It's a pity that spending 2 hours until dinner, experimenting with nearly 100 different proportions, is of no avail. However, after dinner, Lu Yan entered the research state again. This time he experimented in reverse, first summoning a burning flame, and then slowly injecting with spiritual power. The bad news is that it failed. The good news is that Lu Yan knew he was going to fail the first time he tested it, so he didn't waste time. Mixing Earth's spiritual power into fire spiritual power, how could the 2 illusory energies create physical magma? For 4th grade, this was nonsense. Both methods failed, which Lu Yan didn't expect. He originally thought it was just a matter of the ratio of the 2 spiritual powers, but he tried almost all possible ratios and still failed. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yan wondered if he was wrong from the beginning. The fire element may not only include the earth and fire elements, but also other abilities. However, there are too many combinations of 6 kinds of abilities, not to mention the proportional issues involved. Blind testing without a target is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sigh. His thoughts were fruitless, and it was already getting late. Lu Yan was not in a hurry and thought slowly. Xiaoyan, come back and rest. He called out towards the distant jungle. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the trees, the bushes shook, and a dexterous black shadow shot out from the trees towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan's thoughts moved slightly, and the black shadow was frozen in midair. Looking closely, it was not Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, who was suspended in midair, looked at Lu Yan resentfully, his eyes full of grievances. However, Lu Yan pretended not to see it, raised his hand, and a ball of water flew out of the stream not far away. The water flowed through an arc and came to their heads. As Lu Yan's palm fell, the water flowed down, washing Xiaoyan from head to tail. The slightly discolored water falls into the woods and irrigates the roots. Seeing that Xiaoyan was clean again, Lu Yan was satisfied and took the hopeless Xiaoyan into his arms. He reached out to rub the soft fur on Xiaoyan's back, and then pinched his soft cheeks. Only then did Xiaoyan come back to his senses from the bath. As soon as he came back to his senses, Xiao Yin meowed at Lu Yin, waving his 4 little paws randomly in the air, as if he was accusing Lu Yin of his crimes. Lu Yin chuckled softly, then looked at the top of his head, and his head collapsed. Xiao Yan's accusing voice became louder. Fortunately, it was in the suburbs. If it were in the city, Xiaoyan's pitiful cry would have required a cat lover to find him. 1 person and 1 cat just returned to the tent. Noisily, one fell into a deep sleep, and the other fell into sleep. Chapter 133. Yawning, Lu Yin rubbed his messy hair, opened the tent door, and walked out. Xiaoyan, get up. After stretching, Lu Yin turned around, grabbed Xiaoyan's tail, and lifted him out upside down. Meow, 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 meow. After a while, Xiaoyan woke up, stretched out his little paws to rub the cat's eyes, and was about to stretch. When he opened his eyes halfway, he saw a face hanging upside down very close to him, and he was shocked. Realizing that Lu Yin was not upside down, but that he was being hung upside down, Xiaoyan kept waving his little claws wildly. Lu Yin chuckled lightly and let go of his hand. Xiao Yin fell to the ground freely, turned around in midair, with all 4 limbs facing the ground, and landed easily at Lu Yin's feet. After landing, Xiao Yin couldn't help but stretched out his paws and kept tugging on Lu Yin's trousers. Okay, stop making trouble. It's time to have breakfast. After a simple wash, he raised his hand towards the lake, and a large ball of water carried 3 small fish floating up from the stream. The fish were swimming leisurely in the water, still thinking about why the spacious stream suddenly became much smaller, not knowing what they would face next. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and the water naturally fell back into the stream. 3 small fish flew out and appeared in front of Lu Yin. The fish that had left the current seemed to have just reacted at this moment, and kept flapping and struggling in midair, but to no avail. The knife placed aside flew up, and the light of the knife flashed. The 3 fish were disemboweled and lifeless in the blink of an eye, and the fish scales were scraped off in an instant. However, Lu Yin's mental power was not released, and the fish scales remained on the fish. In front of Lu Yin, a water ball slowly gathered and grew bigger and bigger. A small stream of water branched out from it, washing over the bodies of the 3 small fish, taking away the internal organs, blood, and fish scales. It took less than 5 minutes to finish the 3 fish. Meow. Looking at the fish floating in the air, Xiaoyan's mouth drooled, and the word, "wanna eat," was almost written on his face. Don't worry, I can't do without you. Lu Yin smiled slightly and threw the 2 fish into the water balloon. 5 seconds later, the water balloon began to roll, and a trace of water vapor floated up. The water is boiling. The onion and ginger seasoning prepared in advance spontaneously jumped out of Lu Yin's backpack, was cut with a knife in midair, and dropped into the hot water balloon. The remaining fish floated in front of Xiao Yin under his eager eyes. Xiaoyan couldn't stand the temptation. He jumped up and took the fish away. But just when Xiaoyan was about to touch the fish's body, he suddenly retreated 1 meter. Xiaoyan's bite was empty. After landing, he looked at Xiaoyan dissatisfied, his eyes full of accusations. Don't worry, this is not for you to eat now. I want it cooked. You can bake it. The fish landed in front of Xiaoyan again, and at the same time a spark appeared in front of Xiaoyan's mouth. Xiaoyan curled his mouth and reluctantly controlled the sparks to explode, roasting the dead fish above. After 5 minutes, the fish body will be slightly browned, and the seasoning will fly up and naturally sprinkle all over the fish body to ensure even application. The fragrant fish soup and the aroma of grilled fish meat are all around, making you want to eat. Lu Yin waved his fingers continuously, but without even waving, a fish bone flew out and landed in the open space beside him. When all the fish bones were removed, Lu Yin was satisfied and took out 2 large bowls and 2 plates. The fish soup was divided into 2 and poured into the bowls. The portion was just right. Cut the grilled fish in half and place on 2 plates. Seeing Lu Yin pick up the bowl and drink the fish soup, Xiao Yin couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped to the plate and started to devour it, sipping the fresh fish soup and choosing a piece of grilled fish without fish bones from time to time. Lu Yin couldn't help but have a look of satisfaction on his face. After a sumptuous brunch, Lu Yin and Xiao Yin lay down on the grass together, hugging their bloated bellies. Comfortable, Lu Yin closed his eyes and carefully felt the breath of nature. The breeze blows, the leaves make a rustling sound, the grass blades sway with the wind, and the chirping of insects lingers for a long time. The breeze blows, and the leaves quietly fall off, swirling in the air, and slowly fall to the ground to become part of the thousands of fallen leaves, contributing to the beginning of spring next year. Feeling the breath of nature, Lu Yin suddenly stood up like a carp, walked a few steps quickly to the tree, and looked at the fallen leaves covering the ground, his eyes full of excitement. He felt like he might have gotten the point. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. When wood generates fire, the nature of the wood is warm, and fire lies within it and burns out. So wood generates fire. When fire generates earth, the fire is hot, so it can burn the wood, and the wood burns into ashes, and the ashes are earth, so fire generates earth. Wood generates fire generates earth, and fire burns wood into ashes. Fire and earth are also inseparable from wood. Wood can perfectly serve as a link between fire and earth. Fire and wood cannot integrate at union. So what would happen if some wood energy was added to integrate it? Just do it as you think of it. Lean against the big tree and summon a ball of soil full of earth energy from the ground. Fire's spiritual power pours out of the palm of your hand and pours into the mud ball. As the temperature rises rapidly, the mud ball is like a small sun, emitting dazzling light, and the whole body expands slightly, as if it will explode at any time. He raised his hand to grab 2 leaves and threw them out, landing on the mud. As the leaves were burned, wood's spiritual power poured in. Like water droplets falling into hot oil, the little sun immediately exploded and sparks flew everywhere. Lu Yin quickly flicked his sleeves to catch all the sparks flying towards him and threw them aside with a flick of his sleeves. Fortunately, it was approaching the end of the year and the temperature was low. In order not to stand out too much, Lu Yin wore a coat. Looking at the charred ground, Lu Yin touched his chin and didn't know what the problem was for a moment. Wood makes fire, fire makes earth. Wood makes fire, fire makes earth. With the mentality of trying a few more times, he put his hands together, and all the leaves on the ground gathered together, and the flames started to burn, burning all the leaves into ashes in the blink of an eye. Earth's spiritual power floated out from Lu Yan's palm and poured into the still burning fireball. Lu Yan's eyes were fixed on the dust in the fireball, but something unexpected happened. Under the pouring of wood's spiritual power, such a big fireball was extinguished. Looking at the ashes floating alone in the air, Lu Yin was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect this ending. It's useless to burn earth with fire, and it's useless to burn wood with fire. Then what's left is wood made from earth. Another mud ball was summoned, and the wood's spiritual power continued to pour into the mud ball, but until Lu Yin stopped, the mud ball showed no change. Lu Yin carefully and tentatively output a little bit of fire's spiritual power into it. Bang! The fire was like explosives, and the mud ball burst into flames. The fire became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding temperature became higher and higher. Lu Yin quickly retreated. The temperature of the air around the mud ball was a bit unbearable. You can imagine how high the temperature inside the mud ball must be. Chapter 134. There was a soft sound. The flames slowly extinguished, the volume of the mud shrank, and the red and viscous liquid slowly flowed in the air. Lu Yin looked at the liquid flowing in the air with gleaming eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but before his hand could touch it, his fingers were so hot that he retracted it. The temperature of magma is usually between 700 and 1,200 degrees, and the temperature of the surrounding air is not too low. Only then did Lu Yin remember that he wanted to study the fire system because he saw a 3rd-grade fire system ability on the battlefield. No wonder that when the opponent was fighting, no comrade came close within 10 meters, and he himself was far away from the magma. It turned out that the temperature was so high. Thinking of this, Lu Yin closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and found that he did have some connection with the magma, and he could indeed control its actions. Opening his eyes, he waved his hand, and the magma shot out of the air and landed on the trees nearby. Almost immediately upon contact, the tree was set on fire. The contact surface was already charred black, and charcoal was actually forming in it. Controlling the magma relies on it. If you look carefully, most of the contact points have disappeared, and the remaining half has become blackened charcoal. Boom! Losing its fulcrum and burning with fire, the whole tree could no longer support itself and fell down. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly drew water from the stream to extinguish the fire. If the fire was allowed to spread, the forest fire would not be able to escape. Lu Yin looked at the magma ball floating 5 meters away with satisfaction, but he didn't expect that he really did it. After that, as long as he is familiar with the manufacturing process, he will also be considered to have the mutant power, the fire system. Compared with the fire type, the magma of the fire type is both virtual and real. Although each has its own advantages, the fire type as an entity is obviously more lethal. Unfortunately, like the ice knife, the knife made of magma cannot be held. Otherwise, if you wield such a knife to kill someone, the knife will definitely hit a critical hit. Instead of using your own hands to kill people, you can use supernatural powers to control them. After all, it's just a little bit close. From a distance of more than 5 meters, Lu Yin controlled the magma to change into various shapes without feeling stagnant. He also tried to grab the soil to condense the magma. After inputting the wood element one after another, the magma was also successfully condensed. Lu Yin knew that it was finally done. It was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. However, if you want to turn it into combat power, you still need to practice and try more to find the most suitable power ratio formula, so that you can condense the fire attack you need as quickly as possible. Unlike the ice system, which only needs to cool down the water, the fire system requires 3 kinds of powers, and the ratio between them is more difficult to predict. It took a day until about 6 o'clock in the evening for Lu Yin to confirm a ratio. According to this ratio, Lu Yin can turn a 1 cubic mud ball into magma in 2 seconds. The smaller the size, the faster. Slow speed is normal. After all, it will definitely not be as smooth as a Nate the day after tomorrow. Losing Lu Yin's control, a large piece of magma fell to the ground, and the temperature slowly began to drop. Under the water of a sheet of cold water, it slowly solidified into a stone, which is the so-called magma rock. It's also quite magical. It's just ordinary soil. After being transformed, it seems that its internal structure has been changed. After the controlled spiritual power is dispersed, it actually turns into magma. When the magma rock completely cooled down, Lu Yin couldn't help but kick it a few times, and it turned into stone. It seems that there are still many magical places to be discovered in spiritual power. Xiaoyan jumped onto the lava rock out of curiosity. There was still warmth on the rock, and it was very comfortable for her little feet to step on it. Xiaoyan couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, Lu Yan's curiosity aroused. He stretched out his hand and touched it, but felt nothing except a slight warmth. But seeing Xiaoyan like this, he still couldn't help it. He took off his shoes and socks and stood on the stone. A wave of warmth rushed down the soles of the feet to Tianling Gai, and the chill in the whole body was instantly dispelled. The whole person was warm, as if he was soaking his feet. No, this was even more comfortable than soaking his feet. After the novelty wore off, Xiaoyan was the first to come back to his senses and looked curiously at the stone at his feet. He remembered that this stone was still glowing before and was too hot to get close to. The front legs were slightly bent, and the cat slowly laid down on the stone, with its belly touching the stone surface, which made it feel even more exciting. But Xiaoyan didn't get dazed again. He laid his little head on his stomach, opened his mouth slightly, and took a gentle breath. A stream of energy from the magma rock surged out along with the suction force, entered Xiaoyan's small mouth, and was swallowed by it. Lu Yin noticed the energy fluctuations and opened his eyes. He didn't interrupt when he saw this scene, but wanted to see what would happen. Lu Yin put a lot of effort into cultivating Xiaoyan, and he usually only ate the purest fire spirit power in his body. Theoretically, magma rocks contain the 3 spiritual powers of earth, wood, and fire. It is unknown what changes they will undergo within them, but judging from the high temperature of the magma, there should be a lot of fire elemental power. Hiccup. After absorbing enough energy, Xiaoyan couldn't help but burp, and a stream of tobacco smoke erupted from his throat. This was something that had never happened before. After eating and drinking, Xiaoyan actually closed his eyes and fell asleep on the stone. Seeing Xiaoyan sleeping, Lu Yin wanted to take it back to the tent to sleep, but as soon as he lifted it a little, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Lu Yin, who had been paying attention, had no choice but to continue letting it sleep on the stone. However, he was not at ease just letting Xiaoyan stay outside with a cat like this, so they simply sat on the stone together to meditate and practice. Time flies by like a white horse. The sun sets and the moon rises, the moon sets and the sun rises. When the first ray of morning light appears on the horizon, Lu Yinfu slowly opens his eyes. At the same time, a slight fluctuation of spiritual power came from beside him, and Lu Yin followed it. I saw the aura on Xiaoyan's body fluctuating slightly. He also slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. He noticed Lu Yin next to him and felt a little relieved. Meow. Hearing Xiaoyan's cry, Lu Yin chuckled, petted its head lovingly, hugged it into his arms, called out a flame flower, and placed it in front of it. Xiaoyan ate his breakfast in small bites. Lu Yin carefully observed its changes while combing its fur. When he just picked it up, Lu Yin felt that Xiaoyan's weight had increased slightly, about 600 grams. Don't think that this is very little. You must know that Xiaoyan's original weight was only a little over 3 kilograms. It is not easy to increase it by 600 grams. In addition, Xiaoyan's realm has risen from the early 2nd grade stage to the middle 2nd grade stage overnight. It is not just a simple mid-second grade stage. From an energy perspective, it probably increased from 25% to 53%. It would take at least 2 years for an ordinary superpower to go from just breaking through to completing the second grade, and Spirit Beast is almost the same. It only took Xiaoyan 3 or 4 months to break through to the second grade. It was almost the second grade late stage. This level of upgrade speed is something everyone would envy to death. Shi Liangfeng is only a second grade late stage player who just broke through a few days ago. Alas, originally it was just a joke to say that Shi Liangfeng couldn't defeat Xiaoyan. But if things continue like this, after a while, Xiaofeng may really not be able to defeat Xiaoyan. Chapter 135. To the north of Profound Heaven City is a mountain range that spans several counties and provinces, called the Wulin Mountains. The area where Profound Heaven City meets the Wulin Mountains is particularly developed. In the past few years, a large number of developers have been developing real estate here in the name of native ecology and closeness to nature. Among them, there is a remote area closest to the Wulin Mountains. It is said that it was purchased by a private person and has not been made public. Using a drone, you can see that this area has been developed into a resort style, maintaining the original ecology of the jungle, with houses built here and there, most of which are only 1 or 2 stories high. At this time, in the courtyard of the largest house in the center of the resort, an old man was lying leisurely on a rocking chair, covered with a blanket. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and he was humming an unknown tune. The rocking chair swayed gently to the music. The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard swayed gently to the music in the breeze, forming a peaceful picture of time. Grandmother. A girl appeared at the door of the courtyard, knocked on the door gently, and called in a low voice, breaking the peaceful years. The girl was wearing a cheongsam, which outlined her attractive figure. The hem of the cheongsam undulated slightly in the cold breeze, revealing a pair of straight and round long legs from time to time. The girl knocked on the door and stood there with her head down waiting. Well, it's Xiaoyi, come to Grandma quickly. In the past 3 minutes, the old man slowly opened his eyes and saw the girl's son Pingy standing at the door. Her eyebrows were curved. She showed a kind smile and raised her hand to say hello. After receiving the consent, Sun Pingy took off her high heels, put on the cotton shoes inside the door, and walked into the courtyard. Seeing the girl coming to him, the old man was even more happy and pointed to the bench beside him. Come and sit. Come and sit. Sun Pingy sat down next to the old man, stretched out his hand, and gently twisted the blanket on the old man's body. Grandma, the weather is getting colder. It's better not to stay outside for too long. Keep warm and take care of your body. Hearing his granddaughter's caring words, the old man's wrinkled face almost lost his eyesight. Okay, Grandma, be obedient. The old man stretched out his hand, and Sun Pingy quickly held it and helped the old man stand up from the chair. The old man walked towards the house with Sun Pingy's support, his waist bent. At the door, the girl bent down and put on a pair of clean cotton mops for the old man. After changing them herself, she helped the old man to sit down in the living room. In a quiet environment, the girl boiled a pot of hot water and started brewing tea. Under the watchful eye of the old man, they completed an extremely wonderful tea-making performance. Finally, the girl brought a cup of brewed tea to the old man. The old man reached out and gently picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad. Your tea-making skills have improved again. It's all good teachings from Grandma. The girl smiled slightly, raising the corners of her mouth a little without showing her teeth. No, I'm too old. The old man put down the teacup and shook his head slightly. How come? You are not old yet. Don't make fun of me, old lady. I don't know my health yet. I can only protect the Sun family for 2 years at most. From now on, the Sun family will still have to rely on you. Having said this, the old man took Sun Pingy's little hand and held it in his. He patted it gently with his other hand and kept talking about something. How could it be? You still have a long way to go in the future. There will be a way. Sun Pingy quietly closed the upturned corners of her mouth and said comforting words, but her expression didn't change at all. Okay, I'm really getting old now. When I see you, I can't help but talk to you more. Don't think Grandma is too verbose. Just tell me about your business. The old man smiled and let go of Sun Pingy's hand, leaning back on the sofa. Okay. Sun Pingy silently retracted her hand, straightened her back, and placed her hands on her knees. There's news from the Supernatural Powers Bureau that the investigation on human experimentation has ended. Oh, what's the final conclusion? The old man became interested and opened his eyes slightly. The relevant investigation has been turbulent for nearly 3 months. Under pressure from many parties, it has only been concluded now, and it has been delayed for a long time. After many investigations, we finally found a hidden clue and traced the clues. Finally, we traced the clues to the Revolutionary Army, captured a group of people, and found another large experimental base under interrogation. Half a month ago, the General Administration secretly organized a large-scale operation to destroy another laboratory of the Revolutionary Army, and then gave the public an explanation. Sun Pingyi reported the progress of the human experiment phase in one breath. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Well, we did a good job this time. How are our losses? Sun Pingyi continued. Except for the annihilation of the first Laboratory Number 7 and Laboratory Number 9, we replaced important personnel and data in advance. Except for funds, there was no big loss. It's okay. It's just some numbers. As long as the people and data are okay. The old man sighed. Oh, it's just a pity for your second brother and Liang Qin. Sun Pingyi bit her lips slightly, said nothing, and continued to sit where she was. The old man quickly got out of his mood and asked, how was the investigation? Who destroyed Laboratory Number 7, and no one was left alive? Sun Pingyi's straight back was slightly lowered. The amplitude was so small that you wouldn't notice it unless you looked carefully. In the past few months, based on the backup data sent back regularly by Laboratory Number 7, we have roughly figured out the restoration of the on-site equipment. Reasons why things happen. Let's take a look. Sun Pingyi poured out the slightly cold tea in the cup again and filled it up consciously. Second brother probably wanted to prepare a big gift before your birthday, but he was worried that you would be angry. So he sent a common document marked with important information to the headquarters for backup. I also discovered it during the review. The old man was aroused and looked at Sun Pingyi. Sun Pingyi did not have the habit of selling things out and continued. The second brother found a second-grade vampire in Mengxing and captured it personally, only to find that the person was a second-grade vampire. The second brother took the person back to the laboratory. I hope Liang Qin can use this to speed up the research progress. On your birthday, complete the goal before the deadline as a birthday gift to you. When talking about the second generation of vampires, Sun Pingyi lowered her head consciously and did not dare to look around. Sure enough, after Sun Pingyi finished speaking, the old man's face turned gloomy and extremely ugly, and he slapped his palm heavily on the coffee table in front of him. Okay, you did a great job. You dared to hide such a big thing from me. You are such a good grandson of mine. The old man looked very old, and he didn't know when he would ascend to heaven. But with this palm strike, the coffee table in front of him shattered starting from his palm, and the cracks spread to all sides, filling up the tea table in the blink of an eye. With a bang, the entire tea table shattered into pieces. If you look carefully at the broken pieces on the ground, you can see that there are pieces of white stuff attached to the fragments, which looks a bit like frost. The broken tea table and the ear-splitting noise did not affect the two of them. The girl still looked down at her toes, acting like a good girl. The old man's right hand was hanging vacant, staring ahead and glaring angrily, as if she, Sun Pingnan, was standing in front of him. Generally, Chapter 136. Continue to talk about the identity of that second-generation vampire. Taking a deep breath, the old man retracted her palm, but it could be seen from the trembling palm that she was still angry. Lu Man, a native of Mengcheng, speculated to have become the second-generation vampire in 3037. 20 days before the laboratory was destroyed, he was captured by his second brother. Lu Man also has an older brother named Lu Yan, who is from Mengxing. According to official information, he is third grade in initial strength and spiritual. He joined the Superpower Bureau half a year ago and participated in the Battle of the East Daxia Sea. He only came out of the Cloud Mountain camp 2 days before Base 7 was destroyed. Suspected to be a vampire, Laboratory Number 7 was probably destroyed by this person. As Sun Pingyi spoke, she raised her hand and the pieces of the tea table floated up on the ground and were piled in the corner of the room. Sun Pingyi is a mid-4th grade psychic. Lu Yan. The old man frowned slightly when he heard the name. It was very familiar, as if he had heard it recently. Seeing this, Sun Pingyi continued. Some time ago, Haixing Group held a press conference. The latest prosthetic technology was researched by this person. A few days ago, Zhang Wan, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, applied for a batch of funds and materials to supply Lu Yan to research psychic prosthetics. Oh, it turns out it's him. Why does it sound familiar to me? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. We can confirm that he did it. After all, there are 2 4th graders in Laboratory 7. He can do it with just a little guy. We used your authority to access the Sky Eye system to retrieve a piece of information. Just the night before the accident in Laboratory Number 7, Lu Yan left Mengxing overnight and arrived at Haizong City, Yonghai County, in the early morning. Sun Pingyi added the last piece of the puzzle. Brother Lu Man, we have a motive. We took a bus from Mengqing to Haizong City overnight, and we have time to commit the crime. Due to various coincidences, except for the lack of direct evidence, all doubts were focused on Lu Yan. As for the evidence, does evidence matter? Evidence is not important. Evidence is only needed by the Superpower Bureau to handle cases, and they don't need it. Well, yes, the analysis is very accurate. The old man calmed down his emotions and nodded with satisfaction. How much cultivation do you think Lu Yan has? Did he really do this alone? Sun Pingyi quietly raised her head and glanced at the old man. Being able to kill 2 fourth-grade late stage, considering the possibility that the opponent is a high-level vampire, at least the peak 4th grade, and may even reach the 5th grade. As for the matter in laboratory number 7, he should have done it alone. If multiple people committed the crime, it would be impossible to handle the scene so cleanly. After listening to Sun Pingyi's analysis, the old man was very pleased and said, "Well, I know about this matter. You can compile a document for me about the follow-up matters, and I will follow up personally." Upon hearing this, Sun Pingyi's figure shook slightly, but she quickly calmed down. As if there was nothing unusual, she nodded slightly in agreement, as if she was hesitant to speak. Noticing Sun Pingyi's strangeness, the old man chuckled and asked, "What else can you do?" "News from Laboratory 2. Tell me what happened." "There has been a major breakthrough regarding the experiment you ordered. It has been theoretically completed. Next, human experiments need to be carried out." Sun Pingyi's eyes were full of worry. She was not prepared to tell this news because she knew how much her grandma valued this experiment. As long as she informed her, the other party would definitely agree to Laboratory Number 2's request. But the time was wrong. The Superpower Bureau had just concluded the case not long ago, and it was still a time of great turmoil. It was not appropriate at this time. It's a pity that she didn't dare not say it. Sure enough, after she finished telling the news, the old man's eyes shone with light, and his spirit even became much stronger. Okay, you arrange this matter, and you must research the results in the shortest possible time. I don't have much time. Helpless, even if Sun Pingyi was no longer willing, she could only nod and accept the task. The old man is already 96 years old this year, and will be 97 in 1 month. Time is indeed running out. But don't look at the old woman who is almost unable to walk. You must know that she is a strong 5th grade. Yes, the old man is one of the 3 5th grades of Tianxian Kingdom. Sun Han, the early 5th grade Ice superpower, has been guarding the capital Profound Heaven City all year round due to his age. Logically speaking, as the level of a person with superpowers increases, their vitality will also increase, which is manifested in the increase in lifespan. Some researchers have studied that a 3rd grade superpower can probably live to about 160 years old, and a 3rd grade superpower can probably live to about 160 years old. 5th grade psychics can live approximately 300 years. But Sun Han was an accident. She awakened 15 years ago, and was among the first echelon of people to awaken her powers. However, she was already 81 years old when she awakened. The power she awakened when she was dying allowed her cultivation level to cross the 1st grade and directly enter the early stage of the 2nd grade. The sudden increase in vitality allowed her to forcibly renew her life. But she is a dying person. Most of her life force is used to fill the hole, and there is not much left. For more than 10 years, she has been practicing desperately, trying her best to break through, hoping to race against death and make up for the lack of vitality. It's a pity that she only breaks through the realm every time when her life force is about to be exhausted, and replenishes new life force to fill the shortfall, so that her lifespan has always been hovering around the danger line. 3 years ago, she broke through to 5th grade, which was always a step too late for death. She only felt the stagnation in her cultivation, and knew that it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for her to take any further steps. This is indeed the case. 3 years have passed. Even if she practices day and night, her cultivation has not improved at all, and she is stuck at the early stage of 5th grade. She couldn't make any progress in her cultivation, and her vitality could not be replenished. She knew that she still had 2 years to live. 98 years of life. How sad this is for a 5th grade superpower. How could Sun Han be willing to do so? Seeing her grandma lost in memories, Sun Pingyi slowly stood up, bowed, and quietly walked out of the living room, taking away the remains of the tea table. Mississippi. On the way out of the house, the servant greeted him proactively. Sun Pingyi nodded slightly in response, but he was thinking about other things in his mind. One is the 2nd-generation vampire and her brother, and the other is the research results of Laboratory Number 2. In fact, these 2 things should be the same thing. Sun Han has secretly established a total of 9 laboratories across the country in recent years. As far as Sun Pingyi knew, The research projects of each laboratory were different at the beginning, but the purpose was the same, which was to improve Sun Han's vitality. However, several years of research yielded no results, but the emergence of vampires later provided them with a new direction. The vitality of vampires with long lifespans is undoubtedly strong. Later, all laboratories began to study vampires, hoping to find ways to increase vitality from vampires. Unfortunately, they only came to one conclusion, and that was to become vampires. But Sun Han is such a proud and arrogant person. She doesn't want to be assimilated by other vampires and become someone else's dependent, let alone become a low-level vampire. Even if he wants to become a vampire, he must obtain high-level bloodline and have a long lifespan. She knew that the youngest of the vampires had lived for at least 300 to 400 years, and the longest had lived for thousands of years. You must know that at that time, the spiritual energy had not yet revived. Sun Han, who had experienced death, was so enthusiastic about it that only the Sun family knew about it. Chapter 137. To stab, Lu Yin squatted on the ground, pressed his hands on the ground, and shouted softly. A second later, the ground 10 meters away from him began to squirm, and red spikes pierced out from the ground, covering a 5-meter radius. The surrounding air heated up rapidly after the spikes appeared, and after a while, the air began to become distorted. The red ground thorns are not only very lethal, but also extremely hot. Compared with traditional ground thorns, their killing ability is completely different. This is the result of Lu Yan's 5 days of research. Adjust the temperature of the magma, control its solidification state, and find the best balance point while ensuring the hardness and temperature, similar to the magma that has just cooled into a solid state. This level of magma rock thorns guarantees both physical damage and magical damage. This kind of operation extremely tests the user's control ability and patience. Fortunately, Lu Yin is talented in these two areas. After many times of practice, the fire power has been basically mastered. By adjusting the content of earth, wood and fire, magma in different states can be generated. This is why Lu Yin can do it so easily because of his acquired mutant powers. If it were other people with natural fire-type abilities, if they wanted to achieve this level, they would probably have to study the nature of the spiritual roots, and first split the fire-type spiritual roots into 3 spiritual roots. He waved his hand to disperse the thorns, and Lu Yin took a long breath and stood up. Rustle. At the same time, the grass rustled, and a black shadow rushed out of the grass at the right time and came to Lu Yin. It was Xiao Yin who had returned from playing. In the past 5 days, Xiao Yin has been playing like crazy. He has left his footprints almost everywhere in the jungle with a radius of 200 meters. We should go back. After Lu Yin said this, he turned and walked towards the camp. Meow. Xiao Yin followed closely with brisk steps. After being away for 5 days, I became familiar with what I should be familiar with and studied what I should study. It was time for Lu Yin to return to Mengqing. There were still a lot of things waiting for him in the Superpower Bureau and the laboratory. In the past few days, he was bombarded with dozens of messages every day, less than half from Lu Man, less than half from Su Yangyang, and the rest were mostly reports from Shiyu on the laboratory situation. Since the last time he cooperated with Haixing, Shiyu has been staying in his laboratory to help. Haixing Group has no intention of transferring people back. Shiyu has not raised the idea of leaving. Naturally, neither has Lu Yin, the principle of driving people away. So Shiyu became his personal secretary in disguise, the kind that didn't require him to pay a salary. When he thought about the backlog of so many things that needed to be dealt with, Lu Yin wanted to stay in the forest for a few more days. Unfortunately, the cruel thing is that no matter how much he escapes, the things will not decrease, and will even increase. After all, the laboratory is no longer his alone. He now has a small team, and the researchers in the team are all big guys. According to Shiyu's report, in the 5 days since he was away, the first-generation robotic arm has been designed according to his requirements, and has even started to be manufactured. Maybe it will be finished when he returns tomorrow. Extremely efficient. After returning to the camp and packing his luggage, Lu Yin took Xiaoyan with his luggage and walked out of the jungle along the original path. Walking a few kilometers back to the campground, a remote suburb, only here there are buses to the city at fixed times every day. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed to the bus stop before the latest train departed and got on the bus back to the city. Din 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 din, a ringtone rang, and Lu Yin, who was looking at the scenery along the way, was stunned. He reached out and took out his mobile phone, looking at the caller ID on it with some confusion. "Hey, Captain, what's going on? Where are you now?" Wen Lin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Although Lu Yin was confused about Wen Lin's inquiry, he didn't think much about it and replied, "I'm on my way back to the city." "How much longer?" Lu Yan's brows furrowed even deeper. He hated this kind of questioning that went straight to the bottom of things without telling the reason. Captain, what happened? So he couldn't help but interrupt, trying to take back the initiative. The person on the other side was silent for a while, and then he said, "Something happened. It's inconvenient to tell me on the phone. If you can come back before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, come to the bureau and we will meet in person." Lu Yan took a look at the time, made a simple estimate, and then replied, "Okay, no problem. I'll go there in the afternoon." After saying that, when Lin hung up the phone without saying anything more, his fingers tapped on the car window, making a rhythmic tapping sound. Lu Yan really couldn't think of anything when Lin wanted to do with him. The East Gate of Montreal University is approaching. Passengers who want to get off the bus are asked to pack their luggage and prepare to get off. The bus slowly drove into the platform. Lu Yan opened his eyes and walked off the bus with Xiaoyan in his arms. Standing on the bus stop, feeling the howling cold wind, Lu Yanqing couldn't help but wrap up her coat tightly. After confirming the direction, she walked straight towards the Superpower Bureau. After 5 minutes' journey, Lu Yan returned to the Superpower Bureau, walked into the door, and bumped into Shi Liangfeng, who was running out in a hurry. Hey, the people in front give way, make way." Lu Yan hurriedly stopped and turned sideways to get out of the way, thus avoiding colliding with the person coming. The visitor passed by Lu Yan without slowing down and continued running towards the door. Lu Yan grabbed Shi Liangfeng by the collar with quick eyes and hands. With the blessing of inertia and fate being strangled by the throat, Shi Liangfeng was forced to stop at the gate. "Cough, cough, cough. Let go, I'm going to suffocate." Shi Liangfeng reached out and grabbed the collar and pulled it forward. Only then did he get a chance to breathe, but his face was already flushed from holding back. Lu Yan was not embarrassed and let go immediately when Shi Liangfeng stopped. "Why are you running so fast?" Lu Yan scolded. There was no way. Although Shi Liangfeng had been in the team longer than him, he was younger and still a junior, so anyone could lecture him. "No you. Oh, isn't this Senior Lu? Are you back from vacation?" Shi Liangfeng was about to scold the person who stopped him, but as soon as he said the words, before he saw the other person's face, he first saw a black cat in the other person's arms. The key is that this black cat is still very cheap, and he is winking and provoking. "Own." Seeing the black cat, Shi Liangfeng didn't know who it was, so he quickly changed his mind. Meow. Witnessing the change in Shi Liangfeng's attitude, Xiaoyan couldn't help but express his contempt. Lu Yan watched with a smile, stretched out his hand to touch Xiaoyan's back, stroked it softly, and interrupted Xiao Yan to continue shouting. "Where are you going in such a hurry? You don't even have time to look at the road." "Oh, don't mention it. Brother Yan, you are on vacation these days." "I don't know. The workload has increased sharply in the past 2 days. I am rushing to complete the task." "Oops, the captain has something to do with you. I am about to be late, so I won't talk to you for now." "You said it. Just go to the captain and find out." After saying that, before Lu Yan could speak, Shi Liangfeng rushed out of the door in a hurry, stopped the taxi on the roadside and left. Lu Yan stayed where he was, and Monk Zhong'er was confused. Chapter 138. "Here you go, sit down." Lu Yan put the things on the seat, left Xiaoyan in the care of Su Yangyang, and went directly into Wen Lin's office. "Why are you so anxious to find me back?" He took a week off, which was only 5 days. Logically speaking, he still had 2 days off. Wen Lin didn't waste any time and directly pulled out a document from the drawer and placed it in front of Lu Yan. "Read it for yourself." Lu Yan opened the file out of curiosity and scanned it quickly, but as he looked down, his reading speed became slower and slower. Revolutionary. After reading more than half of the article, Lu Yan raised his head with confusion on his face. The content inside is more like an announcement, an internal announcement from the Superpower Bureau. It mainly explains the investigation results of the human experiment a few months ago, describes in detail the investigation process, various clues, and finally identifies the suspect, and finally investigates the revolutionaries, the largest criminal organization in the country. The report was very detailed. If Wen Lin could get it, it could only be sent by the General Administration. It should be a means of appeasement by the Superpower Bureau. After all, there are many people with superpowers among the more than 100 experimental products. When everyone is in danger, the General Administration must appease people's hearts. The news from the outside world that deceives the people will certainly not be able to fool them, so the General Administration directly issued the mission report. The report even included subsequent arrests, including the destruction of the opponent's second laboratory and the arrest of hundreds of people. Revolutionary, revolutionary. Lu Yan tapped his finger on the work, thinking about whether the person behind Sun Ping Nan was the other person. After looking at the information in the report for a long time, Lu Yin shook his head and rejected this guess. It was certainly not easy for the person behind the other party to keep two fourth-grade superpowers silent. And what Lu Yin could confirm was that the other party should be in a high position in the Superpower Bureau. He didn't think that someone who could hold a high position in the Superpower Bureau would be a revolutionary, and the other way around was pretty much the same. It's the organization I told you about before. When Lin motioned to Lu Yin to continue reading, Lu Yin continued to read with doubts. He thought the previous news was exciting enough, but he didn't expect that the second half of the document was even more exciting. Are the revolutionaries coming south? Lu Yin asked in disbelief. Yes, according to the latest news, due to the last clearing operation, the number of personnel in the revolutionary organization was serious. There was no room for them to survive in the north, so they fled south. I don't know where their destination is, but Mengcheng is right there, on their route of action. Tisk, why didn't we catch them all in one fell swoop? Why did we let so many people come running over? Lu Yin rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. These people were not good people. The revolutionaries have bewitched many people over the years. Although the level of each individual may not be high, there are definitely a lot of them. They are scattered all over the place and cannot be eliminated in one operation. However, this time they were seriously injured. Many places in the north the stronghold has been uprooted, and there is no place for them to stay for the time being. Lu Yin clicked his tongue. If his guess is correct, you, a senior executive of the Superpower Bureau, will be in trouble. Black and white eat both. When Lin continued, since the news came down, Mengcheng has been unsettled in the past few days. We often receive tasks. Most of them are related to crimes committed by people with special abilities. They are probably people from the revolutionary organization. Lu Yin thought of Shi Liangfeng, who just ran out in a hurry. Now that he thought about it, he probably went to deal with the case. Moreover, he didn't see Xia Hoqian and several interns in the office just now. Good guy, the last time I was so busy was at the exchange meeting. Wait a minute. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? When Lin looked over curiously, thinking that Lu Yin had some clues. Captain, where have Xia Hoqian, Shi Liangfeng, and Sha Yi gone? When Lin didn't know why Lu Yin asked, but he answered honestly. Didn't I just say that there have been a lot of missions recently, and they have all been sent out to do missions? Xiaofeng left me just now, so you should have met him. Captain, Lu Yin interrupted. Do you remember the last time we were so busy? When Lin was confused by Lu Yin's question and subconsciously recalled it carefully. His memory has always been very good. It should be the exchange meeting. The work of the Superpower Bureau has always been very leisurely. For a while, the entire bureau was busy, and it was basically difficult to see anyone. This situation is very rare, so the memory is very deep. You mean? Similarly, when Lin also thought of Lu Yin. The techniques are so similar. Lu Yin shook his head and did not dwell on this topic too much. There was no point in doing so. So what if he knew it was intentional on the other side's part? It would still prevent him from committing a crime. Have you contacted other nearby superpower bureaus? Have similar situations occurred in their cities? Lu Yin always had a feeling that the other party was here for him, but he didn't say it. And he also felt lucky in his heart. Hearing Lu Yan's sword intent, when Lin's eyes lit up for the first time since he saw the document. Since knowing Lu Yan's true identity and strength, when Lin has placed him on the same level as himself, he can discuss many issues with Lu Yin instead of thinking about them alone, which may lead to unexpected gains. After being reminded by Lu Yin, when Lin quickly called up the special ability bureaus of several nearby cities in the south from the system. How is it? Lu Yin already had the answer in his mind when he saw Lin's bad expression. There is no abnormality in Xuzhang City, and the other cities have also increased their workload to some extent. Only Cloud Mountain City's prison captain said that the crime rate in the city had increased, but it was still within a safe range, so it was unclear whether it was due to the reasons he mentioned. In other words, even if the crime rate in several other cities increased, it was at least to a small extent. In Montreal, the crime rate has increased exponentially recently, which is itself a problem. The two sat on both sides of the desk, looking at each other in silence. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door, and the two of them looked in the direction of the door. Through the glass door, they could see that the person coming was Fong Mo. At Lu Yan's signal, Fong Mo entered the office. What's going on? When Lin was in a bad mood. Captain, Sky Eye has just issued another emergency mission. All combatants have been dispatched. There are no more manpower available now. Fong Mo glanced at Lu Yin quietly. He and Su Yangyang are logistics support personnel, so they can't be expected to go. Unfortunately, Lu Yin is back, so he can only come and knock on the door. Okay, don't look anymore. I'll go take a look at this mission. Although Fong Mo did it very covertly, he was still noticed by Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to take over the task. who made him kind-hearted. Chapter 139. After accepting the task, Lu Yin and Feng Mo left Wenlin's office and returned to Feng Mo's workstation to check the specific details of the task. What mission? A person with superpowers disappeared within the Sky Eye's detection range for 5 days. We suspect that he had an accident, and we need someone to investigate the situation. With that said, Feng Mo handed the information he had printed out in advance to Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned to the first page, which contained detailed information about missing persons. Looking at the photos on the file, Lu Yin frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there anything abnormal? Feng Mo asked curiously. Only then did he notice the problem at the first sight. Lu Yin shook his head. No, I just feel that this person looks a bit familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. Kong Xueming. Hey, it's this kid. Su Yangyang appeared behind Lu Yin at some unknown time. She poked her head out from behind him and saw the information in his hand. Do you know him? Lu Yin followed the voice and turned around, looking at the face close at hand, moving slightly, moving a little away. Huh. Su Yangyang tilted her head slightly. You forgot. That day, the university concentrated on testing for superpowers, and you had a private chat with him. If I remember correctly, it should be a mental superpower. After saying that, Su Yangyang took a step forward and approached Lu Yin with reddish ears. She came closer and continued to look at the information on the document, quickly finding and pointing to the column of superpower attributes. Look, I remembered it correctly. Lu Yin turned his attention to the character information again, glanced up and down, and then remembered who Kong Xueming was. I remembered, it turned out to be this kid. If I remember correctly, this kid seemed a little autistic. Lu Yin suddenly realized it and continued to read the information. The Sky Eye is the best steward of the Supernatural Bureau's daily handling of cases. It has many daily tasks, and supervising supernormal people is one of them. Of course, it cannot observe and analyze everyone under the lens. Every registered superpower will become the object of observation by the Sky Eye, and the Sky Eye will confirm whether a free superpower appears under the camera every day. Generally, if he does not show up for 3 days, he will be listed as a key observation object. His mobile phone location will be locked, and the reason for his absence will be analyzed. If he does not show up for 5 days, the Sky Eye will not find his online whereabouts. Then they will be treated as missing and reported to the Superpower Bureau to find them. This is the case with Kong Mingxue. He did not appear under the camera for 5 consecutive days. The Sky Eye did not find his relevant online information or his location. As a high school sophomore, he did not go to school. The only useful information is that his father took some time off from work yesterday, citing illness. However, Tianyin did not find any relevant hospitalization information. The further he looked, the deeper Lu Yan's brows furrowed. He turned the information back to the first page and looked at the parents' column. His mother died, and only his father's column was filled in. There is a problem. There is a problem with this father. Su Yangyang and Lu Yin read the information simultaneously. Indeed, it seems that the breakthrough point should be with this father. Brother Mo, send the electronic information to my mobile phone and help me check Kong Chongting, Kong Xueming's father. I will go to his school first and then meet him. After closing the document and placing it back on the table, Lu Yin was ready to set off. Kong Xueming's house is quite far away, and it's getting late. You have 2 more places to go to. How about I go handle the case with you? As soon as Lu Yin took 2 steps, the confusion on Su Yangyang's face flashed away, and she quickly called out to Lu Yin. Lu Yin paused, turned to look at Su Yangyang, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. It seems that he has to ask Haixing Group for royalties for the prosthetic body. It is time to buy a car, otherwise traveling will be inconvenient. Seeing the 2 people walking into the elevator and going down, Feng Mo looked uncomfortable. He felt like he was just standing next to him like a light bulb, and he still had no sense of existence. There is something fishy between these 2 people, and the entire Superpower Bureau knows about it. Just as the 2 parties involved don't know about it, this layer of window paper hasn't been pierced for months. They also discussed it privately and planned to help them both secretly. As a result, the captain who was passing by heard him and gave them a good lecture, telling them not to mind their own business. They also doubted whether the captain also liked Su Yangyang, but after observing for a period of time, it didn't seem like it. After being trained, they did not dare to say anything more and could only let the 2 of them develop like this. I didn't think there was anything wrong before, but after putting on colored glasses, as long as these 2 people are in the same space, they look like they are spreading dog food. Feng Mo shook his head speechlessly and began to search for Kong Chongting's information according to Lu Yan's request. 20 minutes later, Su Yangyang drove Lu Yin to Mengxing No. 3 Middle School and used official documents to find Feng Xueli, the head teacher of Grade 2 and Grade 3. The process went smoothly without any obstruction. Teacher Feng happened to stay in the office and did not run around. "Excuse me, is Teacher Feng Shuili Feng here?" Lu Yan knocked on the door of the office to attract the attention of people in the office. It was the end of get out of class, and there were still many students stranded in the office. Being watched by more than a dozen pairs of eyes, Lu Yan felt guilty and couldn't help but cough a few times. "I'm here, who's looking for me?" The voice came from a desk surrounded by several students. The students consciously moved away from their sight. A neat girl with a ponytail and glasses stood up from behind her desk and looked up towards the door. It seems like we came at the wrong time. How about we talk later?" Looking at the students surrounding Feng Shuili, Lu Yan felt that time was not so urgent. Teacher Lu." At this moment, one of the boys gathered around the desk let out a cry of surprise. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Being saluted by everyone's attention, the boy lowered his head in embarrassment. "Tingshi, do you know him?" Feng Shuili looked at Tang Tingshi doubtfully. "Isn't this man here to see her?" "No, teacher, I just saw it." Everyone should have seen it. Wasn't it the physical examination at the beginning of school? Teacher Lu was in charge of one of the examination subjects. After Tang Tingshi's reminder, the other students also recalled it at this time. After all, the inspection items at that time were very special, and they were still fresh in their memories. Feng Shuili also remembered at this time. After returning from the physical examination, one of the departments that the students discussed the most was one of the departments. She had heard about it and was somewhat impressed. "It's okay. What do you want to see me for?" In Feng Shuili's view, Lu Yan and the two should be doctors at the hospital. She was also curious about what they were looking for. If it was related to the health problems of the students in the class, she could not delay it. Lu Yan also expressed his intention directly. "We have some matters concerning Kong Shueming that we would like to consult with you." Chapter 140. Looking for Xiaoming. Before Feng Shuili said anything, Tang Tingshi was the first to scream, his mouth unable to close. He remembered Lu Yan, not because he had a good memory, but because he had a profound memory. After all, this was a man who changed his life. After the physical examination that day, within 2 days, someone from the neighborhood committee came to their home and had an unusually friendly exchange with the family, which changed his worldview and his life. The other party told him that he was an unawakened superpower who would be able to breathe fire and water in the future. This is awesome for him. If he hadn't signed a confidentiality agreement in advance, his nose would be turned up to the sky in the class. He thought he was the only one with superpowers in the class. When Lu Yan came to the school, he was also looking for him. But it turned out that the other party came to find Kong Shueming. Doesn't this mean that Kong Shueming is also a superpower? As a child, Kong Shueming was the only friend in his class, but he didn't know. How could this not surprise him? It's okay, it's okay. Feeling the attention gift again, Tang Tingshi waved his hands awkwardly. When Feng Shuili heard that they were looking for Kong Shueming, her mind went blank. After all, Kong Shueming had not come to school for 5 days. "You guys go back first and come back to write silently next time." Compared with the other students' problems, Kong Shueming's problems were more serious. When the students heard Feng Shuili's words, they all beamed with joy. They quickly put the papers in their hands on the teacher's desk and walked out the door. Just as Tang Tingshi was walking out with him, he was stopped. "Classmate, I want to ask, are you familiar with Kong Shueming?" Tang Tingshi followed the sound and realized that there was a girl behind Lu Yan, who was also the other person who tested him that day. "Hello, Mr. Su. Kong Shueming and I are neighbors and grew up together." Tang Tingshi replied hurriedly. Su Yangyang smiled slightly. "Can you please stay for a while? I have something to ask you." "Okay." Tang Tingshi naturally refused to let go of such a good opportunity and nodded quickly. Feng Shuili frowned slightly when she saw this, obviously not happy that the other party left her student behind. After the other students left, Lu Yan stepped forward and walked up to Feng Shuili. "Hello, Teacher Feng. Let me formally meet you. My name is Lu Yan, and this is my colleague Su Yangyang." After introducing himself, Lu Yan quietly took out his ID card, hiding it so that only Feng Shuili could see it. When Feng Shuili saw the certificate, all her displeasure dissipated and she became a little nervous. She didn't expect that the 2 people in front of her were actually police officers. "Let's find a deserted conference room to have a good chat." Lu Yan put away his ID and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a just right smile. Okay. Feng Shuili nodded, nervously stood up and walked out. Lu Yan nodded to Su Yangyang, and the 2 of them took Tang Tingshi and Feng Shuili to find an empty conference room. "Officer, what on earth is going on?" Feng Shuili couldn't wait to ask as soon as they took their seats. "The thing is like this, Kong Shueming may be missing. We are investigating the matter now, so we want to ask you, teacher, some information." "Missing?" Feng Shueli and Tang Tingshi shouted in unison. No, officer, are you mistaken? Yesterday Kong Shueming's father called him to ask for leave. Did Kong Chongting say the reason for taking leave? Lu Yin signaled to Feng Shueli to calm down and continue asking. It was said that I was on sick leave, but I didn't say what kind of illness it was. Although Feng Shueli had doubts about Kong Shueming's disappearance, she still cooperated obediently. How long, please? I didn't say that. I just said that I would send him to school after he recovers. We have investigated Kong Shueming's medical records, and no hospital in the country has admitted him. Lu Yin explained simply, and continued to ask, what kind of person is Kong Shueming usually? How is it possible? Feng Shueli couldn't believe it. Kong Shueming is usually a very taciturn person in school. He doesn't take the initiative to contact others. He is very timid and doesn't like to talk. It gives me the feeling that he lives in his own little world. It may not be appropriate to say it. I feel that the child is a bit autistic, but his academic performance is good and he can stably rank in the top 10 in the class. Then how much do you know about his family situation? Lu Yin shook his head, not getting any useful information. I know that he only has one father and his mother died young. I suspect that his autism may be related to the death of his mother. I tried to talk to him several times, but he refused to speak. As for his father, it seems that he is not stable. Kong Shueming doesn't seem to care much about work. Feng Shueli replied while recalling. I don't know if you still remember when Kong Chongting called you yesterday. I'm sorry, let me take a look. Feng Shueli took out her phone and looked through the chat history. I found it. It's 1:49 p.m. Lu Yin wrote down some important information and looked at Su Yangyang. The two looked at Tang Tingshi, who was sitting nervously aside. Or Lu Yin asked, you said that you and Kong Shueming were neighbors and grew up together, and you two have a good relationship? Tang Tingshi's body trembled, and then he realized that he was talking to himself. I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I was a little distracted. Well, our relationship has always been very good. Have you seen Kong Shueming this week? Well, I met him in front of his house on Saturday, but I haven't met him in the next few days. Tang Tingshi carefully recalled the reply. Today is Thursday. The more he talked, the more nervous Tang Tingshi became, nervous for his friend. He knew the identities of the two people. They were people from the Superpower Bureau. They said that Kong Shueming was missing, and there was a high probability that Kong Shueming was indeed missing. Disappearance often means death. He can do nothing but cooperate with the investigation. How much do you know about his family situation? Lu Yin asked the same question again. One is from the teacher's perspective, and the other is from the neighbor's perspective. Maybe the neighbor will get more information. After all, the power of gossip is not simple. Xiaoming's mother died when he was in junior high school. She died in a car accident to save Xiaoming. Xiaoming also started not to talk much at this time. His father always believed that he was responsible for the death of Xiaoming's mother. Although there was no verbal blame, his father chose to be cold and violent and usually ignored him. I heard gossip from the aunts in the community that Xiaoming's father seemed to have been addicted to gambling more than a year ago. He had basically lost all his family property and even owed a lot of foreign debt. Tang Tingshi poured beans out of a bamboo tube and told everything he knew. Feng Shueli was stunned for a while. She didn't expect that Kong Shueming's family situation was so complicated. If she had known about it before, she probably wouldn't have known how to solve it. Chapter 141. What do you think? After walking out of school, looking at the sun that was already setting in the west, Lu Yin asked the girl next to him. There is no useful information. Fang Yimou has just sent the information about Kong Chongting. He is indeed a gambler. After Lu Yin heard this, he took out his cell phone, and Fang Yimou sent him a document. Click on the file, which contains detailed information on Kong Chongting's character. Kong Shueming is currently unemployed and homeless, and this state has lasted for several years. 2 years ago, he had 2 properties in his name, one residential house and one commercial house. In the past few years, he has been living on the rent of the commercial house. But now there is only one residential house left in his name, and the commercial house has changed hands. The overall financial situation is in deficit. Judging from the bank flow of the other party, this last residential house should not be saved. Let's go. No matter how hard we look, we can't see any flowers. Let's go to his house and have a look. Lu Yin turned off the screen, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. There were too few clues to sort out anything. Walk. Su Yangyang waved her hand and took the lead in sitting in the driver's seat. After Lu Yin sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, Su Yangyang stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Kong Shueming's house. After half an hour's journey, the vehicle drove into an old city. There were slightly dilapidated houses on both sides of the street, and the shop fronts on the street also looked very dirty. But compared to other places, the streets are a lot more lively, with people coming and going, and people doing whatever they want. Driving from one end of the street to the other, Su Yangyang finally found a place to park. The highest floor in the dilapidated old campus is only the 6th floor. Due to the high floors, the distance between each building is compressed to the extreme, making the entire community look very crowded. The green plants grow wantonly and are messy, and you can tell at a glance that no one has been repairing them all year round. The impression the whole community gave them was not very good. After going back and forth twice in the community and finally asking people along the way, the two of them finally found their target. The two of them stood at the door of Kong Shuiming's house. Lu Yan raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. At this moment, the door opened from the inside out. Lu Yan hurriedly changed the knocking to blocking, thus avoiding being slapped in the face by the door. The man who opened the door was visibly startled when he saw Lu Yan and Su Yangyang. His panic flashed away, and his tone was unconsciously nervous. "Who are you, and why are you standing at the door of my house?" Lu Yan took a step back and got out of the way, and then he had time to carefully look at the slovenly man in front of him. "Hello. We are teachers from Mengxing No. 3 Middle School. Kong Shuiming hasn't been to school for a week. I heard that he is sick. Let's come over and take a look." Lu Yan changed the topic and put on a professional smile on his face. When he heard that the two of them were teachers, the man was obviously relieved, and his whole body was no longer tense. "It turns out he's a teacher in the school. I'm sorry. This must be Shuiming's head teacher." The man was polite, but the three of them stood at the gate with no intention of letting them in. After being named, Su Yangyang could no longer hide behind Lu Yan and took a step sideways. "Hello, Shuiming's father. I am his class teacher, Feng Shueli." Now Su Yangyang was very happy that they went to school first and met Feng Shueli in advance. She knew that Kong Chongting had never been to school, and they had never met each other before, and they rarely even talked to each other. So Su Yangyang felt no pressure at all when pretending. "Dad Shuiming, classmate Kong Shuiming is at home. Can we go in and have a look?" Su Yangyang smiled slightly and pointed to the room. "Hey, look at me. I forgot about it for a moment." The two teachers come in quickly and sit down. As if waking up from a dream, the man let go of the door handle, stepped aside, and welcomed the two into the house. When the dim lights were turned on, the whole room came into view for the two of them. Only then did Lu Yan notice that the sun had already set more than halfway down, and the sky was getting darker, and it was getting closer to darkness. At a glance, the room was in a mess. There were unwashed clothes on the sofa, leftover takeout boxes on the table, unwashed dishes and chopsticks in the sink, and sundries piled everywhere. The decoration of this home made it difficult for anyone to know where to start. After the man turned on the light, he noticed the two people standing there motionless. He followed his gaze, and his whole body visibly stiffened for a moment. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know that anyone would come today, so I didn't clean up." As he spoke, the man picked up the clothes on the sofa and threw them into a bedroom. As soon as the door was closed, it was as if nothing was wrong. Taking out a garbage bag, the man swept the takeaways on the table into the garbage bag, regardless of whether there was soup in it. Lu Yan saw the soup splashing on the table with his own eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. Instead of sitting on the sofa, Lu Yan pulled up two stools, activated his water power quietly, rolled up a thin mist of water to disinfect the two stools, and handed one to Su Yangyang. "Dad Shuiming, why didn't you see classmate Kong Shuiming?" After Kong Chongting put the garbage at the door and returned to the room to sit across from the two of them, Lu Yan asked the same question again. "Oh, don't mention it. The child is sick and is currently in the hospital. I was just going to see him." "Oh, I don't know what kind of disease you have." Lu Yan continued to ask casually. Kong Chongting panicked for a moment, and then continued. "It's not a serious illness. It's just acute appendicitis, just a minor illness. I just had an operation and needed to be hospitalized for observation for a week, so I asked for leave from the teacher." Kong Chongting looked at Su Yangyang sitting aside. In his opinion, Su Yangyang, the head teacher, should be the main one between the two. "Then it's an unlucky thing that we came here. We don't know which hospital we are in. We drove here and just happened to go with us to have a look." Su Yangyang felt the gaze, smiled slightly, and cooperated with Lu Yan to continue to put pressure. After just a few simple exchanges, the two of them clearly felt that something was wrong with Kong Chongting. There was definitely something wrong with this man. "Hey, there's no need to be so troublesome. Aunt Zhang is with the child in the hospital, and it's getting late. Why bother the two teachers so much? It's just a minor illness. It'll be cured in 10 days and a half, so there's no need to bother." As expected by the two of them, Kong Chongting hurriedly waved his hand to reject Su Yangyang's proposal, as if he was afraid of causing trouble. Lu Yan knew very well that going too far is not enough, and he did not make any strong demands. "What you said is right. Then we won't cause you any trouble. I don't know which room Kong Shueming's room is. I'll lend him a piece of information. Since he won't be able to return it to school for a while, I wonder if I can go look for it. Oh, no problem, it's that room. All his things are in the room and haven't been touched. Teacher, go in and look for it yourself. Su Yangyang got up and opened the room pointed by Kong Chongting. Compared with the living room, the room was quite tidy. Su Yangyang opened it. Chapter 142. Leaving Lu Yin in the living room to continue chatting with Kong Chongting, Su Yangyang entered Kong Shueming's room. The room looked very tidy, with quilts and pillows neatly stacked on the bed. Perhaps because no one had stayed there for 5 days, a thin layer of dust fell on the bedside table. The wardrobe is right next to the bed. If you open the wardrobe gently, it will only be half filled with the clothes of the 4 seasons. The clothes are neatly stacked, and there is no sign of being turned over. There was a small desk in the other corner of the room. There was a small row of bookshelves on the side of the desk. There were many books on the bookshelves. Su Yangyang took a quick look and found that they were basically textbooks from junior high school to high school. Kong Shueming's school bag was quietly placed on the table. Su Yangyang stepped forward to carefully open the school bag and rummaged through it, but found nothing special. Su Yangyang took out a few test papers from her school bag, rolled them together, and held them in her hands. The traces in this room are too normal, but it is precisely because they are normal that they appear abnormal. When a patient is hospitalized, the clothes in the wardrobe show no signs of being passive, so there is no need to bring a change of clothes. If a normal high school student is sick and hospitalized, even if he is pretending, he will bring a few textbooks and test papers to show off. What's more, Kong Shueming's grades are not bad. If he doesn't go to class for half a month, he will miss a lot of courses. He should take some books to the hospital, but there are no traces of tampering on the desk. Glancing around the room again, Su Yangyang walked out of the room with the test paper. At this time, Lu Yin and Kong Chongting were talking about the same thing. Then let's go back without disturbing you. You should hurry up and go to the hospital. Lu Yin stood up and wanted to leave. Kong Chongting's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to say goodbye. Thank you for your hard work, 2 teachers. I'm really sorry to let these 2 teachers go in vain. The 3 of them walked downstairs while chatting and walked to the gate of the community together. Then they separated and walked in 2 different directions. How is it? Su Yangyang asked. It's not normal. There is not a word of truth in this Kong Chongting's mouth. Lu Yin stopped and turned to look behind him, staring at Kong Chongting's back. Nothing was found in the room, but there was indeed no trace of human habitation in the room for several days. Su Yangyang followed and stopped. You go and drive first, and I'll follow and take a look. Good. The 2 separated again. Su Yangyang returned to the parking lot to pick up the car. Lu Yin followed quietly, hanging far behind Kong Chongting. Lu Yin carefully followed Kong Chongting, crossed several roads, walked more than 200 meters, and saw him walking into a bank with his own eyes. Lu Yin stayed in the shop across the road, selecting the products in front of him and looking up at the bank opposite from time to time. Kong Chongting can be seen from a distance standing in front of the ATM machine and operating it. It was not until 10 minutes later that Kong Chongting came out of the bank. When he came out, he had a black bag in his hand. There was obviously something in the bag, and it looked heavy. Lu Yin frowned. He had nothing in his hand before entering the bank. When he came out, he had a black plastic bag in his hand. Lu Yin knew what was inside without even thinking about it. It was money. Judging from the size of the bag, there should be quite a lot in it. However, Fong Mo checked Kong Chongting's assets and found that the bank cards in his and Kong Shueming's names had little money. So where did he get so much money? Without any time to think about it, Lu Yin picked up a small gadget, scanned the QR code at the front desk to pay, and walked out quickly to follow Kong Chongting, who had already walked away. After passing another intersection, Kong Chongting stopped the taxi on the side of the road and left. Lu Yin hurriedly took a few steps and wrote down the license plate number before the other person disappeared from his sight. Brother Fong, help me check the movements of a taxi at this time. Few. A voice message is sent, along with a license plate number. When Lu Yin saw Fong Mo's reply, Su Yangyang happened to follow the location and found this place. The target gets into a taxi. If you go ahead, drive forward. You will find your location soon. Fong Mo is still very reliable. Su Yangyang only drove out 3 intersections, and Fong Mo already sent the real-time location of the taxi. Su Yangyang quickly stepped on the accelerator and followed the navigation to find it. Fortunately, Lu Yin was decisive enough. The distance between them was not far, and it only took 5 minutes for him to catch up. The 2 cars were driving on the road one behind the other. Under Lu Yan's puzzled gaze, the taxi finally stopped at a bathing and leisure center. He doesn't want to go in and take a shower. Do you want to follow him and have a look? Su Yangyang parked the car on the side of the road, watched Kong Chongting walk into the bathing center, and suggested. Putting the words man and bathing center together always makes women think of some not-so-good things. Lu Yin sat in the passenger seat calmly, as if he didn't hear what he meant. No, the bathing place is so big, it's easy to be exposed. Then we'll wait at the door? Su Yangyang looked at the sky. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Large-scale bathing centers like this could accommodate overnight stays. To be honest, she felt there was no point in staying and waiting. Lu Yin thought for a while and then replied, "Then we will wait for another hour. If he doesn't come out, then we will go back first." Lu Yin looked out the window and found a snack street across the street. "I'm going to buy something to eat. What do you want to eat?" I don't know. You can just sell whatever you want." "Okay." Lu Yin opened the car door, walked across the road, and came to the snack street opposite. There were so many snacks on the roadside that Lu Yin didn't know what to eat. "Boss, please order some octopus balls." Standing in front of a stall, after ordering his meal, Lu Yin reached out and took out his wireless earphones, put them on, took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code to pay, and then made a call. "Brother, you have something to do with me." The ringer rang for a while before it was connected. Lu Man's voice came from the other side of the earphone. "Where are you now?" "At the bar. What happened?" "Is Wenjeline next to you?" Lu Man paused for a while and said in a somewhat resentful tone, "Yes, right next to me." "Then give her the phone. I have something to do with her." Reaching out to take the packaged octopus balls, Lu Yin continued to walk to the next stall. "Hello, I'm Wenjeline." Wenjeline's cold voice sounded. Lu Yin didn't do any ink. They were all his dependents, so he just arranged the tasks directly. "Help me check a place, the Haichao Bathing Center. The location is right next to the monument." Wenjeline probably understood her position and agreed directly without refusing. A serving of sizzling tofu. Lu Yin did not forget that Kong Chongting went to the bank to withdraw tens of thousands before going to the bathing center. Who would take so much cash to take a bath without fear of losing it? If what Tang Tingshi said is true and Kong Chongting is really a gambler, then the purpose of the other party to withdraw money is obvious. Then this bathing center is very suspicious, and there is a high possibility that there is an underground casino inside. If it is this kind of place, then there is no use looking for a roommate, and you need to find some professionals to investigate. Chapter 143. When Lu Yin bought a lot of snacks and was walking back, Lu Man's message arrived. After reading the message, a smile appeared on Lu Yan's lips, as he expected. Haichao Bathing Center occupies a complete 3-story building, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, but the actual bathing area is not that large. From the information sent by Wenjeline, we can know that there is a hidden space on each floor of the 3 floors, and the hidden spaces on the upper and lower floors form a small underground casino. A normal bather goes in and twists and turns inside. After taking a bath, he still can't see the outside situation. He can't tell the east, west, and north at all. The place itself is so big that it is impossible to find that the movable area is smaller than the actual area. To enter this hidden area, specific insiders are required to lead the way, and outsiders cannot find the entrance at all. Nah. He opened the car door and handed some snacks to Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang eagerly reached out to take it, selected one of them and opened it, and instantly the aroma of food filled the car. "Gulyalu." Su Yangyang couldn't help but blushed with embarrassment. She quietly turned her head to look at Lu Yin. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to her, she breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a piece of tofu with a bamboo skewer, and put it into her mouth. "How's it going? Has Kong Chongting come out?" Lu Yin asked casually. "Oh no." Su Yangyang puffed her cheeks and shook her head. Looking at the girl who looked like a hamster, Lu Yin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Eat slowly. No one will compete with you." As he spoke, Lu Yin picked up another bamboo stick, picked up a piece of tofu from the bowl in Su Yangyang's hand, and put it into his mouth. While chewing the food in his mouth, Lu Yin took out his cell phone and dialed Fong Mo's number, turning on the speakerphone. "Hello. What are you doing?" "Working overtime." Lu Yin could feel Fong Mo's resentment through the phone. The busiest person among them in field work is Fong Mo. People are always asking him to transfer information. "Look, here comes another one." Lu Yin didn't know how to speak. "If you have something to say, I'll hang up if nothing else happens. I still have a bunch of tasks to be busy with." Hey, no, please help me investigate the funds flow of a bank card." Lu Yin said hurriedly. "Card number?" "I don't know." Lu Yin replied with some guilt. "I don't know? I don't know what you asked me to check." "Check the air." Fong Mo's tone was obviously angry. "Don't I ask you to help me check it?" Lu Yin continued without waiting for Fong Mo to curse. At about 6:19 in the evening, the Tianxian Savings Bank on Binjiang Road had an automatic teller machine. The cashier, Kong Chongting, used it. It shouldn't be a card in his own name. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 minutes, and then Fong Mo's roar sounded. Lu Yan, it's 7:30. It's 7:30 in the evening. The bank has already closed. You want me to adjust the bank monitoring? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Of course Fong Mo knew what Lu Yan meant. Now there are real-time monitoring on the ATM machine. With the time and place reported by Lu Yan, you can easily find the video of Kong Chongting's appearance. With the ATM withdrawal time, you can easily find Kong Chongting's withdrawal account. Then you only need to investigate this account. That's it. But the difficulty is that the ATM video is not connected to the internet and needs to be coordinated with the bank. With the official status of the Superpower Bureau, it is only a matter of making a phone call to retrieve it. But the difficulty with this matter is the time. Everyone is closed, so who are you going to trouble at this late hour? Just tell me if you can do it. Lu Yan stiffened his neck, feeling unreasonable and confident. There's no need for him to call anyway. I really owe you. Fong Mo almost lost his breath, but in the end he accepted the matter as if he was resigned to his fate, and hung up the phone directly after saying that. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan's anger immediately evaporated. He. Only then did Lu Yan realize that Su Yangyang was looking at him, trying hard to suppress a smile. I am full. While she was on the phone, Su Yangyang didn't stop talking, and soon she had eaten 2 snacks. After Lu Yan said a word, Su Yangyang immediately suppressed her smile, pretended to cough a few times, and looked away. Let's go. That's it for today. Yeah. Su Yangyang looked over in surprise. Can't you wait? It was only a little over half an hour, and the original plan was to wait until after 8 o'clock. No more waiting. Let's go. He won't be able to come out for a while. After clearing away Su Yangyang's leftover garbage, Lu Yan opened the remaining snack and started eating. You can still eat. You've been running around with me all afternoon. You've worked hard. I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yangyang's face froze. She touched her slightly bulging belly, and her heart skipped a beat. Huh. Let's see if I don't make you poor. Su Yangyang started the car directly and drove out of the parking lot. Of course, Su Yangyang's small movements did not escape Lu Yan's eyes, and there was a smile that could not be hidden in his eyes. He also didn't expect that Su Yangyang actually regarded snacks as dinner and ate 2 portions in one go. Although he bought a lot, most of them were prepared to be eaten by himself. Since becoming whole that day, Lu Yan has discovered that he no longer needs to drink blood every day to supply his body's needs, and can eat normal food like a normal person. It's just that my appetite is much bigger, and I need to eat food for 3 people at each meal to be 70 full. Of course, this does not mean that Lu Yan is a normal person. He is still a vampire, and blood is still attractive to him. Lu Man's situation was similar to his. The transformation from a small bird stomach to a big stomach eater makes Lu Man extremely happy. She couldn't eat much before and had to exercise restraint when it comes to delicious food. Now, almost every meal is the same. She doesn't have to worry about gaining weight, even if she eats too much. This makes Wenjilin very envious. However, Lu Yan did not plan to help Wenjilin change just yet. Even if Lu Man kept whispering in his ears, he had no intention of letting go. Su Yangyang was not polite and went directly to a famous Western restaurant in Mengxing. When he first joined the Superpower Bureau, Lu Yan was considered a poor person. Both his parents were dead and he was alone with his younger sister, so he might not have much money. After everyone knew about it, they took care of the newbie and took more care of him. Many activities that required AA were directly changed to team-building activities, and the captain treated him. But after a few months, the Superpower Bureau's monthly basic salary of 10,000 yuan was enough to help Lu Yan get out of poverty. Later, he cooperated with Haixing Group, and the various benefits came from it, which can be said to be a direct wave of wealth. So Su Yangyang was not polite when he started now, and directly chose a mid to high-end Western restaurant. The portions of Western food are small, and the food has an atmosphere, so she should be able to eat it. But when she actually ordered food at the restaurant, she realized that she had overthought it and was disillusioned. Lu Yan directly ordered a large table of dishes, including 3 portions of steak. He also asked himself if he wanted a portion. She would be crazy if she could eat it. Looking at the table full of dishes, there is no atmosphere. Under the strange gaze of the waiter, Lu Yan could still enjoy his meal calmly. If I had known you were so good at eating, I would have found a Huxiao restaurant. Western food is expensive and the portions are small. Looking at Lu Yan, who finished his second piece of steak, Su Yangyang sighed secretly. Her date plan was ruined. It's okay, it's pretty good. It's good to have Western food once in a while for a change. Lu Yan swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled shyly. It was indeed a bit much. Chapter 144. The dinner ended hastily, and the two parted ways with different thoughts. Everyone goes back to their own homes, each looking for his own mother. After sending Lu Yin downstairs, Su Yangyang did drive home obediently. However, Lu Yin was not so honest. After Su Yangyang left, Lu Yin walked out of the corridor, took a taxi at the entrance of the community, and returned to Haichao Bathing Center. The message Jilin sent to him not only introduced the existence of a casino, but also told him how to enter the casino. Lu Yin decided to go in and take a look, otherwise he might not be able to sleep tonight. "Welcome. How many guests are there?" Lu Yin had just entered the door when a receptionist greeted him and took him to the front desk. "One person." Lu Yin glanced around. "Hello, sir. This is your bracelet." The lady at the front desk did a few operations on the computer and respectfully handed a bracelet to Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't answer, but leaned forward and got closer. "Your place is not bad. Do you have a membership card? I want to get one." The young lady at the front desk kept a professional smile and took back her bracelet. "Sir, do you need me to apply for one for you?" "Can." Lu Yin nodded, and then filled in a bunch of identity information during the questions and answers. Of course, the identity information filled in was all fake. Fanma provided the fake identity on the way here. "Sir, how much do you need to recharge? Let's make a point first." Lu Yin waved his hand directly, very boldly. The young lady at the front desk had a professional smile on her face and continued to ask a little unnaturally. "Sir, are you sure you want to recharge 10,000? Lu Yin didn't waste any time. He took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the table. A minute later, the payment notification sounded. The young lady was stunned for a moment and recovered and continued working on the computer. After a while, the young lady held the membership card in both hands and respectfully handed it to Lu Yin. "Wish you good luck." Lu Yin took the membership card and bracelet, picked up the membership card, and looked at it carefully. He found that there was nothing special and stuffed it into his pocket. Under the guidance of the service staff, Lu Yin changed his shoes and went through twists and turns before arriving at the bathing area on the first floor. After a simple wash, I put on the bathrobe in the bathing center and followed the flow of people through several turns before arriving at the rest area on the second floor. The second and third floors of the bathing center are places for leisure. The facilities are very complete, including dining areas, entertainment areas, rest areas, internet cafes, and cinemas. It was still early, and most people were concentrated in the dining and entertainment areas. Lu Yin had just finished dinner and was still not hungry, so he went straight up the stairs to the private room area on the third floor. According to the intelligence, there are hidden spaces on each of the 3 floors of the bathing center, so the casino has many hidden entrances, all on the 3 floors. At this time, there were more people on the first and second floors. In order to prevent accidents, Lu Yin did not choose to enter from these 2 floors. After searching all the way, just when Lu Yin was about to feel dizzy, he found lounge number 99 at the end of a corridor. Looking in through the small window at the door, there was no one on the 4 beds inside. Lu Yin directly opened the door to the lounge, entered the room, chose a bed and lay down on it, placed his hands on the armrests, and vaguely made the number 8. Lu Yin only waited for 5 minutes before there was a gentle knock on the lounge door. "Enter." Lu Yin quietly retracted his hands and folded them in front of his abdomen. A woman wearing a slit cheongsam opened the door and walked into the lounge. "Sir, do you need any service? Or do you have a familiar technician who you would like me to find for you?" After the woman entered, she stood in front of the door and bowed slightly. "I'm not a regular customer. It's my first time here today. My friend said technician number 99 is good at his craftsmanship. Let's go with number 99. Lu Yin glanced sideways at the woman. "Okay, sir, I will contact technician number 99 for you right now, but technician number 99 is special and requires you to move to a private room." "Can." Lu Yin got up from the bed and saw the woman locking the door tightly with her backhand and lowering the curtains on the window above the door. Only then did Lu Yin notice that the door of this room was different from the doors of other rooms. In places like bathing centers, private room doors usually don't have locks, but this one does. The woman walked to the wall opposite the bed, reached out and groped behind the TV a few times. 3 soft beeps were heard. The woman moved 3 steps to the left. The wall in front of her began to move. After a while, the wall shifted, revealing a door. Type channel. Putting aside his surprised expression, Lu Yin entered the passage under the guidance of the woman. There was a door 2 steps away. Just when Lu Yin stepped into the passage, the wall behind him began to shift and return to its original position. Only then did Lu Yin realize in surprise that the woman had not followed. When the wall was reset, Lu Yin found himself locked in a small space of about 2 square meters, with a movable wall behind him and a door in front of him. Lu Yin reached out to open the door, but found that the door handle could not be turned at all. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about the possibility of breaking in, the door in front of him was suddenly opened from the outside. The The moment the door opens, it's like entering another world, with noisy sounds filling your ears. Lu Yin frowned slightly and walked out of the door. He was greeted by the dazzling light. When he adjusted to the light and opened his eyes again, Lu Yin found that he had indeed entered another world, a world of gamblers. He entered a hall through the gate. There were many card tables in the hall. People in small and large groups gathered around the card tables and would make shouts from time to time. The noise just now was caused by them. Take a few steps forward and observe carefully. There are all kinds of things to play on the card table, and the gameplay on each table is also different. There are all kinds of ways to play, such as betting big and small, playing landlords, and playing golden flowers. Placing bets here is very simple. There is a card inserter on every seat. You only need to insert the membership card and enter the amount to place a bet. After winning the bet, the amount will be automatically recharged to the membership card. Easy, fast, and hassle-free. The third floor was mainly home to poker and dice. Lu Yin did not find Kong Chongting here, which was good news. After all, when he came out of the gate, he was the most unprepared and the easiest time to be noticed. If Kong Chongting saw him here, it would definitely arouse the other party's vigilance. After walking around, Lu Yin found the stairs to go downstairs and came to the second floor. The second floor is a different world. Various gambling machines similar to slot machines are placed all over the floor. Those who don't know it think they are in a video game city. At a glance, there were also a lot of people on the second floor, and more than a quarter of the machines were occupied. Lu Yin searched in rows and saw Kong Chongting's figure in a corner. He sat alone in the corner, looking at the machine in front of him with red eyes, staring intently at the roller inside. He seemed to be still mumbling something, but there was no sound, so Lu Yin couldn't hear it. The scroll wheel slowly stopped, displaying a row of patterns. Kong Chongting was like a deflated rubber ball, slumping on the chair. It seemed that he had lost. But he quickly cheered up again, entered the amount, pressed the switch, and the wheel started rolling again. Chapter 145. Lu Yin just watched from the other corner. It must be said that Kong Chongting's face was really dark. He lost 9 out of 10 games in a row. This is probably what people often say, 9 times out of 10 bets, one loses. But the machine is very clever. If you win one hand, you can make back the money you lose 5 or 6 times. Lu Yin could guess what Kong Chongting was thinking at this time. It's nothing more than that you will definitely win next time. As long as you win one more time, you can make back all the money you just lost. He looked back at the machine in front of him. He had been sitting here without playing, which was very conspicuous. Lu Yin inserted the membership card into the card slot and looked at the operation interface. Good guy, one rotation of this broken machine costs 1,000, and the money in his card is only enough for 10 rotations. In other words, Kong Chongting spent several thousand in just a short while, and this does not include the time before he came. Rich people. Holding his chin with one hand and looking at the machine in front of him, Lu Yin casually pressed the start button. The 7 rollers in a row of the machine in front of me began to rotate in sequence, and each one had a different speed. After yawning, Lu Yin casually pressed the stop button 7 times in a row. The roller slowly stops rotating and freezes in sequence. Dang dang dang. A pleasant sound rang out from the machine's speakers in front of him. The sudden change in the music startled Lu Yin, who quickly cheered up and looked around. When he realized that no one was paying attention to him, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the machine. There were 7 rollers, and 7 patterns were displayed in front of him. 4 of them were the same. Lu Yin still remembered the rules. It seemed that if there were more than 3 patterns, he would be considered a winner. For groups, seems to be the lowest award. He looked up at the screen above the machine and saw that he had won 5,000 yuan on the monitor. The amount is directly credited to the membership card, and the account balance is 14,000. Lu Yin couldn't help but take a breath. You made 4,000? If you have an extra 4,000, then play for more games. Anyway, you will make money, and it will not be a pity to spend it. With this mentality, Lu Yin reached out and pressed the start button again. Staring at the 7 scroll wheels that started rolling, Lu Yin pressed the pause button. The first scroll wheel gradually stopped and finally settled on a pattern. Lu Yin pressed it a second time, and the second scroll wheel slowly stopped. Pressed it a 7th time, and the last scroll wheel slowly stopped, and the last pattern was frozen. Sigh. At most 3 of the 7 regiments have the same story, nothing. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief and pressed the start button. Lu Yin lost 2 more games in a row and laughed to himself. He still had 11,000 left in his account. In the last game, he would stop playing if he didn't win. Clicking the start button, the 7 rollers began to roll. Pressing them once every 5 seconds, Lu Yin pressed the stop button. The 7 rollers slowly stopped one after another, displaying 7 patterns. Another pleasant ringtone sounded. Lu Yin opened his eyes wide and looked at the display above the machine. For pictures are the same, and another fifth prize is awarded, winning 5,000 yuan. The account balance is 15,000. Lu Yin looked at the game rules and rewards again with interest. There are 14 grids on each roller, with a total of 7 patterns. The fifth prize, if 4 are the same, the bonus is 5,000. The fourth prize, if the 5 are the same, the bonus is 50,000. The third prize, if the 6 are the same, the bonus is 100,000. The second prize, if the 7 are the same, the bonus is 200,000. The first prize is the same. There are 7 different prizes, with a bonus of 500,000. Lu Yin licked his tongue. With a principal of 10,000 yuan and an extra 5,000 yuan, he could play 5 more times. After pressing the start button, Lu Yin looked at the 7 scroll wheels intently, aiming for the right moment to press the pause button. 5 shots in a row, all missed. Looking at the membership card inserted in the card slot, Lu Yin stretched out his hand to pull it out, but when his hand touched the membership card, he stopped. I had no intention of getting back the principal of 10,000 yuan. I simply used it and threw it away. I will take out the money I saved later. And this machine is supposed to win every time it loses. I've already lost 5 times, and I'm probably only a few times away from winning. Lu Yin muttered to himself, his hand unconsciously reaching for the start button. With an account balance of 10,000, you can play 10 times. The 7 rollers began to roll, and each pattern slowly appeared. F***K. Lu Yin slapped his thigh, but missed again. Pressed the start button again. The first pattern that appeared was a 4-leaf clover. Lu Yin pressed the stop button again, and the second group appeared, again with a 4-leaf clover pattern. Lu Yan's eyes shone as he pressed the wheel again and stared at the third wheel. 4-leaf clover, 4-leaf clover, 4-leaf clover. He murmured while watching the wheel stop, and the pattern appeared, which was a rose. Depend on. Lu Yin pressed it angrily for the 4th time, and the scroll wheel slowly stopped. Lu Yan's eyes lit up again. It was still a 4-leaf clover, and there were already 3 of the same one. 4-leaf clover. Press the 5th time, the scroll wheel stops, and a tiger head appears. Lu Yin couldn't help but turn to look at the 6th wheel, aim at the right moment, and press the button. 4-leaf clover, 4-leaf clover, 4-leaf clover. Oi! The 6th roller stopped, and a 4-leaf clover ball appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He already had the 5th prize in his pocket. Now let's look at the last one. As long as the last one is still a 4-leaf clover, he can win the 4th prize, which is 50,000, and his account balance will immediately soar to 58,000. Holding his breath and concentrating, Lu Yin stared at the last wheel. According to his experience of playing so many games, Lu Yin quickly pressed the stop button with quick eyes and hands. In this tense atmosphere, he seemed to be able to hear the sound of the gears inside the roller rotating. As the sound of the gears became smaller and smaller, the roller rotated slower and slower, and the roller slowly stopped. Lu Yin could already see the 4-leaf clover, and the 2 patterns turning were the 4-leaf clover. The nerves became more and more tense, and the roller continued to roll without losing its strength, and Lu Yan's mood was also agitated. With the final sound of the gears falling, the roller stopped, and the pattern appeared, which was a 4-leaf clover. F***K, F***K, F***K. A burst of more exciting music sounded from the machine in front of him. A burst of fireworks bloomed on the screen, and a large congratulatory message was displayed on the screen. When several people working on the nearby machines heard the noise, they looked over and saw that Lu Yin had won the 4th prize. The envy in their eyes flashed away, but they quickly turned to stare at the machine in front of them. After a while of excitement, Lu Yin came back to his senses and looked at the membership card balance on the operation screen. 50,000 had been credited to his account. With a principal of 10,000 yuan, the net profit was 48,000 yuan, which was really a huge profit. Lu Yin subconsciously pressed the start button and looked at the scroll wheel in front of him. His eyes gradually became hot, and he looked directly at the first prize of 500,000 yuan. It's a pity that Lu Yin didn't win another prize 10 times in a row. The account balance is 48,000. It won the 5th prize once. This machine probably won't win any more prizes in the near future. How about replacing it with another one? Lu Yin did what he thought of. The machine next to him had been unused, so he moved directly to the side. Maybe changing the machine can really transfer the money. Lu Yin won a 5th prize on the 3rd use of the new machine, with a balance of 50,000. After that, Lu Yin seemed to be possessed, pressing the buttons constantly, staring at the scroll wheel, and kept mumbling a certain pattern. I kept switching machines, and there were wins and losses. However, I never won the 4th prize after that. They were all 5th prizes. On average, I won about 2 out of 11, and my account balance gradually began to decrease. As time goes by, So does the account balance. At 11:36 midnight, the account balance was 5,000. Lu Yin was awakened by the ringtone of his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Fong Mo. Chapter 146. Who I am. Where am I? What am I doing? Looking at the message from Fong Mo, Lu Yin broke into a cold sweat on his back. What is he doing? Is he addicted to gambling? Looking at the membership card balance displayed on the screen, there were 5,000 left. Lu Yin couldn't help but question himself. If his balance had just been used up, would he still have recharged it? If he was still Lu Yin from a well-off family a year ago, would he still be able to wake up? Lu Yin pursed his lips. He knew it was difficult. Because of the cooperation with Haishin Group, his card balance directly exceeded 1 million, and there will be dividends in the future, so the rewards of the machine in front of him are not that important to him. It is just a toy. But it was just a plaything, and it still made him so addicted. Anyone else would have easily become a gambler. Lu Yin was originally very confident in his determination, but after what happened today, it seemed that he had to reevaluate his determination. Pull out the membership card and put it in your pocket. Taking a deep breath to calm down his turbulent mood, Lu Yin quickly raised his head and looked at where Kong Chongting was sitting. But a few hours later, Kong Chongting was nowhere to be seen. The place where he was sitting had been occupied by others. After scolding himself again, Lu Yin scanned the whole place and did not find Kong Chongting on this floor. He simply stopped looking for him in a hurry and picked up his phone to carefully check the messages sent by Fong Mo. The first entry is the transaction history of a bank card, which is the bank card Kong Chongting used to withdraw money today. As expected, the head of the household is not Kong Chongting, but an unknown name. Fong Mo has also investigated this person and found that he is a dead person. He died just a month ago, and no one has canceled the account, so this card can still be used. Moreover, it was not found that the head of the household had any contact with Kong Chongting. The two people should not know each other. What surprised Lu Yin was that the balance on the card was actually 900,000. This was because money had been withdrawn one after another in the past 3 days. 5 days ago, there was 1 million on this card. The monitoring of bank card withdrawals in the past 3 days was all obtained by Kong Chongting, which means that in these 3 days, Kong Chongting lost 100,000 in the casino. Where did Kong Chongting come from so much money? Considering his assets, spending 30,000 yuan would be an embarrassment to him. I have to say that Fong Mo's work was really reassuring. Needless to say, he consciously investigated the source of the funds, but in the end, nothing was found. The system shows that the funds were transferred from overseas, which means that professionals have covered up the traces. Although nothing was found, after putting the existing clues together, a terrible guess appeared in Lu Yan's mind. After the guess appeared, he couldn't get rid of it, but this guess was too cruel for Kong Xueming. Putting away his phone, Lu Yin left the second floor and went to the first and third floors to check, but did not find Kong Chongting. Lu Yin was once again upset that he had lost track of someone. I think the other party has left. As shameful as it was, Lu Yin had no reason to continue staying in the casino. He was afraid that he really couldn't control himself and got another 5,000 in. Lu Yin originally planned to return the same way, but was stopped by the staff at the gate. Under the leadership of the other party, Lu Yin returned to the third-floor lounge from another exit on the third floor. Looking back at the place where he came out, Lu Yin no longer lingered, changed his clothes, and left Haichao Bathing Center. After walking out of the gate, Lu Yin went straight to the snack street opposite. After entering the snack street, Lu Yin took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, who is this in the middle of the night? When the call was dialed, a suppressed and angry voice sounded. Good evening, Captain. It's me, Lu Yin. There was a rustling sound coming from the receiver, and after a while, the voice from the other side came again. What do you want from me? Is there any progress in the case? When Lin sat up from the bed, his eyes focused quickly, and he was no longer sleepy. Not yet, but following this line, I found an underground casino, which is quite large. Is there any interest in getting rid of him? When Lin listened to Lu Yan's suggestion, and the veins on his forehead jumped. This is not our business. If it's not under our control, then who does? I spent 10,000 yuan to spy on the news. Captain, can you reimburse me? Lu Yin did not refund the remaining 5,000 yuan in the membership card, so he expected to wipe out all the other parties and then use it as evidence to claim it from his superiors. He also wanted to make up for the 5,000 yuan he lost. What the hell? Did you spend 10,000? When Lin couldn't help but raise his voice a few degrees. Isn't this necessary for the mission? I still keep the membership card, and there is still 5,000 in it. I specially kept this as evidence. When Lin helplessly held his forehead, don't move where you are. I will contact the relevant departments to arrest you now. After all, it involves the case in your hand. To prevent accidents, you should work overtime tonight and keep an eye on the scene. Okay. Lu Yin readily agreed. After all, this was his original plan. Then my 10,000. Asked the person in charge for reimbursement. When Lin hung up the phone impatiently. If you want to get money from me, there is no way. Chait stingy. A portion of wolf-tooth potatoes, eat here. When Lin moved very quickly. Before Lu Yin could finish his portion of wolf-toothed potatoes, he called him. The other party claimed to be the commander-in-chief of this operation and wanted to know the situation from his side. Lu Yin naturally knew everything and told him everything he knew. He also thoughtfully reminded the other party that the exit might be more than 3 floors away, so they had better bring a thermal imaging camera. The other party is also a real person, and I really agree with him. Half an hour later, Lu Yin was squatting on the side of the road eating freshly baked barbecue when a tall urban beauty walked towards him. Lu Hui walked closer and stood in front of Lu Yin, her tone a little uncertain. Are you Lu Yin? There is no way around it. Even within the system, the Superpower Bureau is a very mysterious existence. Others will naturally put a layer of filters on them when they see them. As a result, when she came over with high expectations, she saw the God-man squatting on the side of the road, cooking barbecue without any image. If it weren't for the fact that he was a little handsome, Lu Hui felt that today would be the day when her fantasy was disillusioned. Well, I am. Is everyone here? Lu Yin ignored the other party's strange eyes and asked himself. Everything is in place and ready for action at any time. Team Zhou asked me to come over and ask you. A trace of confusion flashed in Lu Yan's eyes, and he took out a few skewers of barbecue and handed them to Lu Hui. Here, these are for you. The taste here is not bad. Lu Hui was stunned and mechanically reached out to take the skewers. She didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. Little did he know that Lu Yin just couldn't stand her gaze and was simply distracting her attention. Then let's get started. Lu Yin didn't move. He was currently facing the gate of Haichao Bathing Center. Even if he was squatting here, he could see everything in front of him clearly. Oh. Lu Hui's mind was stuck for a moment, and then she turned around again and asked uncertainly, why don't you go to the car and keep an eye on it? No, I'll support you here faster. This is true. You only need to cross a road to reach the door. The key is that it is not inconspicuous. Chapter 147. Duwu, waves of sirens suddenly sounded around the Haichao Bathing Center. A group of policemen with guns and ammunition rushed out from the intersection and surrounded the Haichao Bathing Center in the blink of an eye. Only then did people around realize that something had happened. Pedestrians on the roadside immediately moved away from the bathing center, but they did not leave, but observed from a distance. After completing the siege, a large group of people rushed straight into the door of the bathing center. There was a scream inside, but it was quickly silenced. Here's the headset. Contact Team Zhou directly. Lu Hui disappeared for a few minutes, then reappeared out of nowhere and handed Lu Yin a wireless headset. Lu Yin picked up the headphones and looked at them, but didn't refuse. Hey. Putting on the headphones, Lu Yin just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that someone actually responded. A cold female voice sounded from the earphones. The voice was so cold that it almost froze Lu Yin. What's the matter? It's okay. I just put on the headphones to try out the effect. What's going on now? Now that he was contacted, Lu Yin took advantage of the situation and asked. He didn't have clairvoyance and could only see the frontal situation. It went very well. We have found the entrance to the casino and are breaking into it now. The other person was silent for a while before speaking again. Okay, I understand. After Lu Yin finished speaking, there was no sound coming from the other side for a while. I'm going in. Will you wait for me here or go in with me? Lu Yin tilted his head and glanced at Lu Hui, then walked straight to the road without waiting for her reply. Lu Hui was still thinking, but when she looked up, she saw that Lu Yin had already reached the roadside. She didn't have time to think too much and walked a few steps to catch up. Wait for me. Lu Yin walked straight to the entrance of the bathing center, but as soon as he got close, he was stopped by the surrounding police officers. Sir, this place is now blocked by us and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Looking at the person blocking him in front of him, Lu Yin rubbed his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect that he would be stopped. Directing the people in the car to eat without even knowing how to get in, Lu Yin reached for his pocket. Inside was his ID. He didn't know if he could get in with this. This person is here to help. Here is my ID. Before Lu Yin could take out his ID, Lu Hui followed in time and handed over his ID, and then the 2 police officers entered. After the 2 entered the hall, they saw several people in police uniforms standing in several corners of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there were more than a dozen people squatting with their heads in their hands. Half of them were staff. If the people guarding them hadn't been wearing police uniforms, they would have thought they were robbing a bank. Seeing Lu Yin come in, one of them almost jumped up with excitement, pointed at Lu Yin and was speechless. Lu Yan looked at the front desk where he opened his card. The guard standing nearby was about to step forward to ask the other party to be more honest, but was stopped by Lu Yan. "Leave this person to me." Under Lu Hui's puzzled gaze, Lu Yan lifted the little girl out of the crowd. The little girl seemed to have just reacted at this moment, looking at Lu Yan in horror, huddled together, looking very scared. Lu Yan showed what he thought was an amiable smile and led the little girl behind the cashier. "What are you doing?" Lu Hui couldn't help but ask. He thought Lu Yan would go directly to the casino. "Return the card." As he spoke, Lu Yan took out his membership card from his pocket and patted it in front of the little girl. When the little girl heard Lu Yan's words, she felt as if she had received an amnesty. She hurriedly took Lu Yan's membership card, worked on the computer at the front desk, and then took out 5,000 yuan from the drawer and handed it to Lu Yan. Looking at the thin thickness, Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened. Seeing Lu Yan's change of expression, the little girl's hands shook, and she almost lost her grip. They scattered on the ground, and she tremblingly said in a low voice, "Yes, what's the problem?" Lu Yan said with a straight face, "I recharged 10,000 yuan. "Oh." The little girl was stunned. "But you only have 5,000 left on your card." "I do not care." Listening to this scoundrel-like speech, the little girl stiffened. With trembling arms, she put the 5,000 back into the drawer, took out a stack of sealed banknotes, and handed it to Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan took it with satisfaction and put it in his pocket. "It's not good for you to do this." Lu Hui wanted to speak, but stopped, and then wanted to speak. "What's wrong?" "These are stolen money. We will have to count them later. It will be very difficult for us if you take them away like this. I spent 10,000 yuan to find out the news. Will you reimburse me?" Lu Yan took out the money again and spread the two in front of Lu Hui. The meaning is obvious. One hand pays the money and the other hand delivers the goods. The corners of Lu Hui's mouth twitched. She couldn't make the decision, so she turned her head away from Lu Yan. Forget it, just be troublesome. Anyway, it was not her who finally appraised the assets, and it was not her who was in trouble. 2 seconds of silence for the property. Lu Yan pouted and stuffed the 10,000 back into his pocket. "Go back and squat." Waving to the girl, Lu Yan walked straight to the men's bathhouse. The first floor is a place for bathing. There is no restroom, except for the bathtub, which is the dressing room. The difference is that there is a separate locker room for members, and the entrance to the casino is right here. When Lu Yan entered the casino through the secret door of the locker room, the fight had subsided and the cleanup work had begun. Lu Yan's suggestion must have worked. As soon as he entered, he saw a guard walking around in the hall holding an instrument, which was a thermal imaging camera. The arrested person was not seen on the first floor, so the two of them walked all the way to the third floor. The card tables had all been stacked in the corner, and a large group of people were squatting on the ground in the large space that had been cleared. At a glance, there were nearly 300 people, 50 of whom were wearing work clothes. "Do you know where the monitoring room is?" Lu Yan turned to look at Lu Hui. Lu Hui rolled her eyes. "I've always been with you. I don't know where to go." "You don't know, don't you ask?" Lu Yan smiled kindly. After being stopped at the door just now, he learned the lesson and let Lu Hui do it directly if he had something to do, so as to save himself from running into a wall again. Lu Hui gave Lu Yan a resentful look and walked obediently towards one of the guards. The two negotiated before returning. "Let's go." Lu Hui snorted and walked straight to a room in the corner. The two entered the surveillance room, only to find that it was already occupied. Several police officers were backing up computer data. Lu Hui took the initiative to negotiate, and then they took out a computer for Lu Yan to check the surveillance video. Lu Yan called up the monitoring of Kong Chongting, followed him all the way, and found that he left the bathing center at 11:09. Although it was expected, it was still a pity. After that, Lu Yan checked the surveillance of the previous few days. After a simple investigation, he found that Kong Chongting appeared in the casino almost every day and lost everything every day. Looking at the surveillance video of Kong Chongting sitting at the card table with a crazy face, Lu Yan knew that he was hopeless and had fallen into it. As expected, the final outcome would be the destruction of his family and his family. Chapter 148. Hey, I'm pretty good at playing in this casino. Just as Lu Yan was carefully checking the surveillance video, there was a discussion not far away. Looking around, if he remembered correctly, that should be the location of the monitor on the second floor. The entire monitoring room is divided into 3 parts. One part is responsible for one floor, and there are more than a dozen people responsible for this monitoring room alone. Seeing that something was going on the second floor, Lu Yan's heart tightened. He made a fool of himself on the second floor, so they wouldn't have discovered him. It's okay, he's here for inspection. He's acting, he's just pretending. Even though he was comforting himself in this way, Lu Yan couldn't help but moved closer to see what they were discussing. I didn't expect that this machine can be controlled remotely. Lu Yin approached and saw several people gathered around the console. One of them clicked on the screen in front of him. On the monitoring screen in front of him, a machine was running. It was the same machine that Lu Yin had played before. Lu Yin looked and saw that the first roller slowly stopped, revealing a pattern. Lu Yin looked at the operating table again. There were 7 frames on the screen. At this time, the same pattern was displayed in the first frame. As the operator drags the lower pattern to the second frame, the second scroll wheel in the monitor stops, but the pattern is still exactly the same. Seeing this, Lu Yin still didn't know that these machines could be controlled remotely. It could have whatever pattern the person in front of the monitor wanted it to have. Lu Yin's face turned dark when he thought of winning the 4th prize. He thought he was lucky and won 50,000 yuan, but it turned out that someone was behind it. From this point of view, the good luck at the beginning was controlled by the other party, and the purpose was to make oneself addicted step by step, with a sense of luck. It was obviously a trap, yet he just stepped on it. This makes him look stupid. Has the boss behind the scenes been caught? So in order to show that he was not stupid, Lu Yin was going to find someone to talk to. Let me ask. Lu Hui was also watching and was suddenly asked by Lu Yin. She quickly tapped her earphones and contacted the command office to inquire about the situation. After a while, he hung up the communication. This operation was concealed and fast. We caught the other party directly at his residence. He is now on his way back to the bureau. There is nothing to try in your case. The evidence is conclusive. On the contrary, the case in my hand requires his cooperation and sends the person directly to the Superpower Bureau. Lu Yin made a direct request with a wave of his hand. Lu Hui opened her mouth to refuse, but the person in the earphone asked her to agree. When the words came to her mouth, she changed her mouth and said, "Okay, I don't have anything to do here, so I'll leave first." Lu Yin noticed the change in Lu Hui's expression, and as soon as he thought about it, he knew that Captain Zhou, who he hadn't met yet, must have been paying attention to him. Without saying anything, Lu Yin asked the staff for a video backup and then walked directly outside. "Why are you still following me?" When he reached the entrance of the bathing center, Lu Yin turned curiously to look at Lu Hui, who was still following him. "You have carried people away, and I need to follow them, and finally carry them back." Lu Hui kept a professional smile. "It's up to you. Do you want to drive? The driver who delivers the goods to your door is not in vain." After a while, Lu Hui drove a car to Lu Yin. Half an hour later, Mengqing's Supernatural Powers Bureau, interrogation room. Name. He looked at the man sitting on the chair, his head bowed and silent, still wearing pajamas. "Don't speak? Do you think it will be useful if you don't speak? The casino has been sealed, and all the evidence is available. You can't get away with it just by not speaking. Of course, me transferring you here has nothing to do with any of this. It's about other things that require your cooperation. Now I'm asking you to answer. Otherwise, I don't mind finding a professional to accompany you. Don't worry, the other person is a professional, and I promise to let you experience the ultimate sourness. And in the end, there will be no scars on the body surface, and the other person is still a beauty." The last one who was caught was really tough at first, but he only lasted 10 minutes and said everything. He even talked about drinking urine when he was a child. I don't know how long you can hold on, and whether you can hold on for 10 minutes. Every time Lu Yin said something, the person in front of him trembled. He seemed to be extremely frightened. "I want to see my lawyer. I won't say a word until my lawyer comes." The man raised his head and glared at Lu Yin. Unfortunately, in Lu Yin's opinion, the other party seemed a bit strong on the outside but strong on the inside. "Lawyer," Lu Yin sneered. "This is not a police station, and this is not a place to reason with you. There is no reason why torture should not be used. Besides, we have complete medical technology. Don't worry, we will save you even if something happens. You can't tell it yet. What's the use of suing us afterwards? You have evidence." The man wanted to refute Lu Yin's words, but he couldn't say the harsh words. During the process of being escorted, the vehicle suddenly changed its route. He knew all this, especially when the other party finally sent him into this building, which looked like an ordinary office building. After a complex psychological struggle, the man finally collapsed in his position as if deflated. "Whatever you want to ask, just ask." "Oh, name. Zhang Dian. Gender. Male. Age. Born in 2994, 46 years old." Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction. He was not entirely trying to scare Zhang Dian just now. It's just that it's not a big deal. It took a lot of courage to pull Xia Hoqian out of bed in the middle of the night. "Do you know the people in the photo?" Lu Yin pushed Kong Chongting's photo in front of Zhang Dian. Zhang Dian picked up the photo and looked at it carefully. A trace of doubt flashed in his lowered eyes. "I know Kong Chongting. He is a regular customer of the casino. He has been here almost every day for the past year. The eyebrows were raised slightly, and there was a question. The fact that the other party knew Kong Chongting was very suspicious. How did you two meet? Relationships between former creditors and debtors. Oh, former creditor? Tell me more. Lu Yin became interested. It was normal for the casino to borrow money, and there was nothing unusual about it. However, Kong Chongting owed money to the casino and had to pay it back, but he had to dig deeper. There is no record of this transfer in the funds in his card. About half a year ago, Kong Chongting started borrowing money from the casino, and he was still borrowing money until last month. Last month, we urged him to repay the money, and he sold a commercial house and paid back part of it. We saw that he was quite sensible, so we gave him a reprieve for the remaining 500,000 for a few days. Unexpectedly, it was only half a month, and just a few days ago, he suddenly paid back the remaining money. That's all. Is this all you know about Kong Chongting? Lu Yan stared into Zhang Dian's eyes and asked. Zhang Dian saw Lu Yan's eyes and subconsciously wanted to avoid them, but quickly pretended to be calm and looked back. Chapter 149. Oh. Zhang Dian's evasive eyes did not escape Lu Yan's eyes, but he glared back, giving people a feeling of guilty conscience. Do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you? Lu Yan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. The entire interrogation room suddenly became very quiet, with only the sound of the metal table being knocked. Zhang Dian turned his eyes and looked at Lu Yan's fingers. With each tapping, he felt that Lu Yan's fingers were as heavy as tapping on his heart. Zhang Dian felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe, and the few minutes seemed to be stretched infinitely. He was like a drowning person, looking at the water with no solution. I said. The psychological pressure reached its peak. When he spoke a word, Zhang Dian broke through the water and took a big breath of air, with deep fear in his eyes. As Zhang Dian spoke, Lu Yan's tapping movement stopped and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The suffocation that Zhang Dian felt was not psychological pressure, but a real sense of suffocation. In the past few minutes, Lu Yan had to slowly remove the air from Zhang Dian's side bit by bit, and it was very difficult to ensure that he did not die. After breathing for a few minutes, Zhang Dian's blushing face softened. 10 days ago, a group of people came to me to find out about Kong Chongting's situation and transferred the remaining debts of Kong Chongting to his own name. The other party warned me not to reveal his name. Information, otherwise they wouldn't let me go. Seeing that Lu Yan's fingers were tapping downward again, Zhang Dian leaned forward excitedly, trying to stop him. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Under Zhang Dian's nervous gaze, Lu Yan put his fingers flat on the table. Time and place of meeting, appearance of the other party, and transfer method. Zhang Dian didn't dare to neglect. I was in the casino a week ago. The other party's appearance was captured by surveillance. I transferred the money to the bank. I have the bank card number here. Lu Yan nodded with satisfaction, then picked up his phone and checked the time. 2:30 in the morning. After thinking about it, I forgot about it. It was too cruel to get Fong Mo out of bed so late. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. You'll just have to stay here for one night. If you cooperate well tomorrow, you can report to the detention center. Ignoring Zhang Dian's retaining gaze, Lu Yan left the interrogation room. When I came out, I found Lu Hui still standing at the door. If you don't go back so late at night, what are you doing here? Are you done asking? The two spoke almost in unison. That's it. Lu Yan answered first this time. Lu Hui was a little late. Even if I'm not here with you, I'll have to work all night when I go back. It's better to stay here and relax. Lu Yan took a breath and looked at her sideways. Unexpectedly, she was still a salted fish. You go back and have a rest. Don't hang around here. I'm ready to rest too. It's okay for you to hold on. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Lu Yan waved his hand and prepared to see the guests off. Everyone in the Superpower Bureau has a bedroom in the bureau, which is on the 3rd floor. It is convenient for members who live outside Mengqing and also for emergency situations. Lu Yan also has a bedroom, but he has never lived in it. It was too late today, so he planned to stay one night. It seemed that a room like this that was not occupied for a long time would be cleaned regularly, so there would be no hygiene problems. But Lu Hui was completely unmoved by Lu Yan's obvious behavior of seeing off guests. You go and have a rest. I'll just lie down in the hall for a while. Lu Yan said well, but Lu Hui couldn't take it seriously. His mission was to ensure that Zhang Dian could return intact. If something unexpected happened, she wouldn't have to do it. Hearing Lu Hui's words, Lu Yan's lips twitched. He had to admit that he was a bit chauvinistic, and he couldn't do it if he watched a young woman deal with her in the office all night while he slept in bed upstairs. Forget it. If you want to stay, just stay. There is a room upstairs. I'll find one for you. Lu Yan helplessly raised his forehead and took out a room card for 5 people from Su Yangyang's drawer and handed it to Lu Hui. The space on the 3rd floor is so big, and there are only 10 official members of the Superpower Bureau, so it is impossible to fill it up. After taking the room card handed over by Lu Yin, Lu Hui's eyes lit up. As if she had received some treasure, she rubbed the room card. Follow-up. Standing in the elevator, Lu Yin felt helpless when he saw Lu Hui still standing there. Lu Hui hurriedly took 3 steps at a time, entered the elevator, and followed Lu Yin to the 3rd floor with great expectations. The layout of the 3rd floor is similar to an apartment. There is a corridor from one end to the other, with rooms on both sides. The layout of the rooms is also very simple, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Lu Yin quickly found his room, closed the door, and went to sleep regardless of Lu Hui, who was still looking around. There was a room number on the room card. If she couldn't find the room, Lu Yin might doubt her IQ. After a night of silence, Lu Yin woke up at 9 o'clock the next morning. When he went down to the 1st floor, he found that Lu Hui actually went downstairs first and was chatting with his colleagues. Judging from her high energy, it seemed that she had a good rest last night. Morning. Su Yangyang was the first to notice Lu Yin's figure. While saying hello, she opened the thermos box with 2 buns inside. You actually went back last night without me and led people to build a casino in a very majestic manner? Su Yangyang looked at Lu Yin, who was approaching with crooked eyebrows, and anyone could hear the complaint in his tone. But she still pushed the thermos box in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. After all, it is my mission, and I feel sorry for asking you to stay up late with me. Lu Yin reached out and picked up a bun from the thermos box, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a bite. Bean paste flavor, very sweet, is his favorite bun. Lu Yin ate 1 in 2 mouthfuls, picked up the second one, took the milk handed over by Su Yangyang and drank it. Huh. Su Yangyang turned away. He thought of the previous scenes where Lu Yin protected her. He knew that if he was in danger, he would only become a burden. She could not stay angry for a while. I have reached the 3rd grade level and can control plants to fight. I am no longer the same person as before, but I still have to use the bar. Su Yangyang's fingers hidden under the table moved slightly, and a branch of the potted plant at Lu Yan's feet began to grow, quietly wrapping around Lu Yan's legs, and suddenly retracted. Lu Yan had naturally noticed it a long time ago, but he turned a blind eye when he was supposed to cooperate in the performance. Let the branches wrap around your legs. I'm training hard. Lu Yan naturally stretched out his hand to cover Su Yangyang's head. Okay, I promise it won't happen like this next time. The 2 of them were communicating as if there was no one around, as if they were the only 2 people in the office. When the others saw Lu Yan stepping out of the elevator and heading straight to Su Yangyang's desk, they already stayed away. Only the uninformed Lu Hui stayed where he was, looking at Lu Yan. As a result, I had not eaten breakfast when I woke up early in the morning, so I ate a mouthful of dog food first. Chapter 150. Feeling a little nervous, Lu Hui took several steps back and came to Xiaohoqian's side. Are these 2 lovers? Not yet. Xiaohoqian shook her head. No? It's already like this, isn't it? Lu Hui's eyes widened in surprise. If Lu Hui wanted to say anything else, Lu Yan had already finished 2 steamed buns and walked towards Fong Mo's seat. Brother Mo, I brought someone back yesterday. He wants to give some information. Could you please do me a favor? Lu Yan put on his most standard smile and walked up to Fong Mo. He didn't forget about asking the other party to work overtime until 12 o'clock yesterday, for fear that Fong Mo would open up old scores. Sure enough, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Fong Mo couldn't help but give him a big roll of his eyes. Let's go and see with you. We still have to do the work that needs to be done. Hee. Lu Yin smiled, reached out to take Fong Mo's notebook attentively, and led the way into the interrogation room. After walking into the interrogation room, I saw a collapsed figure lying on the table. He raised his head when he heard the voice. Oh, what a big black eye. Only then did Lu Yin notice that he didn't seem to have removed the handcuffs when he left last night. From the looks of it, he probably didn't get much rest throughout the night. However, considering the sins of the other party, there is no need to sympathize too much. Sir, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know, so there's no need to torture me like this. Zhang Dian lay weakly on the table. Lu Yin tapped his index finger on the table. Zhang Dian reacted normally and jumped up from the table, straightening his back. I asked you again yesterday. Tell me who is asking you for information, and you can go. Lu Yin and Fong Mo sat across from Zhang Dian. Fong Mo opened the computer, put his hands on the keyboard, and looked up at Zhang Dian. I don't know the name of the other party. He didn't tell me from the beginning to the end. He just asked me about Kong Chongting's situation and settled his debt without saying anything more. But what he didn't know was that when we met, there is a hidden camera in the room. The surveillance video is on my phone, and the bank transfer information is also on my phone. Liu Yin walked out of the interrogation room after hearing this, and came back after a while with a data cable and a mobile phone, handing them to Fang Yimou. I have hidden the surveillance video in a hidden file. A password is required to open the folder. If you enter the wrong file 3 times, the file will be automatically deleted. So you can give me your phone, and I will enter the password. Wow. Zhang Dian raised his hand to stretch out, but was handcuffed to the table and unable to move. But what he didn't expect was that Fang Yimou had been operating on the computer since he spoke, and within a short time, he had stopped. Done. Zhang Dian looked up at Fang Yimou in disbelief, as if he was seeing a ghost, his eyes full of panic. After scrolling the mouse, Fang Yimou raised his head and looked at Zhang Dian meaningfully. There is no surveillance video he mentioned, but a lot of evidence of his other crimes was found. Under Zhang Dian's nervous gaze, Liu Yin curiously poked his head around and saw that there were also various videos in the folder, but the cover alone was a bit unsightly. Most of the video protagonists were a man and a woman, and the heroine was in each video. The male protagonist remains the same. It is Zhang Dian in front of him. You kid, you're having a great time. Liu Yin said this through gritted teeth. The content of the video is so hidden that it is most likely not a serious video. Keep it and hand it over to Lu Hui later. With the added crime, Zhang Dian seemed to have no hope of getting out of prison. Even now, you are still playing tricks on me. You are very courageous. Liu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Dian dangerously. Zhang Dian shrank back in fear and opened his mouth to speak. Found it. Unfortunately, Fang Yimou was one step ahead of him. Just now, Fang Yimou was about to find all the videos on Zhang Dian's mobile phone and watch them. When he opened the desktop of his mobile phone, he found a video surveillance software placed on the desktop. With the mentality of giving it a try, Fang Yimou opened the software and found the target video in it. None of this is hidden. Fang Yimou clicked on the video, and Liu Yin moved his head to the side to watch it together. The surveillance camera is an office. From the shooting point of view, the camera should be on the wall behind the desk. Considering the concealment, it should be embedded in a painting. Not long after the video played, Zhang Dian greeted a man who walked in politely. The man was wearing a hood and hat, so his face could not be seen. After entering the door, he glanced around, then took off his hat and mask and sat on the sofa. The two sat in the reception area chatting for more than 10 minutes before the man put on his hat and mask again and left. Zhang Dian was very polite throughout the whole process, or perhaps it was because he was too polite that he seemed suspicious. Check the other party's identity. After explaining, Liu Yin looked at Zhang Dian with evil intentions. Would you like to explain why you are so polite to the other party? Aye. Zhang Dian's eyes began to dodge. Oh, it's okay if you don't say anything. We will find out on our own. But you have to think clearly. This is your chance to make meritorious service. It is possible that with a few words, you can change the death penalty to life imprisonment. If Zhang Dian really saved Kong Xueming, a person with spiritual powers, because of Zhang Dian's few words, then he would indeed be considered guilty and meritorious. Even if his crime is really heinous, his sentence will be commuted as appropriate. Zhang Dian's face was tangled for a while, and finally he leaned back as if resigned to his fate. The other party's name is Xiang Shihong, a revolutionary from the largest evil force in the country. He is currently in Mengqing. I don't know where he lives specifically. The power of the largest evil force in the country can be imagined. He is unwilling to betray too much information about the other party because he is afraid that the other party will cause trouble for himself or his family if they find out. But it has reached this point. Who wants to really die if he can survive? Revolutionary. Liu Yin and Fang Yimou looked at each other, and they were shocked. Fang Yimou hurriedly operated on the computer and retrieved Xiang Shihong's identity information. Xiang Shihong, the 6th seat of the revolutionaries, early 4th grade, fire element. Fang Yimou showed Liu Yin the information found on the computer and whispered, "Hiss." Liu Yin took a breath of cold air. As the largest gang-related organization in the country, the revolutionaries are one of the few organizations in the country that have 4th grade superpowers. They have been able to avoid every major purge. Some people have wondered whether they have undercover agents in the Superpower Bureau. However, after several rounds of investigation, no mole was found. There are 8 people in the 4th grade realm within the revolutionaries, and the revolutionaries organization is governed by these 8 people. I heard that their boss is still at the top of 4th grade. Unexpectedly, when the revolutionaries in the north were frustrated, Xiang Shihong of the 6th generation would appear in the small city of Mengqing in the south. Now thinking about the chat with Wen Lin at that time, it is no wonder that among the cities, Mengqing is the worst. It turns out that the crime boss is there. No, I need to report to the captain. After saying that, Fang Yimou closed the computer and walked out the door. Liu Yin was still sitting where he was, tapping his fingers on the table again and again, constantly running through the existing information in his mind. Xiang Shihong learned about Kong Chongting's situation from Zhang Dian and paid off the other party's debt. Soon after, Kong Chongting received a huge sum of money and Kong Shuiming disappeared. From this point of view, Kong Shuiming's disappearance must be related to Xiang Shihong. It's just that I don't know whether Kong Shuiming left with the other party or was kidnapped by the other party.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.